not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. May God bless our military and Merry Christmas to all, including the dead terrorists, of which there will be many.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining me. I want to announce. Let me just play this so that to alert people to the fact that this is actually breaking news. Nigeria is under attack. I not necessarily Nigeria under attack. Trump says he has ordered strikes in Nigeria, and the Nigerian government is saying that they are working with Trump to get this done. But this is really, really alarming. This is the first time. This is the first time a black African countries. People should not make a mistake about what is happening here. This is the first time a black African country has been under military strikes from any Western nation, and this happened under Tinubu's watch. Now, when people keep telling our people that when you see your leaders keep traveling overseas for treatment all the time, you don't know what they are going there for. Now, our Nigerian government is telling us now that it's because they are working with Trump to flush out these terrorists. Since when has America ever flushed out any terrorists? Since when has America been able to defeat any terrorist group? But Nigerians, they will still keep thinking that is possible. But let them keep thinking. Because when the whole thing will happen, because some of them, they just want to see Tinubu before. Because let me play some of the statement I'm hearing from this in one of that Nigerian channel so that we can hear.
See where we found ourselves, another sovereign state coming into our country to help us to deal with terrorism. If this is what is going to reset Nigeria, so be it. Let it reset Nigeria.
I am welcome. Let the North have their Sharia and Hisbah in peace. Honestly, let them go to their corner and do their Sharia and Hisbah. Let the rest decide if they want to do regional or everybody answer their father's name. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm not a member of IPOB. Why do you think they have?
See, this is why as a Nigerian, sometimes I feel like some Nigerians they really need to go underground. Some of the things our people talk about, they drive me mad. And I hope this type of stuff creates the kind of leaders that we need in Nigeria. Because some of all these crazy people causing problem in that country are so happy to be sectional and religious division. Maybe this is the environment that will create the kind of leader that we need that will deal with these type of people. Because they just go around talking nonsense. They don't know what they're asking for. They don't even care. No, grown people, they don't even know America has never defeated any terrorist group. And America confessed to funding Boko Haram just this year. You think you know what is happening? They think they know what is happening. They don't know what is happening. They just think they know. They don't know what is happening. Oh, because America launched a rocket strike. Oh, that's it. You think you know what is going on behind these scenes? I don't know why our people are so ignorant about things. They are super ignorant. But this is why I like Trump being in office, because what he's going to be doing, he's going to wake Nigerians up. This is the first time, make no mistake, a black, especially in Niger Congo country, has been subject to Western bombing. For how many years now? Maybe since 1960, it's never happened. For the first time, and the one they picked on is Nigeria. And the aircraft that they were using to survey Nigeria is coming from Ghana. Ghana has always had a form of silent American military base there. Our people are traitors to themselves. They are shameless. And I hope all this that is happening, that is going to happen to us, especially if it is bad, we will learn our lesson. And I hope we learn our lesson. And I don't think all these crazy people, you see how the Omoye Corner is already talking about, oh, this Fulani go on their own, this one go on their own. This is how crazy they think. People like that, they're gonna get what is coming to them sooner or later. When the problems of all this happen and terrorism doesn't go, but guess what? And our people keep getting murdered, and America does whatever it wants in Nigeria, people like that will be the first to go. Because they are so hell-bent on repeating the mistakes of the past. Oh, let's go and let Trump come and save us. How is Trump going to come and save you? Trump has not saved America from itself. They didn't save Israel. I don't know why people are pretending as if Trump can save us from bombing. Trump cannot save you. I don't know. You know what? Most Nigerians now, you know what they would like to hear? Oh, thank God, Trump has come and bombed Nigeria. Yeah, they're going to deal with those terrorists. That's what you want to hear. But the truth is that it's not going to happen. That is the truth. It's not going to happen. If it was going to happen, Hamas will not exist today. Hamas will not exist today. Hamas, Israel, America gave Israel so many weapons, the best weapons in the world. And then there was a terrorist group in the territory that they cannot escape from. And Israel bombed that area for straight 2 years. Straight 2 years. With 6 times the explosive power of 6 Hiroshima nuclear weapons. And still Hamas is there. And some people, you hear fellow Nigerians say, oh, yeah, it's good. Let him remove Tinubu too. You know, while he's there, let him remove Tinubu. You see how Nigerians talk? Like they are children. These people are children. Let him remove Tinubu from office. You don't know what you're asking for. Who do you think is going to replace Tinubu with? Somebody that's going to come and do all the right things for you, save you? Come on, man. People should grow up, man. I don't know how Nigerians, they want me to come and say, oh, thank goodness that Trump has come and bombed Nigeria. Thank goodness our problem is solved. That's what they want to hear, isn't it? No, you tell me, is that not what you want to hear? Thank God Trump has come and bombed this country. Tinubu is going to get what he's got coming. Maybe they will remove it from office. They overthrow him. And somehow they break the country up. Somehow we go on to our various enclaves and things will get better. Tell me, is that not what you think should happen? I'm not going to tell you that because I'm just going to tell you the truth. America did not defeat Al-Qaeda. They did not defeat ISIS. They did not defeat Boko Haram. If anything, they funded some of all these organizations. What makes you think coming to bomb Nigeria is actually to get rid of terrorism? They've been in the Sahel. America was in Niger Republic when Boko Haram was founded. I don't know what is wrong with our people. I really don't know what's wrong. America had the largest drone base in Niger. Look at that. Look at that. You see, I'm glad. I'm glad you are seeing that. This is exactly what I mean. Nigerians, we regret your negativity because it is true. Okay, Flora, tell me, was America not in Niger when Boko Haram started forming? When Boko Haram became stronger? And guess what? The Nigerian regime, just barely a year ago, they threw them out. They threw America out of their country. Today, America is finding its way into Nigeria instead. Our people, use your critical thinking. Ask yourself serious questions. If America was going to be able to solve this problem for us, the problem wouldn't have existed in the first place because America was in Niger Republic. They have their biggest drone. They had their biggest drone base in Niger Republic. If America could solve this terrorism problem, Israel would have easily finished Hamas. There would not be one Hamas left anymore. For 2 years, straight bombing, intense bombing. It didn't work. So you think this little bombing is going to end terrorism in Nigeria? Come on, man. Our people, wake up. Wake up. It's not going to change anything. If anything, it might make it worse. What we are giving them, oh my God, what has happened in Syria may be what is going to happen in Nigeria. They will weaken your nation, impoverish your nation, and weaken it, and eventually use it for what they really want to use it for. That is what is going to happen. You see, I'm glad you are all coming in. All the people that want America to come and save us. Merry Christmas, Pataiwo, Merry Christmas. All the people that want America to come and save us. You see, if they are coming to save us, I will appreciate it. The problem is that's not what they are coming to do. And you should know it by now. They may not even care about our natural resources. What they care more about is we should not enable their enemies, and we too should not develop. That's what they care about. They care about that one strongly. And for me, personally, I don't even know why they don't want us to develop. Because if you look at the way our people behave, our people are not their enemies. Our people are not their enemies. Yet they simply don't want you to see the light of day. They simply want your people to keep suffering continuously. Oh, look at this one. Why are you crying? Don't worry. You are the ones that will be crying soon. If you think what is happening now is bad, you'll be the ones that will be crying. And I really hope during that time, the kind of environment that will be created will create an actual leader in Nigeria, a true leader that is willing to do the hard thing. And all these people that are mounting their mouth during that time, and when that time comes, mark my words, all this I'm saying now is in maybe a year's time or 2 years' time, I will remind some people of this. That I said this, and this is what is going to happen. It's just the truth of the situation. Many people will be rejoicing. Look at Nigeria is under attack. You know, it's going to come and save us. No. And when we look at those ballistic missiles flying into Nigeria, we're like, oh my God, that weapon is so like made from heaven. It's going to solve our problem. No, it won't. If that weapon was going to solve anything, why is Taliban still standing? America couldn't even handle Taliban. I don't. Maybe this is why I say this is a good thing to an extent. It's going to open our people's eyes to reality, because these things that we have in our head, thinking that, oh, because it's America, it's going to solve everything for us. No, it's not going to solve everything for us. It won't solve this problem. What is going to solve the problem is the things that the Nigerian government is going to do. In other words, the things that the Nigerian people are going to do. That will solve the problem. Egypt is not facing the problem we are facing now. Algeria is not facing the problem we are facing now. Morocco is not. Why are they not? Why don't we ask that question? Do you see America threatening to bomb them? Let America go and threaten to bomb Algeria. Now. They're going to have a big fight on their hand. You're the only one that will continue to cry. I'm glad I'm the only one that will continue to cry. Classic Nigerians. I really appreciate you all for coming in anyways. I'm sure many of you expected to have a kind of situation where we'll be jubilating. Like the way we welcome military regimes, welcome the democracy, we welcome every government. Some people cry all the time in one area. Of course, not everybody welcomes a certain government. Some people hated Tinubu, some people love Tinubu. But you guys that have come to this channel, majority are the type that will agree that Trump should bomb Nigeria. I'm sorry to say, and I'm sorry to disappoint you, it's not going to be a solution. The solution is what I've been telling you for ages. I've been telling you for ages, and you all be opposing me. And it has led to this, by the way. So to an extent, it's your fault that this is happening. Because you all like to blame the government, but when they told you the solution to the problem, you oppose it. In other words, you oppose it so that the government should not implement it. And today you are happy when foreigners come and bomb your people. I personally, I don't know what to say about Nigerians. Sometimes I just feel disappointed about our own people. We are so underdeveloped strategically. Strategically, we are so underdeveloped. A lot of us need to go and get some lesson in strategy. All we hear is, okay, I think let me see if I can get to some of all these Twitter. This is the tweet here from Trump. Let me read the tweet so that some people get an idea of what Trump said. He said, tonight, at my direction as Commander-in-Chief, the United States launched a powerful and deadly strike against ISIS terrorist scum in northwest Nigeria, who have been targeting and viciously killing primarily innocent Christians at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. I have previously warned these terrorists that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay. And tonight there was. The Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes as only the United States is capable of doing. Under my leadership, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. May God bless our military and Merry Christmas to all, including the dead terrorists which there will be many more if slaughter of Christians continue. So you see what he's got to say there. What did he say? We will not allow terrorists to prosper. Was he not the one entertaining a former terrorist in his White House barely a month ago? The leader of Syria right now was the head of, if I'm not mistaken, Al Qaeda in Syria or ISIS. I'm not sure which one. He was the head of one of the major terrorist groups in Syria. He is the one the head of Syria right now, and he visited Trump just barely a month ago. Trump welcomed him. And many of the nations where these terrorists come from, that are funding many of these terrorist groups in the Sahel, they are Middle Eastern nations that America is an ally with. America is an ally with Qatar. America is allied with Dubai, that's UAE. America is allied with Saudi Arabia, Kuwait. All these nations, if you go and investigate whom is funding the militants in the Sahel, go and check it before you start jubilating that Trump is coming to save you. Go and check who is funding those militants in the Sahel and hear the names that will show up. And those names are names that are allied with America. And now he is saying he is against, he will not let them prosper. Who is enabling them? Without them, they won't succeed. They won't even be in Nigeria in the first place. Who went and brought down the Libyan regime that allowed them to pour into the Sahel? Was it not the Americans that brought down the Libyan regime? There was no way they could have come through the Sahel. But let me not stop you from your jubilation, because many of you want to see Nigeria burn and see your people suffer. It's okay. But this one is just probably these attacks is somewhere in the outskirts of town. I would like to think it's not within the town. And if it's not within the town, how is that going to end anything? This is the thing I keep telling to Nigerians. How is that going to stop anything? The terrorists, they can infiltrate all the towns. They can be anywhere. This is just talk. This is just talk. All the stuff that he's doing now is symbolic. The real negotiation is happening behind the scenes. What is he extracting out of our leaders? What is he demanding from our leaders? What is our leaders granting him? Some of you will be sitting here, they will sell you into slavery, you will not even know. Some of you, after you have been sold into slavery, they will take change and still sell the scraps of you remaining as change, and you still don't even know. You will still be jubilating and happy. Obama brought down Libya. Oh, Obama, it's not US anymore, it's Obama. Okay. I know when people say Obama, they are trying to say, oh, it's not this guy. This one is different. It's the same agenda. The agenda remains the same. The US is the one that is conducting it. They know exactly what they are doing. And the way people buy into all these things, I say, oh, Trump is different from Obama. No, it's not that different in terms of the bigger scheme of things. Yes, it's not. He can sell you weapons that Obama would not sell you. But in terms of American interest, he puts American interest first. Tinubu is a record holder, in doing a lot of stupid things. He's a record holder in doing a lot of stupid things, humongously stupid things. This president came into office and broke ECOWAS in half. The landmass of ECOWAS, anyway. He broke it in half. And then he went on to float our currency. And now Nigeria has been designated a country of concern, and Islamic genocide is happening. Christian genocide is happening, and now we are under military airstrikes. You see, when I look at it from the surface, just looking at the events, he has been a horrible leader. You see, and Nigerians, some stupid Nigerians voted for him. Oh. They will see this thing is wrong, but because of tribalism and religious stupidity, they will vote for him. That's what got us into all this mess we are in. Our people, and many of you in the chat, because you hate Tinubu, you will not think twice about what Trump is doing. You will be happy. I don't understand how people, are you not grown men? You should be able to, you have devices now. It's not like before where you don't have devices. People just read the news for you. You don't have any way of buying newspaper to find out the news. No, you can go on your Google and check this information. What makes you think what Trump is doing is going to solve anything? He's not going to solve anything. He's just bombing forests and maybe pounding the ground somewhere. Who knows? Maybe even killing some innocent people. Like Israel just killed about, how many people did Israel kill today innocently that Israel bombed today? Let me see. Israel bomb. This is what they just bomb people. They just bomb people and you think they are killing terrorists. Do you know how many people that was killed in Gaza that Israel said they are killing terrorists? Who are they killing? They are just killing innocent people most of the time. But maybe they are killing terrorists. I don't know. If they are killing terrorists in the Sambisa forest, good for them. Let them kill as many as they can. I should be careful about using those terms. Terrorists deserve to be made accountable for their actions. That's for sure. I am 100% certain that terrorists need to be dealt with, non-negotiated with. But that is a Nigerian thing to do. But Mumu Nigerians never allowed that to happen. They will keep arguing with you. Don't recruit into the military. Don't recruit. Don't do anything. Don't. If you do it, the terrorist is inside the military too. Go and they will tell you go and get people jobs. If you get people jobs, terrorism is going to go down. Go and do this. What else did they say? Education. All kinds of excuses you people make. Excuse making, and look at where we are now. When this president promised that they were going to recruit into the security forces, if they had done it, this would not be happening today. In short, the issue of terrorism would have gone away. But because you are so stubborn, Nigerians, you are so stubborn with this thing that you people have been brainwashed from a young age of being tribal and religious, and then you refuse to even study. And many of you have multiple PhDs and want to go and study until you enter the grave. But you can't even bother to study statecraft and geopolitics and what is going on with your nation. You can't be bothered. You just want to just jump to conclusion because you don't like somebody. And then when they say you are acting out of your feelings, just feelings alone, this is what people mean. You are acting out of feelings. You are not thinking things through. You are not thinking, okay, does it even make sense what is happening now? This is just theater. What you are saying now is theater for you to watch. That's the truth. I'll bet you, anybody that want to bet me there, 2 years' time, if Nigeria hasn't recruited at least 400,000 into our security forces, terrorism will still remain and it will not change that much. I will bet anybody. I will bet anybody in 2 years' time. All this stuff is nonsense. And the only thing that it's going to do is bomb a few areas in Nigeria. Who knows? Maybe even go and bomb some important national assets. How is it going to end terrorism? It never does. It never did in Afghanistan. It still hasn't even in Israel. It still hasn't in Syria. It still hasn't. Where else was it happening? Even in Iraq, that they are fighting terrorism. It still not ended it. In Lebanon, has it ended it? The only place is terrorism end is where the security forces take over. Like in Egypt. Egypt used to have the same problem. The security forces stepped up. They recruited almost 1 million into their security forces, into their military, and it is over now. It is over now. The same thing with Algeria. You all remember, I don't know whether many of you are old enough, but the ones that are old enough, they know what was happening in Libya. Not Libya, like Algeria. Algeria was very, very bad. When I was growing up, Algeria, the kind of bloodshed I was hearing about in Algeria was so much. But today it's all calm now. Because their security forces took charge. The nation took charge and did what they needed to do for themselves. Nobody can solve your security problem for you other than your people. and we have them in spades. And we have brave Nigerians. I know we have brave Nigerians. I've seen them. We have very, very brave Nigerians out there that are willing to do the job. But our people, because of our bad belly, they'll say, oh, don't join the military. Oh, the military is terrorism. Don't join the state. Let's break it up. Let's go and have a conversation. All this talk you are talking, how is that saving your people that are getting kidnapped every day? Why don't you just go and do what needs to be done first? Then you can come and talk later. Because the time to talk is after you have secured your environment. Now, look at Trump now. He's coming to bomb this in an African country. This is something that has never happened in history for a very, very long time. I don't think since 1960, American jets have flown over any Niger Congo nation ever. Like from Senegal to South Africa to go and bomb it. They didn't even bomb Zimbabwe when Zimbabwe expelled white farmers. They didn't even bomb it. That's how mismanaged our country has been. And all these Jagaban supporters that like to support Jagaban, whether he's doing rubbish or not, it's really horrible. We are paying for our sins. Let's face it. We are literally paying for our sins. And we have not even started. What we are seeing right now, we are paying for our sins. All these people that are supporting Jagaban, they know what he's doing is wrong. They will still support him anyway. Some people that know what America is doing now is wrong, they know it, but they don't care. They will support it because they hate the other side. That is how Nigerians behave. At least most of them behave. There are some that can see between the lines. They can read between the lines. They will know, okay, Jagaban has screwed up here. America has screwed up here. What are we going to do to take care of ourselves? I tell you, that's where most of you should be. If you want to bet me, anybody that is brave enough, come and put your money down, and I will tell you this terrorism is not going anywhere because of Trump bomb Nigeria. It's not, Trump will leave office, terrorism will still remain if Nigerians don't take action themselves. We have to take our own action to defend ourselves. If you don't get those people into your security forces, why should you deserve security? Why should you deserve security? Why should you even survive if you keep expecting foreigners to come and save you? Nigeria is one of those special nations. People don't know. Many Nigerians don't even know how special their nation is. Maybe even not the nation, just that area. They don't even understand it. Like people like, like Esau that sold his birthright for porridge. That's how many Nigerians behave. They have signed off their birthright a long time ago. They don't even understand. That's why grown men will be happy that their country is getting bombed. Because they've signed away their birthright a long time ago. Jagaban has failed. We know Jagaban has failed now. But your fellow Nigerians that will be defending him. The guy, he was a spectacular failure. Was he not on this channel? I was telling fellow Nigerians, this guy is flying overseas every day for treatment. Do you think he's going to govern for you? He's not there to govern for you. He is there to govern for other people. People think he's bombing, and what he's doing now is against Jagaban. I don't know where they got that one from. And I think, was it on Omoye Corner that was saying that the French are not going to come and save Tinubu? What? The French and the US are on the same boat. What are you talking about? They are part of NATO. Don't you get it? Do our people even study geopolitics at all? How can you have a people that are part of NATO, that they have a military alliance, and you think France will come and fight America on behalf of Nigeria? What? What? Man, we need to study geopolitics a little bit more before we start saying stuff that we don't even understand at all. And this is why we will invite a snake into our own house. We will not even know, because our people don't know anything. They don't know anything about the world. They just walk around the world like zombies. They see America has a lot of weapons. Oh, yeah, nice country. We speak English like them. So that's it. Oh, France. Oh, yeah. France oppress French Francophone countries. That's all they know about France. They don't know much about what France represents. How is France against the West? France is part of the West. Tinubu going to France all the time simply means he's going to the West. That's simply what it means. They are not against each other. The question you have to ask yourself is, what has Tinubu given them? What has he sold to them now? Because whatever he sells to them, the only thing you can pray for, which I doubt we are going to get to, because we clearly know God has already answered our prayers. Our Mumun is not letting us see it, that we need to do our own bit. The only thing we can pray for is that whatever he negotiates with these Western powers is good for us. Because so far I've not seen it. All I've seen is dirty December. All I have seen is dirty December. What have they given us? What have they negotiated with Tinubu that is going to be good for us? And some people, one of the things they keep talking about, I don't know how many people that have said, oh, America is going to come and steal your natural resources. Who cares? Nobody cares. I don't care about it. If let me say this, if America would take all our natural resources and ensure Nigeria is secure, arms our military, allows Nigeria to be able to defend itself and recruit into the security forces, has a military alliance with Nigeria to defend itself, and quid pro quo, Nigeria will also help America, and Nigeria will be able to develop and become a strong nation. I don't care. America, take all the natural resources. Because natural resources is just, how do I describe it? It's not as important as we like to think. The most important natural resources is in your brain. Not what you have underneath the ground or even on top of the ground. It's what's in your brain. That's your true national resources. If you have that, the world is yours. In short, not just the world, the universe is yours. So we really need to work on our head, the way we think, because many Nigerians are so, oh my God, it's so sad how backward we truly are in terms of understanding how nations work. And our leaders, anybody that has made it to leadership, they are so negligent. They are really so negligent of telling people what the truth truly is. You know, from two sides of it. I'm not speaking for two sides of my mouth. You see, when I speak on two sides of my mouth, what that tells you is that I am balanced. I don't care. Both sides have their problem, big ones. Because guess what? Both sides are Nigerians. We are all the same people, and we all have this flaw that has led us into this mess that we are in. The truth is that we have always been in this mess. People might think that this is a new low. We've always been in this mess. Just that this one is just one of the chapters that is showing it, and it will get worse. I'm sorry to say, it will get worse. Most Nigerians think that we're going to get out of this, get out of the mess we are in somehow by catching cruise, or somehow we sneak our way through it and just become successful. That's not how it happens. Most nations have to go through some tough times, some seriously tough times. And Nigeria, do you know, in all our history, the only people that can say they went through tough time at any point in Nigeria is the Southeast, when that civil war was occurring. At least the regions that experienced that war, those are the ones that will say they experienced tough time in Nigeria. Because most Nigerians haven't seen what it's like to truly be hungry and you are living from hand to mouth. That not one person, the entire nation, not one person here and there, or poor people that live in the slums. No, the entire nation has to be struggling for food. We don't know what that is like at all. We've not seen it before. We don't know what it's like when you hear 300,000 is dead in the last week because of somebody just did something and they're all gone. We don't know what it's like. And we think we've seen anything yet. We've not seen anything. And we are not going to twerk our way out of this one. We are not going to dodge our way out of this one. All those crazies are thinking that breaking up Nigeria is your solution. That to show you how crazy many of our people are. During Christmas right now, guess what is happening in Nigeria? All these crazies that want Nigeria to break up, they are all running to their towns. So their towns remain their own. Their language remain their own. Their kings remain their own. Everything remains. Everything is still in place. The only thing they don't like is the idea that you have a country. Soon, those people will even hate that they have Africa. Where would they stop? They will hate that there's a world out there. You see, the reasoning is so flawed. They are acting as if somehow when they created Nigeria, their towns disappeared. Their language disappeared. Their gods disappeared. It's all there. It's all there. That shows you our limitation in the way we think. We ascribe some life, some kind of negative force to Nigeria that it doesn't have. I think Nigeria is eroding the Yoruba culture, or is eroding the Hausa culture, or is eroding the Igbo culture, or the Ijaw culture, Ishekiri, or the Benin. No, they are all still standing. As a matter of fact, the Benin people got their stolen these artifacts, quite a lot of them back just this year. The cultures are still there. The towns are still there. The people are still there. The country is just a club. And a club of power, if you know how to tap into it. If you decide to break that one up, you don't have anything remotely as powerful than that. What kind of senseless thinking is that? You don't have anything remotely as powerful as Nigeria. You would rather go to a Chinese, smaller, midget state. And then, and then in that your midget state, you go and argue with the superpower that is already bombing your country that is even bigger now. That's already bombing it. Imagine if you're smaller, what it will do to you. Trump is using Nigeria as a distraction. He doesn't care about Christians. If he cared about Christians so much, why is he not welcoming Christian refugees? Have you seen Trump welcome Christian refugees? Have you seen him welcome any Christian refugees to America the way he welcomed them to what they call it? The way he welcomed the South African that are not even facing a genocide in South Africa. They are not even facing genocide in South Africa, but yet he welcomed the white South Africans to America. Why is he not welcoming you? But let me go to the chat and talk to Nigerians and see what they are saying, because it's good to get points of view of what is going on in the country. Let me see the images here. What is it showing? It's used as a distraction now, because this Nigeria issue came up when Israel was trying to imply that the genocide going on in Nigeria. Why is everybody talking about its own genocide? You see what I mean? So they need something else to say there's another genocide going on out there. It's not only Israel that is doing it. As a matter of fact, Netanyahu, just yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, let me see if I can find that speech. He literally made a speech about this. Netanyahu made a speech about the genocide in Nigeria that is going on. It's funny. You couldn't even make it up. Maybe he basically may be the one that just ordered Trump to do what Trump is doing now, because somehow that guy seems to be more powerful than Trump. Let me see if I can find that video. I just saw that video yesterday. That was quite interesting video, actually. Let me see if I can find it. It was on X. Somebody shared it with me. It was on it. Somebody shared that with me. So let me find that that video. So you see what I mean, and that should tell Nigerians that how much influence Israel has over Trump right now. And this is something that a lot of Americans are alarmed by. Let me see if I can find that image, that video. It was just yesterday. Where is it again? Yeah, somebody shared the video yesterday. Let's see. Yeah, that's it there. see and get it out so you guys can see it. I'll play it, you know.
Greetings to our Christian friends around the world. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year from here, the Holy Land, Israel, the only country in the Middle East where the Christian community is thriving. Israel is the only country in the Middle East where Christians can practice their faith with full rights and in total freedom, where Christian pilgrims are embraced with open arms and are so deeply appreciated, where Christians can celebrate proudly their traditions and openly do so without any fear. In Jerusalem, the city municipality every year officially distributes Christmas trees. It's been doing so for 2 decades. By contrast, a few days ago, in the Palestinian town of Jenin, Palestinians burnt a Christmas tree in the Holy Redeemer Church. That's the difference. Israel stands up for Christians across the region, wherever they face widespread intimidation and persecution. While Israel's Christian population is growing, the Christian population in countless areas across the region has been dwindling due to systematic discrimination and oppression. This has happened in Iraq, it's happened in Syria, it's happened in Lebanon, it's happened in Turkey, and it's happening in the Palestinian Authority. The birthplace of Jesus, Bethlehem, used to have 80% Christian population. That's when we were there. When we left and gave it to the Palestinian Authority, it has since dwindled from 80% to 20%. The persecution of Christians or members of any religion cannot and must not be tolerated. And Muslim militant displacement and attacks against Christians in Nigeria, that too must end, and it must end now. I'm sending Israel's Christmas blessings to our Christian friends around the world, and I ask you, know that Israel will always stand with you.
Now you see what I mean. So all these things are orchestrated, but you guys, our people are so brainwashed that
From
they can't even
Jerusalem.
see it. They can't even see it. They are laughing at you. They are just laughing at our people. Sometimes I feel embarrassed being a black person. I tell you, specifically African, to be, because African Americans are not that gullible. They are not that gullible about this. We are some of the most gullible groups ever. Now this is the rocket that he's launching. That maybe most people think that, oh my God, it's going to save Nigeria. Yeah, right. If he was going to save Nigeria, this is something that they have been using for the last 2 years, bombing Gaza. They've been bombing Gaza, Bozak, 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 Bozak. Where did he get us? He's still, him that just spoke just now, Netanyahu, is still next door to Hamas. I don't know what to tell Nigerians. So, the man that just spoke, that is technically wanted by the International Criminal Court, he's still living next door to Hamas after bombing Hamas for straight 2 years. Today they are still bombing Hamas. Actually, they killed a lot of people today. Let me see whether I can find the images. How does that even solve anything? Let me see. Somebody says I'm missing the point. Let me see. What point am I missing? Let me check what he's saying. Missing the point always. I'm blaming people who are asking to be allowed to go if they are not welcome. Leave Lagos and leave the north. I don't see when you keep saying that you are not welcome and they want you to go. The truth is that you don't even know yourself. Oh my God, why are people like this? You don't even know yourself. Because if you knew yourself, if you knew your people are outgoing people. They are everywhere. Why would you want to go? That is your power. But you don't even know your power. Like we have been twisted round and round in such a way that where our power lies, we turn against it. That's how we are. Like you actually think, like because you are from the southeast, living in Nigeria is going to solve your problem. You're just making it worse. Because that's not your nature. Your nature is you are expansive. You travel to places, bravely traveling to places that most people will not even dare to. You are adventurous people. and you actually think caging yourselves inside the Southeast is going to solve anything, it's not going to solve anything. Most of the people that are causing problems in the Southeast are Southeasterners. Just like the Southerners, South people are causing problems in the South. The North too are causing problems for their people. Our people have been, in short, our people are just like you, let's face it. They're not that different from you. You are all the ones, you are Nigeria. You are the ones causing the problem because you don't even know your power. You don't know your power. That's the truth of the situation. Because when I keep saying, oh, it's just the elite, but the elite come from the people. Is that not true? Am I mistaken? True Nigeria believes in electoral system. What do you want me to believe? You want me to believe in dictatorship so that somebody just comes overnight and takes over? You think you will be happy with that? I believe in the most advanced democratic system, which is a direct democratic system. If we wanted that, we can elect a president from each region and they go and sit in a presidential council. Then everybody goes home not worrying about who is going to be president, because you know your president is there. They are all making decisions together. 6 heads is better than one to make a decision for a nation like Nigeria. That is how it's supposed to be. But our people, instead of them to be thinking creatively, thinking about new things, new ways of solving problems, we double down on ways that never worked. Why do we do that? If you carry an umbrella today and you go outside in the rain and the rain beats you because the umbrella is torn and broken, tomorrow are you going to carry that same umbrella? But technically, that's exactly what our people do. They'll carry the same umbrella thinking that it's going to give them a different result. But it won't. The result is exactly going to be the same. And our people are just going to think that, oh, somewhere along the line, it's going to come out different. It's not going to come out different. It's going to come out the same way. Yeah, so I just think that I think some people want to come on this in chat. So, but I'm going to look to bring people in. But to be fair, I don't think I have the patience today. I don't want people to come here and just start talking. Oh, great! Trump is the king of kings. And, Trump is this. Trump is that. I don't think I would like to be hearing that. To be fair, but to be at the same time, you have your freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want to say, of course. I actually wanted to do a live stream about the Southeast today. I wanted to do a live stream about the Southeast because there are so many great things that I see that I want to provide, that share from my own point of view of what I see from the Southeast region. I wanted to do that today, but because it's Christmas, I know people are not going to be watching much anyway. So, but Trump now has gone and done his own thing, so that has thrown everything off. So, but let me share the link. If people want to come in and share their opinion about what Trump has just done, please, I tell you, while you're coming in, understand this. I'm not against your point of view, but when you hold a view, justify it with strong evidence. And I know you come with your evidence too. When you come with that evidence, if I give you any evidence that it kind of surpasses that evidence, give me another one. Because our people are watching now, they are going to learn a lot from whatever you are going to come and share. Give me another one that says my opinion is faulty. Then we do that to and fro so that our people can learn from it and see where the holes lie and where the truth truly belongs. The fewer the people that join, the better, to be fair. I'm not keen on too many people joining because then we'll not have a chance to delve deeper into our reasoning. Most of you believe the same thing, so there's no need for everybody to come in. So it will be good for us to flesh this issue out and learn something instead of just come here and watch Trump bomb Nigeria and then go home, sleep, and go on Boxing Day, enjoy ourselves. If you're in Nigeria, you go and enjoy yourself. If you're in the West, you go shopping on Boxing Day, and that's it. And wait for the next round of bombing to occur. This is a seismic moment. People don't understand. See, people don't read history. They don't understand how seismic this is. This is the first time America has gone and bombed a Black African nation. Especially, no Niger Congo nation has been bombed like this. Even India, at its heights, has not been bombed like this. This in Mugabe at its height, kicking white farmers out of lands, it was not bombed. But somehow Nigeria has not been bombed. And I've been calling for us to secure our country for a very, very long time. But many of you that were pushing back against it didn't know any better, because many of you actually literally said we don't have any enemies from outside. Until today, you still double down and say Trump is not our enemy. But let's wait now. History, who is history going to prove right? And I really don't want you to prove me right, because if you are right, then we are going to emerge somewhere along the line. Things are going to get better. We are going to be happy. But if I'm right, things are going to get worse. And I really don't want to be right. This one, I don't know who to bring in on. This one that people are showing up. The last thing I need is Panzer to show up. Panzer, but I guess I did set a premise for the discussion. We need to get somewhere with it, because
I'll be here 2 minutes at the most. Look at my food. I'm getting ready to eat it now. See?
Yeah, you 2 minutes. You here 2 minutes. Okay, we'll see how that is going to occur then. So let's, I like one brain cell, because I hope we'll probably share similar opinions on this. And he's capable of at least trying to analyze point for point, so that we get somewhere with this, because it's not about, let's break up the country, let's go after Jagaban, and I say, to hell with America. No, let's try to
let me tell you
Okay.
something, forefathers. I am not one of those that say we should break up the country. That's the difference between me and Nnamdi Kanu. I want us, Biafrans, to take over the country, the whole thing. We brought independence. We're not going to break it up. I want the whole thing. Nnamdi Kanu wants some of the states that are Igbo. I want the entire Nigeria, because we brought independence. If you want a country, go get your own. Now, here's the problem you have, right, with the activity that's going on in Nigeria today. There's something called a paradox. It looks this way, but it's actually that way, right? That's how you know somebody who's ignorant. If you don't, we're just looking at it, you're making a mistake, because what's happening in our country today is the best gift we could get. They have taken over the country to where there are no branches of government. Criminals have taken over the country, where the courts, the legislature belong to the executive. They're supposed to be checking those things. There should be checks and balances. If you don't have that, you don't have anything. No matter what kind of government you have, if it's communist, if it's Ataki, if it's a socialist or whatever, you have to have somebody check on the powers that the people gave. Do you understand how those people get the power? And the executive and the legislature and the judiciary, the people are the ones who are sovereign. They gave those powers to those people in that constitution. So how are you going to have somebody like Tinubu come in and in the open buy up every one of these branches, right? So we need an outsider to come in to help us. Then we have to take it over. The people at some point have to take it over. Any other country now would have gone to the streets, because we're being disgraced. You're right. Our president doesn't even want to tell us what's happening. He should have gone dramatically in a press conference and say, hey, look, we've been attacked, or I've given permission for the United States to come in and bomb some areas or whatever. He doesn't want to tell us what he's doing, right? So if we're that bad to where we have no control of our resources, we have Dangote. He's one of the problems we have in the country. It's economic terrorism. It's not monopoly. What is doing is a monopolist.
Let's not go into Dangote.
No,
because
please. Let me. I'm landing that I'm done. We should never be in a panel where you have to tell me anything, right? When I come into a panel, you're supposed to keep your mouth shut. Since I came on this platform, the activity today is what I've been telling you that we need. This is the preliminary. If you go and look at every other talking head on this platform, I'm the one who comes closest to it. what the Islamic terrorists and Islamists, not just the terrorists, maybe 100% of Northern Muslims needs to be taught a lesson. They're going to have to modernize, like I was saying yesterday, have to obey our constitution. They have to obey human rights, women's rights. So here's the final point I wanted to make. This is why I came in to say this, because I believe that nobody's getting it right. The United States is talking about Christian persecution. So let's just put it religious persecution. It's not just the genocide. The genocide is an important aspect to it. They want to stop people getting killed. But it also means if we go and vote, you cannot rig the election. That's persecution if you are making the votes of Christians not count. That's persecution. That's very important to me. We want to make sure that if you rig, you're bombed or you die, right? So Tinubu should not be on the ballot.
So you are saying that America should be responsible for enforcing rules for our own nation?
It's not just America, it's America and the Nigerian people. Don't forget who's sovereign.
Yeah, but you are saying America because
I said America plus. America plus.
Yeah, but should be something that Nigerian people decide, not America.
We decided, right? You're a minority. You really have no. You shouldn't be saying anything in this thing here, right? You're a minority. Maybe
I shouldn't be saying anything. I don't understand what you are talking about. You're just going all over the place.
3%. So I conclude that you other people want to chime in, but the only point I want to make to Nigerians is this. This thing is about Christian persecution. It's not just about genocide. It includes turning off those beavers and includes punishing things that we've already done in the past, like that 2023 election. It was stolen. So it's the beginning, and get ready. All right. Thank you very much. Enjoy. I'll be listening from outside.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. And let me bring in Revolution now. Okay, I think it's one brain cell that came next.
I came first, though. I came first.
Came first. Okay. Great. Revolution now. Thank you for joining me today, because hearing this, in one sense, is a good news, because our people have been under some illusion that somewhere along the line there's some guardian angel saving us somewhere, and many of them are still under the illusion because they are thinking that Trump is there to save them. But what do you make of this event in terms of, from your own perspective? You probably have listened to me yapon about it, so I will let you just describe what you observe and what we should take from it.
Merry Christmas, everybody. And first of all, I want to congratulate Mr. Pansat. You know, he have opened the door of truth. Almost all what he said, I'm very happy that he said them, because I don't normally agree with him, because he said I'm an anti-intellectuals. I'm not anti-intellectuals at all. At least I have gone to a bit of schooling myself, so I know what it is to be educated. So really, I appreciate him. Most of his submitment is top notch. Let me use that word, because he broke down everything the way I wanted to. Maybe I wouldn't have dealt with it the way he dealt with it, because of intellectualism. So I respect him for his own submission. He did a lot. For me, I can tell you, I was reading the comment section while you were talking, and people said the best Christmas gift Nigeria ever got. It is one of the best news I've ever had in my life. Because I don't want you to see it differently, as if, because most of you educated ones, some of you, and those sympathizers of Islam, will tell you Trump want to invade Nigeria. He didn't say he's invading Nigeria. Many of you have given example, look, anywhere Nigeria, even my guy I support, Showore, he was a part of that group of people who, of course, are forgiving him, giving us example, where America has gone, what ended up with it, how did it end, Afghanistan, blah, 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 you know. It is not the same. Let us help you people, let's educate you people a little bit more. Where they went in those places, they went to remove the sitting government. because of the cries of the people of that country. The people of that country cried. They needed help. For crying out loud.
Wow.
They needed help and called America.
Did they get
to come.
help? Or did it get
Yes.
worse?
It didn't get worse. It's just that the system, please, if you don't mind, forefathers.
No,
You know,
I did
this is a
say
very-
that when you come in, you'll be asked questions and you need to give answers to justify your statements.
Okay,
But
then
this
I
is
will
very, very
justify.
important now. Yes.
Thank you.
Did it get
Thank you.
worse or did it get better for those people?
No, you are seeing it in the angle of you don't support them coming, so it will get worse in your own view. You understand me? In my own view, it didn't get
in
worse.
terms of living standard, in terms of life expectancy, in terms of organization, those are the metrics that nations are measured by. Did it get better for any of the nations that America went and bombed?
In my view, it got better. You know why?
Okay.
Because those people, like what is happening in the northern Nigeria today, they learned a lesson. They knew that there's a force bigger than them. So what they are doing now is they handle their people with the belief that when they fuck up, there's another mighty power that can descend on them. That is where you people don't see it. Where I live in Sweden, we have a lot of refugees from those countries, and we interact. The Taliban in Afghanistan might have taken back the power, but they do it now with the belief that there's somebody watching them. You understand
So
me?
that is the only matrix that you use to measure whether the nation,
Of course.
the nations
Before
got better. So
before, excuse
Libya,
me, Libya
okay.
situation. You see the case of Libya. It is people like you who are saying that things are not getting better. You understand me?
No, things got worse. Not whether things are not getting better. Of course, things may get better.
Nothing got worse. Most people believe that when Gaddafi was there, of course, I could believe that when he was there, it's difficult to see a Libyan outside Libya because he was taking care of them in his own way, while he was killing a lot of people also in his own way. People were locked in prisons that they don't see the daylight. You understand me? So we should not forget all those atrocities. And then he was trying to Islamatize Africa with the money he has. You people don't, I mean.
Yeah, but you look at one thing, but I'm saying the nation, you said they help the nation. The help you are asking for, because we are now living through it, the same thing again. That you are saying help Libya. Is it objectively, did they objectively help Libya? If you want to, I can pull up the GDP of Libya, I can pull up life expectancy of Libya, and let's see what I actually helped Libya.
Okay, further, let me tell you my mind about when you compare Nigeria with other places. We are not in those places. Nigeria is a peculiar case. So please, I was just making references to that nobody should come and help Nigeria because of this, that. Please, let us leave this, that, and concentrate on my own country, Nigeria. I'm a refugee today. I might be living good in Africa, wherever I'm living, but in my soul, I'm a refugee, and I don't like that. I want to be able to go back home to Nigeria and show those my people who are still living there that at least I survived. Not to show them I'm wealthy, because I'm not. At least I'm still alive. I can't remember the last time they saw my face live, touch my skin live, because of few people who think, okay, I don't want to waste your time, doctor. Forefathers, you know I don't like wasting time. Only that today is a special day. I was sleeping. Suddenly I saw you alive. So I said, let me join forefathers. Before now, you broke the news to me that my big brother has done what he promised to do, to liberate us.
Trump is your big brother.
He's the GOAT, greatest of all time, capital letter, the hope of the common people. Whether you like it or not, this is the only person.
You don't have any justification for what you are saying.
Excuse me, it is your own view. You see it like that. I'm justifying it, but you don't want to listen. Pastor have justified it. You don't want to listen.
No, you justify that it's just because it's against the North, which but if it's against the terrorists, it's against the terrorists. I agree with you on that. If it's about the terrorists, yes, you should go after the terrorists. But empirical evidence shows that is not going to solve the problem. Number one, it's not going to solve the problem. What you think is going to happen is not what is going to happen. And secondly, you don't
That's your
necessarily
view.
know the
Excuse me,
you don't
Fofa, this is
necessarily know the
your
real
view.
reason why. No, it is the view that is evident. This is evidence based. Al Qaeda is still around today. ISIS is still around today in all the countries America went to. Anyway, by the way, from Afghanistan to Iraq to Syria, Al Qaeda is in all of them. And did you know too? Let me break this one to you, just in case you didn't hear me when I was on when I was saying. Did you know America had the largest drone base in Niger Republic just barely 2 years ago, while Boko Haram was running crazy in the north of Nigeria? What makes you think this? Do you know their reasoning for doing this? Because they couldn't do it before. What makes you think they can do it now? There's no evidence to that.
Okay, please, before I lose my thought, you know, Forefather, you belong to this group of people who practice this.
That
All
follow
these people,
evidence.
hold on now. You say there's no evidence. We have seen evidence, but you don't want to listen to our own evidence. You want us to listen to your own
Well,
evidence.
your evidence you are presenting is big from just because you don't like terrorists. I don't like terrorists, but you can't base it on that because it has never worked.
Forefathers, listen. If you see, let me give you these conspiracy theories you people carry up and down. Let me tell you something. Let me give you I hope I don't take much time, but please let me land so that, you know, you are cutting me off. I don't want to lose what I want to say. Nigerians are being bullied by a group of criminals. You understand me? We are being bullied. We have been bullied right from the days of Fela, when he started singing Paddy Paddy Government, if you know no person. These are the things, the first time they opened our eyes of what is happening in Nigeria. And if you see, I'm in my 50s, forefathers, so I'm not a small boy to tell you that I was told. I lived through it. This came with this military government. How many of them were Westerners, Southerners? I mean, when we talk about Nigeria, we talk about people at the top, the commander-in-chief, not they give you one post to one side. They say, oh, but the Igbo is the army chief, is this. We're talking of commander-in-chief, the people responsible, the man who has the last say. They were all Fulanis. The only person who succeeded among them to come up a little bit was Obasanjo, and he was being guarded. You understand me? But this was how far these people have taken over Nigeria. Even though most of us don't talk or don't pretend as if, you understand me? But the theory I want to give is the theory of a bully. If a bully is bullying you and you never reply, they continue bullying you. They have oil wells in the South, which is not in their backyard, okay? But they will tell you that all of them have oil wells. You understand? Just these little things. Now, God has answered the prayers of Christians in Nigeria. They're coming to remove them from their high south. So, forefather, I know you will never agree with me because you've made up your mind, you and your colleagues, or those who think like you. Even Showore was part of them. But though his own view is that he wants Nigerians to solve the problem themselves. And he said something, what if Trump doesn't come? But now that Trump has come, I know he will change his mind because we need help. I'm not against Muslims.
You need help.
We need help, at least to start a new story. Now the help has come, we will now see the new story begin. Because the bully must stop bullying us. Because now he knows there's a bigger bully.
They are the ones bullying you. Okay, see. Okay, let's agree on one thing. What is happening now may lead to a situation where I just maybe to an extent I wish Trump does it. Goes outside and start doing other things to disrupt the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian state itself. When he does that, let's even cause an overthrow of the regime. If that happens in Nigeria and the chaos that follows, mark my words, if you say you wanted a revolution, that's when it's going to happen. is going to create leaders that the people that are talking like the way most people in the chat are talking, their heads are going to be taken off, because those people need to go. If Nigeria, if we are as people have to survive, those people need to go. Those people that always believe that foreigners can save us, they need to go. And they should be the first to go, because if they don't go, they will betray us repeatedly. Like the leader you are talking to right now is a friend of the West. That's how crazy we are. He's a friend of the West.
Forefather, we are not crazy. Nigeria is a peculiar country. We need something to happen there so that the good among us,
that's where we agree. That's where we agree.
Excuse me. So that the good amongst us, whether it's a Muslim or a Christian, can come to power so that they can change that country. Without the intervention of a mighty power like Mr. the greatest of all time, GOAT in capital letter, mind my words, he's the greatest of all time, whether you like him or not.
Man, that thing you are saying here is not going to age well. I can assure you.
But that is your own view.
Tomorrow, it's not going to age well.
The discussion now. Why is only him talking for how many?
Yeah, leave him now. See, I didn't want to have many people because of it, because the idea is just to get the.
Then let other people.
We are all going to be saying the same thing. We are all going to be saying the same thing.
AY, please. He's the one. He asked me a question. You know me, I'm not the waster. I'm not like you guys who are biased, who are Islamist in nature. I'm telling you neutrally, please. So don't say I'm the only one speaking. When you enter now, nobody can stop you.
Because you don't know what you're talking about now. We see
in your own view now.
That's your own view. Just let him listen, because I know people have strong opinions.
Say your nonsense, I leave.
Please, Forefather, just give me a minute to round up. You see, that is what we are saying. The bullies have been bullying for a long time. AY, I mean, my brother, I speak the truth. Why I like him is that he knows what he's saying. Sometimes you will listen to him, he will give you examples and make up a mind. But people like AY, who told you that when Tony was telling him before that Muhammad did not bring Islam, he was making some noise before I speak the truth, corrected him and explained to educate people like us. We understood it, we were listening. So,
okay, before going to Mohammed, hold on. Sorry, leave it. Before going to Mohammed question.
No, I was just trying to tell you why.
Yeah, I understand. Let me do some paperwork. We have over 670 people watching, and there's barely any likes out there. You have to like, share, and subscribe. We have to hold the conversation, and Nigerians, take your time. It doesn't cost you anything. I'm not asking for donation at the moment. I'm just asking for people to like and share, and also subscribe to True Niger. I need subscribers, and all you have to do is click the subscribe button, and you'll be notified whenever we are live, because you never know. And there's also a Roku post that you can go and subscribe to. Most of you already know it, and I'm going to share the link in the chat. Just go and like. Because, okay, I can see the like going up on Dr. Damages, but I'm not seeing it going up on this in True Niger. You need to also like on that channel, because that's why I'm here. I'm also working on Christmas Day, for crying out loud. This is Boxing Day now. So we are all working, and you need to also support it, not just because it's only this in one channel. We are all here working together to bring news to you and actually discuss these things as honestly as possible. So let me
30 seconds. Just 30 seconds.
Don't say anything yet. Don't say anything yet, because I want to see whether they actually go over to do what I just said, because they let them just keep watching us stare at each other, because Nigerians, they don't do anything until you make them do it, like Abacha. If they don't tell them to do anything, they don't go and do it. You see, not one person has moved, and I've shared the link again for you to like, and let me see.
Like and share. Tunaya, this is your biggest view. This is your biggest view ever. Push them to go like Dr.
There was 1,000 the other day when Trump threatened to attack Nigeria. Nigerians, when they hear that the foreigners want to kill us, they get turned on. They start showing up.
Okay, give me a minute. Give me a minute so that I go away, please. Please.
No, I know you are going to be here. I'm just trying, because they want to hear you. And if you don't give them time to go and come back, because they will get stuck. They want to listen to you. They are not going to go and come back. So viewers, go. It takes you less than 1 minute to do it. Go over, subscribe, come back, and carry on viewing. Like share and subscribe. Do your due diligence. See, even in Dr. Damages, we have over almost 700 people watching, and Dr. Damages likes have not even gotten up to 100. Come on. People, stop, go and subscribe and come back.
Please go and subscribe, guys. Let's do it.
Zero. I've not seen one person even move. The likes have gone up on the other channel.
Tell them you are going to end the show.
No, if I end the show, then there will be no discussion anymore now. And I could. Who says this? We have to be
don't end it. Just move to educated people. They will maybe what they are listening to. Good.
All right. So
move to educated people, please.
Let me allow Revolution now to finish this thing. At least we've taken at least a minute to do that, and I will be doing that. I will be stopping and starting so that they can engage more, because these things are important so that I can get alerts whenever we are live. All right, please. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Yeah, I will just stop now. I want to thank you specially for this program, for coming in today on a special day. I want to thank two brain cells. I want to congratulate my brother AY and the other brother, I can't see him properly. And then I want to give a busa to Mr. Pansat and the General, Dr. Damages, all of you who are handling this, giving us this opportunity to speak. And I wish you the best in the new year. But for further, promise me something. Don't say that we are supporting people to come from outside to destroy Nigeria. You know in your heart that the Nigerian people, I mean the common people, we are being oppressed by very few people. And they are from all sides of Nigeria, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Christian, Muslims. We know that they are harassing us in that country. I'm not against Muslims because we know that it's just a handful of Muslims who are killing even their own people too. We all know this. That is why I'm in support of Mr. Trump, to at least let us, you know what they used to say, let's weed our farm, so remove the thorns so that the plants can grow. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you. And I like the spirit you came in with, even if we disagree. See, that's how it is. We try to disagree. The viewers will decide where they belong. One brain cell, thank you for joining us. And let me bring in Femi. Between Femi and oh my God, I've lost
Femi
track.
came in first. Femi came in first.
No,
you actually came in first.
No, I'm saying after me, it's you, then the other guy, then A1.
Thank you for that. One brain cell. So what do you make of this? I don't need to.
Thank you. So first, yes, it's a sad day. First of all, happy Christmas to everybody, and I hope everybody's having a beautiful holiday, joyous moment, which we should all be celebrating with our families. I think this is devastating news, and I think celebrating this is short-sighted. And whoever, like you said, whoever's happy at this incident, I don't think this is going to age well. I mean, first of all, I think this is a distraction from what's happening in local politics in America, the Epstein files primarily, and other domestic issues that the Republicans and Trump's administration itself is trying to shift focus on. In addition to that, the issues in Palestine, which an entity, a wanted international criminal like Benjamin Netanyahu is definitely trying to shift focus from his atrocities in Gaza. With regards to, I wish Pansat was on here, because Pansat is someone that I'd say, maybe because I have a soft spot for him, I always tend to listen to him. And why I like Pansat is because I think Pansat is very, very, aside from I know he's an intelligent man, I think he's very misunderstood. Because I've spoken to Pansat numerous times, backstage, and I've seen him in his real element where we weren't discussing politics. It was just him having fun. He's a very funny man. He's a good man, very good man. But I think on this issue, I think he's wrong. This is not a situation where the issue is basically politics, because I heard him talk about APC, PDP, and what he termed economic terrorism by the Nigerian elite, the politicians. And I do agree with them. But here's where I disagree. We have the same issues here in the United States. A former CIA agent actually said there's something that's going to be coming out within the next few weeks about how Senator Lindsey Graham diverted funds that were meant for the U.S. prosecution of the war in Ukraine against Russia into his private bank account. So there's rumors, there's chatters around the intelligence committee or community that the same thing we complain about in Nigeria, absolute corruption, occurs here in the United States. We do know because the Pentagon has not passed an audit in almost 20 years. Trillions of dollars missing, right? Now, that said, let's look at people's antecedents, because the only way you can determine how a man is going to act in the future is how he acts now. When Donald Trump came in, and this is for Nigerians, thinking, again, this is not a slight at my brother Revolution now, thinking Trump is the GOAT, thinking Trump is this messiah, a good man. Let's look at how he treated the minorities, specifically black people, immediately he came into power. Took out DEI. Now let's look at how they treated Christians in Palestine. They sent 2,000-pound bombs in excess of $43 billion to maim the original Christians that started walking this earth. Jesus' home of Bethlehem, Nazareth in the West Bank, is under constant Israeli attacks. Just yesterday, the Archbishop of Tabor, if nobody knows who Tabor is, I would advise you to write it down and Google it. Tabor, Taybeh. It is right there. These are the streets Jesus walked. It had the largest Christian population in Palestine. They've been there for over 2,000 years. We don't think there's 500 Christians left today. Why? Because Israel has been killing them. These are the same people that you think are going to come rescue black Christians in Africa. Today, well, today's the 26th, right? On the 25th, for his Christmas sermon, the Archbishop of York, the Most Reverend Stephen Cottrell, for his Christmas sermon, told the world his experience in Gaza, in Palestine, in the West Bank, in Hebron, in Haifa, how he was treated by the Israeli forces simply because, for no other reason, because he is Christian. He wanted to again go into Tabor to meet with Father Bashir Fawadle of the Christ Redeemer Church. And this is in the Christian village of Tabor, to see how they've been coping since Israel has been systematically killing and ethnically cleansing the Palestinian Christians. I say all this to say, how on earth do you possibly conceive that people that do not care about the Christians in Palestine? Jesus was born in Palestine for you Nigerian Christians. If Jesus was alive today, he would be docking bombs and bullets right there in Palestine. So for the people that don't care about the Palestinians, that are actively killing the Christians right there, genociding them, ethnically cleansing them, you think they really care about your African self. You are deluded. Now, to my brother, a revolution now that said Christians need help, Nigerians need help. Now, let's say Christians do need help. What do you think about the Christians that were killed by the IPOB, UGM, and ESN in the southeast of Nigeria? If we even want to deny that they weren't killing Muslims, Dora Akunyili's husband was a Christian, Igbo. He was killed by IPOB. Should we now send Donald Trump to the southeast because we do know most of the people that were being murdered and killed by the IPOB were Christians themselves? So we got to be really careful about what we wish for. And I'm just going to end it by saying, and me and forefathers, we're going to argue about this later because this is probably our favorite pastime. Yes, we have enemies, but I disagree with you that the weapons, the weapons issue, like at what point, if we even wanted to arrange for them, we could have not gotten them now. We're not getting nukes in 3 weeks, right? But that's another completely different discussion. I just end by saying, be careful. Be careful what you need for, because forefather says something that is very, very correct. If this escalates, which is what I know this government is hoping for, if this escalates where, for example, the government is pulled down, overthrown, problems happen all over Nigeria, nobody's going to be the better for it. If you think the problem is going to be isolated to the north, again, you don't know what you're talking about. You're going to have small pockets of insurgencies. At least we've done this simulation over a decade ago. I would assume to say 30, 40 different pockets where insurgencies are going to happen. Nigeria is going to be on fire. Western Africa is going to be on fire. And the refugee influx that will come out of Nigeria, the whole world, the entire world will not be able to handle it. We got to be careful what we wish for.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I could have asked some question, but let me bring Femi in, because even if, like you said something about whether if we get the orders in, it's not necessarily about this conflict. It's about the one that is coming in the future too. Because this one, I don't think this one could. Trump will be out of office soon. He will be out of by next November. He will be a lame duck. Welcome, Femi. What do you make of these incidents that, for the first time in history, a Black African country that is of the Niger-Congo family has been attacked since 1960, since the independence era? No plane has flown over them to bomb them, not under Idi Amin, not under Zimbabwean leader, not even under Mandela ANC when he was tormenting white people during that time when they were fighting against apartheid. So what do you make of this incidents?
I may like to check later on whether the bombings that took place at the outset of immediately after the former Zaire's independence, or was it Congo? The other Congo that's not DR. Recall that after DR Congo, I believe, got independence, they've never had a day of peace. So I think they may have been the first that may have experienced this. But again, that's by the wayside. Just a couple of things real quick. I like to think I speak the truth for something I was gonna say 18 or 2 or 3 I was gonna say. And I'm gonna balance all of what I'm gonna say the way I understand it. One of the things I was gonna say to start with my own contribution was about how a lot of things are distractions, period. I didn't want to interrupt him. As soon as I said it, I was like, damn, I hate you. You just mentioned something I was going to start with. Now, if you notice, because again, I like to look at things from the global perspective, because I just have this belief, and anybody can criticize me, say whatever, I do not give a damn, that whatever is going on today, in fact, I have a belief that starting in 2026, I hope nobody wishes me Happy New Year, because I'm a realist. I'm not into all this sentiments about after all, for the last couple of decades or that I've been alive, every year we say Happy New Year. I don't see anything that's gotten better in the world generally. It's just my opinion. That said, I see a lot of things escalating as we continue into this unrecognizable multipolar world that we found ourselves in. I say this to say that on one hand, we're dealing with the issue that's been started by Marco Rubio, for example, in terms of what they're doing in the Caribbean, call it the Latin American countries. It's intentional. Part of which is also down to how certain other things have come to the light for those of us that pay attention very carefully, not to regular media or being swayed by sentiments across board, that there are different strings being pulled by different powers, including those that should not be mentioned, because all of a sudden, even in Europe now, you're seeing the likes of this guy called I think it's a Colonel Boyd, who's found himself being literally imprisoned in Belgium because of how he's been exposing a lot of things that the likes of the Jewish Americans, political professors and former CIA agents and what have you.
I don't know about him. What's his name?
Colonel Boyd. Honestly, I didn't know I was going to mention this. I think, pardon me, I will get his name for you properly. It's Colonel Boyd. He's one of these guys. You can look at him. He's Swiss, basically. But in the EU, if you're an EU citizen, you definitely have, apart from England that broke away for their own reasons, you can literally live anywhere as if you're a citizen of that place. So he has his house, and basically he's one of those guys that know the ins and outs because they've been there. They were in the internals of everything that was going on from the onset when it comes to all these strategies and politics and the ongoings and draftings of all kind of defense pacts, and it's a whole lot. Let's just put it that way. And of course, you have this guy, Alistair Kirk.
Oh, Jacques Boyd.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You have Alistair Cook in the UK, for example, and there's a lot of them like that. The ones that a lot of us are mostly used to are the Americans like Meisham and Co. Anyway, I'm trying to tie a lot of things together to say that I believe that we're going to be surprised. A lot of us are going to be shocked by the kind of things that are going to be happening very early next year, including Americans as well, including Europeans. Well, I'm pretty sure forefathers, because even we in America, for example, we can feel the brunt of a lot of what's already going on in terms of inflation, in terms of jobs being lost, because a lot of things are easily tied down to what's it called? AI. It's a lie. It's a lot of rules, because there's a lot of desperation going on based off of the fact that not only are we living a multipolar world, but nations are definitely aligning, and there's all kind of politics going on. Now, let me not go too far. I also wanted to debunk a couple of things I've heard tonight already. I'm not going to mention names, but I just cringe because sometimes it's unintentional mistakes. While a handful of Nigerian former presidents have been Fulani, what's it called? Babangida is Gwari, for example. What's his name?
Nupe. Babangida is Nupe.
Nupe, sorry. Then Gowon is from one of those tribes in Plateau, obviously.
Yeah.
I forgot the third person I was going to mention.
Abacha,
Abacha is Kanuri.
Abacha. Because I say this to say that I noticed that I've been there before as well. I noticed that a lot of people tend to still mix the knots together. In fact, it's not a lot of people don't understand how Hausas are different from Fulanis. And I still find it surprising, despite the fact that we don't do history and social studies like we used to. So it's easy, and then we don't know ourselves enough. So there's still that. So I think it's one of the major problems we've always had, and of course, it still ties out back to how we're put together without agreeing and all that. So I understand all of this
Yeah,
sentiments.
but how do you convince like Nigerians to like how do you get them to see that the real problem is us not taking charge? Because you can blame Tinubu, yes, he deserves blame. You can also side with Trump, which is also wrong. Both sides are also this is not profitable for us. It's
Yes.
us that have to change. How do you convince Nigerians to see that? Because many of them, like if as you can see, Revolution now supports Trump, like he's calling him the greatest of all time, and then there are other like people like us that think that we should be taking care of business, not leaving it for other people to take care of us.
Fafana, you know why I'm a bit ambivalent about this is that on one hand, it's not even about Tinubu, because Nigeria's problem did not start with Tinubu. As much as I cannot defend him, I do not like him. I always say this, I'm Yoruba. I wish everybody, away from our ethnic and religious biases, is able to independently critique and criticize their own people as well, irrespective. Because for me, especially the major tribes, including Yorubas, we are all complicit. I would not necessarily, if I have to go ethnic, we're all complicit, But that said,
can I just share something with you that is quite reflective of the moment we are in? So that you see, even when I was trying to ask the question, it's so confusing. Like, where do you even start? Because they've woven this thread around us. Let me just share this thing so you see what I mean. This is exactly what is happening to us. Let me share this. And somebody shared this on Twitter. As you can see, this is the person that shared it. Just to give him Brian LeBlanc. So I just isolated the image here so we can see it more clearly. Look at what it says. Constantly lying is not aimed at making the people believe a lie, but at ensuring that no one believes anything anymore. A people that can no longer distinguish between truth and lies cannot distinguish between right and wrong. With such a people, you can do whatever you want. And this scares me. This is what I see in Nigeria.
That is what it is now. Absolutely.
This is what I see with Nigerians.
Forefathers, something else that I cringed at listening to, and again, this is just me, because again, I've made an example of how back in the days, a lot of us that followed Voice of America, and I'm thankful, maybe in a way, I'm thankful that thing has been defunded and probably even shut down. There's something about propaganda that leads you that robs you the wrong way, and that's why again I make no apologies about the fact that we grew up on the law of propaganda, whether Nigerian propaganda, whether American propaganda, whether French propaganda. We grew, and it's still happening. Even when you come to the fact that now we're in the social media space. Look, I can say a lot, even from the side of how algorithms, because I don't think people understand. See, one of my cousins is a doctor of philosophy, psychology or whatever. There was something he told me when I first came to the US, right? And I kind of like was giving him this assumption. I came across as though when I get to, when you go to a store, I forgot what the equivalent of Walmart is in England. You get to a store, and sometimes you end up, if you're not careful, especially if you're not very disciplined, you end up buying even things that you not plan to buy.
Definitely.
It's because of, I don't know if you understand that there's a psychology behind how they arrange the things in store, so that they're saying things that when you get in. So he told me, he laughed at me. That he said, bro, sit down there and be lying to yourself. That, see, they work on, there's a reason why they have psychologists in manning saying things. It's the same thing that goes on with programming, and even in today's world, the way algorithms are being tuned. That's why you see, when you see Larry Ellison being encouraged to buy certain concerts, you see, that's the latest thing they're doing now. So let me not even go wander too far. So back to something else I was going to dispel, because again, it's very important that certain things are balanced and people are just not too sentimental. See, I have re-educated myself. I keep saying it now. This thing about Muammar Gaddafi I heard earlier. Yes, whilst it may have been true that it was autocratic and what have you, but there were a lot of Nigerians, I'm sure quite a number of us here, new Nigerians that lived there during Gaddafi's time, they will swear to you that it was the best thing since sliced bread. And ever since then, we know what has become of Libya today. I mean, we're being honest with ourselves. So I just thought I heard that, and I wanted to be sure I heard wrong, because it's very obvious it's a destabilized country right now. There was a lot going on for them, even under that autocracy. In fact, there's a common saying I hear among Libyans now, that we went from prison to there's a way they say that thing. We went from prison to something. I remember to anyway. But that's on the side. That's the other thing I wanted to comment on that I heard. Now, maybe as I round up, there's something I also wanted to mention as I was listening to I Speak the Truth. This issue of whether it's just Christian. I mean, again, two things can be right at the same time. I'm a Christian, for crying out loud. Maybe I also have the privilege of having grown up among Muslims in the north. And then amongst Yorubas, we do have this, maybe you could call it this privilege of sorts, of being mixed within various families. Like my extended family, there's a lot of mixture. There's Muslims that are married, Christians and all that. In fact, in some cases, a lot of Northerners would think that Southwesterners are not Christian, Muslim enough in some cases. But I'm not saying it's all of them. I'm just saying it's sentiments that I've seen. Because again, it ties down back to how we discriminate amongst ourselves, thinking that one group is better than the other. It's a thing, whether we like it or not. And that's why you see situations where even between blacks, Black Americans and even Africans, there's that issue, that fissure, where sometimes Black Americans think African Americans are too arrogant, and the other way around as well. Now, that said, there's a case of the Christians in Syria as well. If it's possible for is it Assad to have been removed, and someone that used to be a known terrorist that really they wanted to take out has now been polished to the point where is now being regarded as someone that should stand side by side with the Western world. All of a sudden, he's being presented to us like as someone that we should relate with. If that's not hypocritical on one hand, to the point where even as we speak today, their parishioners that are being killed in Syria, Christians are being killed in Syria, and nobody is saying anything about that. And then someone will tell me that, you should talk about Nigeria, as if we're isolated from what's happening in the rest of the world. Abba. Again, not only Christians are being killed in Nigeria, and I say this with my full chest. Yes, it's a lot on the Christian side, and I should be able to defend Christians. But I mean, there are Muslims that are against this thing that actually protect Christians as well. We see these things, we know these things. So as much as we want to express our sentiments, what pains me, I used to be very, very, very sentimental as well and biased as well. But I've grown out of this biasness. Let's think humanity as well. Let's think humanity. I mean, I don't know Christians that are married to Muslims in Nigeria anymore. What should they do? I don't know Yorubas that are married to Igbos anymore. What should they do? That is not to say that people should not have their opinions. But if some of us speak about our own beliefs, then we should not be castigated as being a pro-Muslim. I don't even know what that means, because in a way, I have been able to balance this thing. And there's certain things that when I meditate about them, I want to be clear to myself. I want to be clear to my conscience that I am not I'm not being fascisal, if you will. Let's be honest with ourselves. We're all complicit in one way or the other in what's happening to us. At the end of the day, do I even blame Trump or any American? It's something that America has been. It's not even about Trump, as far as I'm concerned. America has been doing all kinds of things that the people did not ask for a long time as well. Let's be honest with ourselves now. And we also forget, a lot of us live in America. We see the kind of hypocritical things that happen even within America, the same things that America complains about other people. I mean, I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to be here, but then I cannot see black and be calling it white. I mean, after all, the Americans are, as we speak today, what the present regime or government was elected to do, they're not even doing it. And even when you look at the fact that there are things like the Epstein files and other things that are going on that we're being distracted from, then you try. If I can criticize Tinubu and someone tells me I cannot criticize Trump, I mean, come on now. What kind of
Thank you.
are we?
Thank you. Just to confirm your statement about Syria, Christians were under attack when these guys came into office, but they have not been under attack recently anymore, at least. But when he came to office, they were attacked, and there was quite a lot of upheaval.
Actually, forefathers, that's not even true. They're still being killed. And these I forget what you call this minority ethnic group as well that are being slaughtered as we speak. That's not even true.
Yeah, there's unrest. Definitely, there's unrest in Syria.
The Alawites.
Yellow whites, yeah.
Yeah, the Alawites.
Yeah,
there's unrest in Syria, that's for sure. But the point is that Trump was comfortable putting an Islamist, not just a Muslim, an Islamist in office. He was fine with that.
A terrorist.
Yes, he's fine with that. And people,
a known terrorist that was beheading people on camera and had a $50 million bounty on his head.
This is my point, that Nigerian Christians somehow think that this has anything to do with them. They don't understand what Trump is demanding from the current leader that are there. They don't know what is going on behind the scenes, what they are demanding that they do with the Chinese, and we just don't know. And now they're just bombing our country. They're coming to carry out surveys, discovering things about us that we don't necessarily know about ourselves. What our leaders are doing, some of our leaders, my God, they will not know peace. And they are just like many of our people. They sell our people out for nothing. We don't even value our own lives. And this is why people can be happy though to see foreigners come and save us. Because we don't value our own life. Why can't you save yourself?
It's up to us, because we definitely are not a serious nation anyway. We definitely not serious.
We don't value our own lives. We outsource it to others to save for us. The fact that you can't save yourself, you don't value it enough, then you leave for some other person to come and save it for you. Jesus Christ, who is saving those people?
Let other people speak. You know,
look at him. And look at him.
Don't get tired.
Ojoro man. He come here that tell me I don't tire. This thing was supposed to be few people to come in so that we just drill the issue down. But
remove yourself then. We're gonna be blessed.
You're welcome, AY. Let me bring in who is next?
I think it's Vitri.
It's me.
Vitri, man of finance. I hope you are not doing bets on this bombing in any way. These people that deal with forex. So, but what do you make of it though? Because I'm a little bit, like that statement said, there's a lot of confusion in the air in the Nigerian discourse right now, and people don't know what is right and wrong, what is the right direction to go anymore. What do you make of it?
I think for that, thank you for hosting the stream. I saw it and I came in. Quite an interesting conversation, and I think. I don't even know where to start. I just think that we, particularly Nigerian men, are useless set of people. I'm sorry to use this word. You know, if you look at what has been happening for Nigeria within the last 15 years, I mean, you can't make that up. Like, I will cite some example. You had the guy that came from America, Raleigh Moore. Flew all the way from America, went to Benue State for a supposed fact-finding exercise. Which Nigerian politicians, all your senators, all your House of Rep, have been to those areas to say, okay, let's go and speak to these people that have been affected by what has been happening. They don't care. If you look at when Donald Trump first made that tweet that he's going to come into Nigeria, go and look at the Nigerians that were commenting under that tweet. They were begging Trump to come and save them. And when things happen, people don't like to go back to the beginning. You should go back to the beginning and review that. How did they get here as a people? The 2023 election, before that election, there's a guy that came on Arise TV. I can't remember the guy's name. The guy warned INEC that, please, don't rig this election, because history will repeat itself again. And a side example of the 1993 election, what happened when they took Kabila's mandate. The country was thrown into chaos. And 30 years later, which is 2023, the Nigerian elite basically did the same thing again. not conducting a transparent election. You came in there, people say, okay, fair enough, you're not there. Within a few weeks, you took out fuel subsidy, you floated the naira, you plunged people into financial difficulty. And on top of that, this man has been borrowing money and sharing to himself and his cronies. People are shouting that we don't have food to eat. People are being killed by terrorists. Let's assume that America, I know that if you have worked with these white people, what they tell you, that's not the main reason why they are coming there. It's often something bigger than what people are saying, playing at. No, I'm asking you for that. What do you expect the Nigerian people to do? People are crying for help. So they will use the pretext to say, okay, we're going in. Meanwhile, with the reason why they are coming in, that's not the main reason. They know why they are coming there. And like everyone has said, some people have said at this party, no white man is coming to save your black ass. No white man is coming to save your black ass. For that, I don't know if you saw the news. I saw it yesterday. Algeria passed a law to make colonialism a crime against the Algerian people. They passed a law in the parliament.
You get the point? The Algerians, they fought for their nation. You see, this is what I was telling. They fought a bitter fight against the French. That's why they're like that. They are very independent minded. They don't play. Please go ahead.
Yeah, but so what is the Nigerian men doing? People that call themselves supposed men. How can you have people that will be going around killing Nigerians and Nigerian government does not take action? You have people that will take their cattle into people's farm and eat all the crop, and they will film it and post it on social media. Nothing has been done to those people. For that, you admit that the suffering and the torture is too much now for the Nigerian people. When you have the people begging a foreign country to come and intervene in their own country, if you do it now, people should come out and tell Nigerians to come out in the street and defend Nigeria. Now, let's see how many people will come out. What I expected for Tinubu to do when this thing was starting was for him to organize an immediate meeting among all the ethnic group in Nigeria. Say, listen, this whole thing is going to blow up into pieces, right? The system that we have is not working for us. What do we do going forward now? Yeah, it is said, rather people were defected to APC. They are killing your citizens in your country. People are busy defecting to APC because all of them are defecting. Does that make sense to you, for further? You have fire your background. What you're playing with, you're playing politics with people's life. So if you look at it now, the whole situation is hopeless. There's no hope. And if he knows what is good for him, this is his last warning to Tinubu now. He still have small amount of time left. He has to schedule an urgent meeting among all the ethnic group. We have to decide as a people, how do we want to govern ourselves? You cannot like this year. I wanted to go for Christmas. When I talked about the own nonsense going around with security, I just said I don't want to deal with this nonsense. In the last 2 months, I went to Turkey in October. I went to Kenya in November. Nigeria is really a disgrace of a country. When I was in Kenya, I was walking free any time of the night. I was not scared that anybody will come and arrest or terrorize me. You see, Oyibo people walking middle of the night, moving about freely. There's constant light. There's water running in your house. The internet is working to a certain degree. Nigeria is a disgraced country. How else will you put it?
It's a shame. It's a shame. I think we have really let ourselves down in many ways. And all these things start from very little things like public discourse, the way our leaders talk to us, the way they update us on what is happening in the country. Like now, half of Nigeria don't even know why. They don't know what Trump American aircraft was doing in Nigeria coming to survey. They don't really know the details. They just tell them that
and for that, you made a statement that they should come apart. The Americans should come apart partnership with us. For that, nobody gives you anything. You have to grab it by force. People don't give it on the platter. You have to prove that you're a man. For that, if I had the time, I will send you a video where the Chinese guy was telling the Western press that, listen, that China has come of age when they paraded their military might in September this year. He said the weapon they have, they call it 61. The reason why they call it 61, that the additional one is a hydrogen bomb, that if they release that thing, it will go to every corner of this world. That nobody should dare China. What are we doing as Nigerian men for father?
I feel bad.
What are we doing?
I really feel bad for our people sometimes. I really feel bad because it's really sad, because Trump is ushering an era where all the lies, all the cutting they put over our people's eyes, it begins to be revealed now. You see, it shows that we don't have any clothes on. We are naked. Whenever they want to do anything, they can do with us. This is
for do you know why? Because we as a people, we are not united for that. Let me give you an example. Do you know America or the Western world, they can go to any tribe in Nigeria and say, listen, don't you want to be the leader? We'll sponsor you. Before you know, you have chaos in the country. Because we've not sat down to decide as a people, how do we want to govern ourselves?
Do you know? Let me share something. Okay, go ahead.
Do you know that for that, go and ask any Nigerian person what do they want for themselves, whether any tribe or Muslim or Christian? They will just tell you that they just want to live in a normal house. The children should go to a good school. They should have access to healthcare. They should have food to eat, and they should be able to live in a safe environment. Nobody should nobody should be terrorizing your own country. Go and ask any Nigerian. That's what they will tell you. If a government cannot provide those basic amenities, what is the point of us saying that we have government? I just have told you for that the last time. You heard what Obasanjo said. For let me tell you, there's a lot of things happening behind this thing. When Obasanjo was saying that, for God's sake, we are part of a community. If you cannot protect your own people, the people will cry out for help. And this man is still busy playing politics. When the people that they call the patriot went to see him, that Mr. Tinubu, reform this country now. He said he doesn't have time for that. That he's focusing on economic progress. For that, have you seen any economic progress?
No, I've not seen.
Yes, the money from the subsidy. Where is it? Where has he applied that money to? Where is the money?
It's really sad when you watch. You see, Nigerians, we like to divide ourselves. I was watching a video on TikTok today, and this lady, it was a simple video. She was like, she's thanking her God because she traveled to another state to go and see her boyfriend and come back home, and the parents didn't discover that she did that. And what I discovered in the chat is what is interesting. And more other women were like, I traveled to Mediguri, I traveled to this to go and see my boyfriend. Nigerians are mixing with each other all the time behind the scenes, but in public discourse, they are bad-mouthing each other and dividing themselves. It's really a very, very... This is why when you go to any family, you will see multiple regions in every family. You will see that one person is from married to somebody in this other region, and this person, but yet they will start, when it comes to politics, they start dividing themselves, and our politicians are so irresponsible in Africa. They are so super irresponsible. I've never seen anything like that. What are people that are irresponsible? I don't know.
No, for that, you should say Nigerian men. That's why right now, I told my friend a few weeks ago that right now in my life now, instead of me to make a friend with a Nigerian man, I would rather a dog should be my friend. We as a people, we are absolutely a useless set of people. We are a disgrace. I'm sorry to say for that. We have nothing to offer. I've never seen a set of people whereby people are only interested in themselves. You see people, you see that your neighbor are being killed. They won't talk until it gets to that door. They will start screaming as if they've not heard it before. As a people, that's how we are.
It's really scary the way they talk about it. I was in discussions with somebody. The person was talking about how we can solve the problem of Nigeria and everything. Then the next thing, the guy just went and said in one swoop, is like, "Oh, let all those people, these things that's happening, let it be their problem. If they are killing their people, it's okay. As long as we are." Or like, what makes you think that's going to help you? Like now, it's happening in the north. They are bombing in the north now.
Let me just round up with this. Do you know when I knew that this Tinubu is a useless and a hopeless man? For that, this man was talking about state police. Do you know if we had state police even 1 year ago, we will not be where we are right now? Because basically, that's what you've been talking about for that security. Because for that, I can volunteer to want to go and be local security in my local government. I know my local government very well, and I'm willing to die to defend my local government. This man just played politics with it for almost 1 year now. And that's the fundamental issue that we have now. Security.
See, Nigerians will find a way to destroy it. You see, it scares me to say this. Like, if that thing is not done properly, we are going to end up like DRC. Because I've been in a conversation. This is Edo. This is not Southeasterners anymore. This is Edo. Some of Edo people, they were like, we can't wait for state police, so I can use it to fight the Fulanis. It's like the kind of attitude that they see state police is to fight other people. They are not looking at it from the point of view to defend themselves.
For that, there's a way you can put checks and balance in anything. Sometimes we are human beings. We have brain. For that, we have brain. We should be able to think about things logically and then bring out a solution. We can try it.
Okay,
let's try something. If it doesn't work,
what would you put as guardrails to safeguard state police? Because especially there are two angles to this. Whether you are going to retire some from the national police and put them into the state police, or you are going to create a whole new one. That is the one that is really valuable. You have to create a whole new one. Now, what would be the guardrails you put to ensure that thing is not misused and it doesn't lead to balkanization of the country?
For that, like even here in the UK, we have different level of policing. Kent Police, London Metropolitan Police, so many of them, right? You have official complaint channel. There are people. They have police commissioners. There are a lot of things you can put in place that can safeguard that process. The main thing that we're struggling with for that is security. Because if you have enough security, then nobody will come and steal our crude oil. No terrorists will be roaming about killing people. For do you know that we can produce a system nearby? If there's a distress call, within 2 minutes there will be a drone will be there, and then you have ground force that will be coming to chase whoever is there. For that, we're capable of doing all those things. The fact of the matter that this Tinubu man has no interest of doing anything for Nigeria. Rather, it's busy playing politics where people are being slaughtered. The one that broke me was when they killed that brigadier general. That's the point I lost it in Nigeria. I said, what? If you look at how that guy was killed for that, you know what? That's the one that's when I know that this is a bigger problem in Nigeria. Thank you. I will let other people speak.
Thank you for that. Let me bring AY. I see you there. Thank you for your patience. Let me bring John Abba in. John Abba, thank you for joining us. What do you make of this? You've seen all the palaver that is going on in Nigeria. I've been calling for us to secure ourselves for a very long time. But what I realized is that people are not like human beings that reason like logically. It's not logical. What that lady said there is practically true. If you confuse people enough, you can do anything you like with them when the time comes. So even this conversation is hard to have. What do you make of this Trump intervention in Nigeria? We don't know where they bomb, what the results are. So, but at least we know he's bombing Nigeria somewhere. So what do you make of it?
Forefathers and fellow analysts, good to have you guys on Christmas Day or Christmas Boxing Day in your end. First of all, it's sad, but what can you say? I still the failure of the government that couldn't protect their own people and couldn't see beyond their nose, and not just Tinubu, but the previous leaders and ordinary Nigerians, home and abroad. I'll put it in this way to what the Victory said. You say it's a shame, but I think we are just a cowardice. And I hope after this strike, it's a wake-up call. As Nigeria as a country in that zone, the growing populations of Nigeria is even a threat to our neighboring country because we have no plan. The leaders have no plan whatsoever to secure the people. And the no security, food security, and all kind of security is not there. And if anything continue to happen, or this thing escalate from where it is today, even the neighboring country will suffer the consequence. Even the state, if the northerners started flooding towards the southeast or wherever, they also will not be safe. So there is no point anybody jubilating if Trump strike any part of Nigeria. But like I said, it's a failure of the leadership of Nigeria over the years. They neglect everything. And you cannot be too surprised, especially when you hear our fellow brothers and sisters in diasporas that have seen what is humanly possible by building infrastructure, empowering your people, or are direct beneficiary of what other institutions they enjoy in other country, say all kind of thing. And you cannot wonder anymore because one day is one of us will become a leader of this country. It's still from the citizens. And when citizens have that kind of mindset, that have no strategy, have no plan to secure their people, to make sure they are okay, or make sure they have a basic knowledge of geopolitics of the world, that these power struggles or some of this as a result of distraction over things may be happening in America to shift focus, or the struggle of other stuff in Nigeria, maybe because Chinese are increasing their own, not only in Nigeria, but are increasing their popularity in Africa. And Nigeria, as we all know, regardless of our being useless, we are in number, and China presence, they are benefiting. And this is also opportunity for them to know that Americans say they don't come. They say, why we are not going to come? You can't tell us what to do. And all of this combined, end of the day, the simple thing, because I don't want to go into details of all of those things, is the failure of the government. And I hope they will quickly sit back. If we have people who are very logical, who understand the geopolitics of the world, and sit down and negotiate so that this do not escalate beyond this point. Otherwise,
Jonava,
Mhm.
regarding, sorry, I know you were talking about something, but something just occurred to me because we're having quite a heavy discussion yesterday about um, some actions that people in the Islamic community take that are not necessarily that should be moderated. And because if you look at the situation we are in now, part of it, I would say 10%, 20% of it, is because those groups, those type of people are the ones that expose us now to this situation we are in now. Because their attack to an extent looked like it was tilted against non-believers. That's what made all this now to spill that. At least Trump used that as a pretext. The truth is that he could have used any pretext to attack Nigeria or do whatever he's doing now. But the point is that is that not something that any northern Muslim should be considering, that okay, we need to start reining in on, because I feel like they were a little bit feeling comfortable that they are on the ascendancy in Nigeria. Because I heard what AY said. He said that Islam is spreading everywhere, and it sounded like what Herofai says. It's almost as if they assume that everybody is going to just follow their religion by default, without necessarily reining in some of the extreme action that some people take within their communities. And it has led to this now, because from what I'm reading here, it's in Sokoto that they targeted. They said it was due to the request of, as a result of the request of the Nigerian government. Let me see if I can put it up so that everybody can actually see. I was just reading just now. Where did he go? Just vanished, kind of disappearing
So, but
artist.
you would allow Jonava to finish now. I say, you talk too much.
I wanted to ask him now, so please
Today
don't do
is
that now.
Christmas. Take it easy. Let Jonava
Don't do
finish.
that. Let me. Are you moderating now?
I'm assistant moderator.
Because I started talking about this topic now, you want to start going in now. So, but do you think that, in terms of the question I wanted to ask, do you think that there's some work to be done in the north to rein their people in so that they are not susceptible to this sort of extremism that leads to terrorism in Nigeria?
Yes, I believe the northern elite and the northern cleric should do more, but also uh, I can see someone like Isa Patami. I don't know if you have seen him. He's a professor. He's a very refined one. He was rough, but now he's very smooth. He's commanding quite numbers of the youth and is speaking to the core belief. And if you follow him, he's more refined. And I believe this is um, decades of damage done to the society, brainwashed. It has to take a lot of time to start to re-educate them to leave this kind of violent aspect of it. I think they have responsibility to do so, and also to educate them, because what happened Sokoto with that young lady being killed and no consequences in 21st century is a blow to Nigeria government. It's a blow. If I was a president, I don't care who is the governor of that place. I don't care who's. I will make sure justice prevail.
Exactly.
That whosoever did that kind to anybody, whether you do it a Muslim sister or a sister, as far as I can human being, and anyone carries such thing, I will make sure that that person do not see a light of the day. That's how you teach people a lesson. You will teach them a lesson
I will
that this
set
is
an
not.
example with such a person. I'm
Yes,
telling
I'll
you.
set an example and I send it abroad, whatever is going to happen. But it is even more shameful to hear that with the request of Nigerian government. And that is how naive our people are and how brainwashed our leader and how useless they are. So you do not have the capacity to strike if you know these people exist there. So they borrowed money, they do not buy any ammunition. They go to Israel to go and pray. They go to Mecca to go and pray and spend billions. but they cannot buy weapons to protect their own people and to make sure that any kind of local terrorism like this will be wiped out. And this is a shame to hear from a country of this magnitude in number, saying that, oh, we with our collaboration we allow US to strike. Can you
Yeah.
hear that?
I'm
Can
not
you
even sure.
imagine that?
That's quite interesting. You made
Yeah.
that statement because I'm not sure there's any country of this size
Yeah.
that's ever done that.
Yeah.
That welcome
So
foreigner to bomb them.
yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
God.
yeah, and that is to tell you how we are not deep. We never see consequences of our actions. We never see far.
Hi.
So you think when such thing happen, you can carry local intelligence and you pick those people up without destroying anybody's life or any property. But for our people, I think there's a long way to freedom in the leadership of Nigeria, and I hope this is a wake-up call that people will think, if you come, no, this is like, I have it in two ways. I hope I would love to be proved wrong, that this does not continue and a lot of life will be lost. But also, I also feel good that this is a wake-up call for Nigeria. If this would turn around to bring revolution, to bring to say, okay, we are between the rock and the hard place. Where else are we going? And let us everybody revoke or whatever it's going to cost to bring. But end of the day, I don't think it will go that direction. There is a more to it than just what they are saying that they come for striking any tourist there. There's more to it. But so certain things are very sensitive to talk about
Oh my
because
God, Jonaba.
mm,
Our shame never knows any end. I just
so
checked the information that has there been any country that is over 200 million in population that has ever invited any power,
yeah,
NATO or
yeah,
America,
yeah.
to come and
Eh,
attack in its territory?
Yeah,
None.
yeah, none. So like just a number like number for nothing, and a number for nothing. We are just a human shield, and that is very painful. Nigerian soldier has gone around quite country to solve problem in the neighboring country, fight side by side, save other country from their own problem. But Nigerian cannot help their own country. It does that make sense? Do you know how Nigerians, so they call them gallant soldiers that have been even the Mopo and all of that, have been to quite numbers of country in Africa and West Africa to save them from their own civil war. But and recently, the same president sent Nigerian to go and intervene in is that Niger or a coup in Niger or some one
Benin
country.
Republic. Benin
Benin,
Benin.
Republic.
Mm,
yeah, because that guy is his friend or this thing. You can imagine that. So that is just a shameful thing. It's just that they do not collaborate with America. America choose to do it, but because of the shame, that's how they find. They just have to say something because of the shame of
mm,
it. Then they just say that they do not. Even if they invite America on their own, American will not come. That's true.
mm.
That's the truth. So it's
Ne-
just a shame. It's just to
mm,
frame a word and to put something out there out of their shame. But I hope this is a wake-up call. Thank you for now.
mm. I will add a caveat to that in terms of the statement I made earlier on regarding America not or need to not attacking any nation that has over 200 million. There's only one country that has done that, but didn't do that openly. He did that secretly, like the Pakistanis. From what I gather, they give it underground. Go ahead. Like the way they did with Osama bin Laden. Pakistan was inside. Osama bin Laden was in there. So even if they would tell you publicly they didn't do it, but behind the scenes they are like, go and do it. So they publicly they will not acknowledge that they do it, but from what I gather, they do it secretly. But in the case of Nigeria, it's actually different. It's like invite, come and bomb us like small nations do. That's the difference. AY, thank you for joining us. And I really appreciate you for your presence. You have been so well, reserve.
You talk too much. You talk too much now.
Come on, man. I have to talk. You know that.
You know, I want you to talk, but
you know that.
when it's not too much, like how your
Yes.
friend two Niger one braids usually tell you, me, I usually defend you, but now it's getting not too much.
Why are you defending me? There's no need to defend me. It's true
Okay,
now.
let me don't worry.
Why you
Forget about
defend
yourself.
when it is true?
Let me make my own contribution. I really like the way Mr. Janaba spoke about this stuff, right? So, first of all, if we want to address all this issue, we need to come from the point of a of one nation. I think that's the problem we're having. Nigeria is we are very divided. Evil issue, there is too much hate. There is disunity. No matter how you're gonna say it, there is too much hate that just like Femi make very one important point that we don't even know ourselves. We don't even understand the country. A lot of people don't. So I think that's why you see all this a lot of like hateful comment, hateful. You hate your neighbor. You hate people that don't look like you. But however, what we have in Nigeria, right? For father, I was actually surprised because yesterday I kept telling you something, but when you open up the show today, you were really hammering on it. What is the genesis of the crisis we're having in the Sahel today? It's from Libya. The same people that are coming to help the country today, pretending to help the country, they were the people that destroyed Libya, that created crises across the Sahel, including Nigeria. So now they are pretending they want to help us solve the problem. I'm going to ask everybody a couple of questions. The first thing is, ask yourself who created this problem. Like I rightly said, you know who. The other question is, if America were really genuine, if Trump was really genuine to help Nigeria, I don't think he was supposed to even make noise about it. I think he was supposed to go directly to work with the Nigerian government. I said, this thing is going on. We need to locate where these people are, try them out at once. But what was that? Who's try them out. So
it has to be concerns now. It was concerns.
Okay. So you strike them out at once. All this while, it's over a month now. Trump announced he's coming to Nigeria, blah, blah, blah. How are we not sure the bandit, the terrorists are still in those forests? They are still there. That's the first question. So my O is, if you are really genuine about it, which I was initially saying, work with the Nigerian government. You don't need to let them announce to anybody you coming to Nigeria. You have approval for area where you can clean up for the country. You don't need to announce it, because I feel even they've been talking about, even yesterday, a lot of news were flying around. America are doing mapping in Nigeria. Today they strike. What makes you believe these people are still going to be sleeping there and waiting for America to come and blast? So think about it. Think about it. I'm not going to answer the question, but think about it. You see, I'm fully support anything that will clean up criminality in Nigeria, banditry, terrorism, anything evil that is going on in that country. Because like who said? Vitri said, I go to different countries, right? I move freely. I'm not scared. I've actually announced that here. Like I'm in my own country. Even in the afternoon, you have to be watching your back. Nobody want to live this kind of life. We want Nigeria to be safe from criminals, at least from kidnapping, from banditry, from let people go to farm, let people have peace. Yeah, we might blame the government, the way we want, but really Tinubu is this not the genesis. It's not the problem is not just starting from President Tinubu, right? We will blame him because he is the president today. So he will receive all the blames. You know, one thing I need us to be cautious about, right? Those Nigeria that you feel because you don't like your neighbor, you don't like your tribe, oh, now Trump is going to not to strike, you are jubilating because, yeah, if they go for terror, it's good. If they kill innocent people, you need to also think of it. If you create crisis in Nigeria, there is people don't understand what is Nigeria. We Nigeria don't understand what is Nigeria. If you create crisis in Nigeria, sorry for you. All of us here, all of us Nigerians, we are gonna suffer it. It's just the simple truth. No data, no peace. But I pray we don't get to that point where they are gonna create crisis in Nigeria. Look at common Gaza that is 3 million people. Look at countries that are even 20 million, 30 million people. Nigeria is over 200 million. We need to really think about it, what we are wishing for the country. I know people want the country to divide. Me, particularly, to be honest, if I am in position, any tribe that want to leave Nigeria, I can conduct a referendum. What I've always been against is don't touch any other region that don't belong to you. Go with your tribe if you want to do that. In fact, people from any part, if my tribe said they want to leave Nigeria, conduct a referendum. Those that want to stay in Nigeria, let them stay. Give them the right, protect them, let them be there. Those that want to leave, let them leave. You leave, you are not coming back. We are not coming back. I'm gonna lock you out. So let's look for a way. We gotta look for a way to work together as Nigeria. If the country is ready to divide, let's also divide peacefully so you don't spill too much blood. You don't want to see that. It's not joke. People, 200 million people is not joke. We need to understand that. So we know what is going on. Like I prayed, like sincerely, Trump intentions are good. I mean, just like Jonaba also said, at least Trump even saying it is putting pressure on the government because for a long time, the government have failed the people because I can't really understand it how they are unable to protect their own people. The banditry that has been going on, the Fulani herdsmen, Boko Haram, people are not able to go to farm. Like you can't allow a country to go down this way. Like what Jonaba said now, it was so easy for the president to call for rescue of the Benin Republic government. It was so easy. In twinkle of an eye, they were all there. How come when this incident happened in this region, the banditry, the Boko Haram, this attack, how come they don't speed up in that faction and move swift and go to those areas to rescue people? For example, people will carry bike, Okada, to come and kidnap over 200 students in school that is not inside the forest. There is nothing like what is called backup. There is no urgency for the military to move swiftly. They have helicopter, the Air Force is there to even trace these people, to even stop them. Even the police, they should be able to even, at least everybody will just sleep because this operation, they carry them out minimum 2 hours. It takes time for you to move over 200 students from a school, moving them on foot into the forest. So it's really failure of government. You're not going to blame Trump alone. I'm not in support of anybody unanimously coming to Nigeria to do any stupid thing in the name of attack or whatever. But if the government gave them the go ahead, they really collaborated with the federal government and they approve of it, so shall it be. You voted them in, we voted them in, so they must make decision on your behalf. That is what it is. So that is how a country operates. What I was really against is if they want to do that without the consent of the government, then it become like a bigger problem. You know, if they are going to listen to the government, you know, they know, okay, you can't go, this is what you can do, this is what you can do, protect the civilians, you know, that's fine. So I want the country to be safe. I want everybody to be at peace. But it's sad, it's unfortunate that foreign country is coming to help us do this. But I sincerely believe, if not for corruption, we can actually take care of this business ourselves. Hopefully, going forward, they are going to do better. They are going to sit up, you know, to protect the life and properties of the people. Thank you. You are muted, forefather. You are muted.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that. The issue of I think everybody has spoken apart from one angry person. But oh, Jefferson is a decent person, not angry. Very nice person coming in. Jefferson. All right. So you know about the strikes. It's in Sokoto, by the way, not Borno State, which is
You know,
interesting.
tonight is the terrorist sympathizer is moderating tonight. So, but you have to listen to him.
So you're not a terrorist sympathizer anymore. When you sympathize with autopilot to be killing Southeasterners, it's okay for you to sympathize with them. All these people that can't think straight at all. All right. What do you make of what Trump has done and what it might mean for Nigeria? Does anybody have any idea what it will mean? One thing I can tell you for sure, if Nigerians don't have the boots on the ground to take our security into our own hands, I can bet anybody here the banditry and insecurity is not going to be solved, no matter how much bomb Americans drop, because they've done it in so many places, it never worked. That is not what solved the problem. So, but go ahead. What do you make of the incidents and the fact that Trump is bombing some parts of Nigeria, something that has never happened under any Nigerian leader before, and hardly in West Africa too? No Igbo country has come and bombed us, West Africa or Central Africa. I think Femi is saying maybe there was something, but I don't think I've heard of it.
DR Congo, the Belgians bombed DR Congo in the aftermath of the independence when they were trying to control the mines, and which is still part of what's going on today.
Was that before independence or after?
No, after independence, and they were trying to make sure they secured the mines, and that's the genesis of what's happening today in Congo DR.
Okay. You see, that led to what we are seeing today. Since then, there have not been any major incidents on the continent because they knew that they can manipulate our leaders. Because India did a lot of crazy stuff against them. Mugabe did a lot of crazy stuff against them too, but they didn't military intervene. But Nigeria somehow has broken that spell that has lasted more than 60 years, if I'm not mistaken. Jefferson, do you think this might have some serious ramification for Tinubu? I think Tinubu should have to answer for this strongly. He really should answer for this because this is a man that went to Chatham House and promised he was going to recruit heavily into our security forces, but he didn't do it. The only time he actually started to do that was when Trump threatened Nigeria, and even the numbers he still went for is not sufficient enough. Now he's talking about state police. Where was he 2 years ago? This was the number one issue in the country. It was number one issue for individuals. So do you think Tinubu should be held directly accountable for what had just happened?
Guys, nice to see you guys. I'll be listening on the background. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. You've been here longer than I expected, actually. I appreciate you, coming from Sweden. Jefferson, so what do you make of it? Did you hear the question?
You're trying to ask me multiple questions. And let me just take it one step at a time. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Well, Nigeria caused it as a nation for themselves. The situation whereby a country cannot protect its citizens and the citizens is crying for external help. And it comes in. What do you really want, really?
You know, someone was making mention about, oh, the problem started from Libya. Okay, fine. It's an African, it happened in Libya, the Boko Haram, the whatever, it started from somewhere. It came into Nigerian territory. And then what happened? They want us to start, they want us to go there. They want our people to stop those things from progressing within the country. Because last I checked, even under Yada when he was president, he knew that all these things were there, but he tried his own little power to suppress it so that at least Nigeria can be peaceful. We all know the story today. I don't want to go into all that one. You know, the Nigerian government is highly complicit of what it caused for themselves. Trump attacking and striking is a welcome development because, unfortunately, our government of the day is a Muslim ticket. I want to say it as it is now, where when all these things were happening, the Christians were seen under the beck and call. In fact, they were scared for their lives. Gumi, the likes of Gumi is a freelancer. He knows how to speak he knows how to be a good spokesman for the bandits, you know, and no one saying anything wrong with it. Look, the receipts are there now. The receipts are there. Who are we really kidding? Okay, fine. Even when Trump said a disgraced nation that is going to scatter everywhere, it's not the same Nigeria that sent government delegates to the US to go and discuss one or two to see how they will resolve this thing. What was the aftermath of it? And then, okay, Riley now came in. They make it look like, when Riley came here, assessed the situation, they make it look like, they are ready to cooperate with us. Of course, the Nigerian media was pushing the narrative that, they are going to resolve this thing, you know, peacefully. They are not just going to strike. But of course, Riley understood that he needed to do his own individual fact-finding. And he was highly disgusted. You can go and watch it on Fox News, on what he discovered by himself when he actually went to Benue State to see things for himself, of how things went south. You see, something that our leaders failed to do, even when all these things were happening, our leaders they didn't want to even go to find out the level of the security threat level. They didn't want to do that, you know, and they didn't want to do that. Don't forget too, at the time, the likes of VDM and Co, when some things were happening like this, they went on their own to find out what was going on, made cry to the government. That was when they started to have, they decided to have some interest to find out, okay, let's go and go there. It was all a show. This thing has always been a show. And then we are trying to be sentimental about it. Victory has said most of the things that needed to be said. We caused it for ourselves. Even if there's an issue happening externally, are you saying that we as a country, we don't know what to do? How to resolve issues as a nation? Why are we pretending? You know, we know the issues. We don't want to address them. The other ones, I don't want to go into that. And don't forget too, he said he did the first strike, that more is coming. Now, the government's supposed to actually they need to really look into finding a way to align and discuss with the US government on how these things can be resolved. I'm sorry that it has to go that way. The same way the same Nigerian government was very quick to align with France to exchange data of how they will tax Nigerians home and abroad. It's the same way they should have done align with America to resolve them. Yes, now, because now when it comes to money, the Nigerian government is very, very quick in being very proactive in getting resources from Nigerians. But of course, very, very slow. They don't care about our lives. They don't care. Is it not bad enough that a transport company like GUO had to go and procure bulletproof buses for people in the southeast to travel all the way from Lagos or maybe Abuja to the east for Christmas? They had to procure so that people's lives will be safe. And some other transport companies. Doesn't it tell you that something is not right? Every time we are complaining that external power care, they don't care. Okay, we that say that they don't care about us, what are we doing? What are we doing as a nation to care for ourselves? The other time, look at our security situation. Our security situation is tribalized. I have to use it, and it's skewed towards a certain religion. Is it from the emblem of the Nigerian military and some other things? I don't want to go into those details. It's highly so. That tells you we have a problem there. If Nigeria is a sovereign, if Nigeria is a country that really looks into unity, the military is not supposed to be divergent. The reason the security should be addressed for everyone. And of course, people they are saying that they want to do state police and everything, but it's like they are very slow in implementing all these things. They are very, very slow. Why are they not trying to resolve? Why is it that the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature, why are they so slow in trying to implement this state police? Knowing fully well that this is an area of primary concern.
I think the reason why, because they don't have any way of controlling it.
No. They do. They know what to do now. They know what to do. Why you say they don't have the work?
If they cannot control terrorists, how can they control the state police?
They can do it.
So why did you just say that? You just said they can do it as if they are magic machine.
Oh, they don't. So they are not machine enough. So they are not magicians now, right? No. But they are magicians in telling you how they will collect money. No, hold on. They are magicians in telling you how they will collect money from next year, January.
Collecting money doesn't need you to
No.
marshal
it does.
security forces.
It does.
It doesn't actually.
Listen, Nigerians are not silly.
Okay, are you in support of them recruiting into the security forces? Are you in? Hold on.
Wait, forefathers. No, I want to stop you. I know it's your story, but let me stop you there.
Are you in support of them recruiting into the security forces?
Wait, now let me see what I want to say. Nigerians, we have professionals across all fields. You can't tell me that they can't do a proper consultation, be able to resolve. And don't forget too, there are also people within the local enclaves in localities that are trying to resolve security within the security threats. But of course, we all know that our local government, the state government are not giving these guys enough support. So that's our problem.
That is true. What you are saying that you want state police, there's nothing wrong with state police, but the center has to be strong to control the state police.
How are they going to control it? They have to be, if they want to control it, it has to be done on the basis of consensus. Yes, on consensus, meaning even if it's in the center will be held accountable across all the 6 geopolitical zones. Don't tell me that this cannot be done. Even in the US, if they want to fire a nuclear missile, one person cannot do it by himself. There will be a collective of multiple people that will launch that missile.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with hold on.
Can I say something?
Very small.
Okay, let me bring him in.
Small scale. So you can imagine trying to apply that kind of methodology.
Let Janaba add to it. Let Janaba add to what you're saying.
This guy is in charge. Yes,
Jefferson. Let Janaba add to what you're saying.
My thought now.
Yeah. You've been talking now. You just want to interject a little bit and carry on. No, you're going to carry on. You're going to carry on. I'm not stopping you.
When it comes to the
Hey, before
issue,
Janaba, I want to hear your view on this state police thing, right?
that's what I want to say
Yeah,
something
yeah,
on.
if you can.
I
I
was
know
in
you know a
support.
lot in that terrain. Not like Fofa that I will just be blabbing. Yeah,
I
go
was
ahead.
in support of state police
Fofa,
over
that I'm
the
after you
years,
today. You are in trouble.
You're welcome.
Bribe me.
and
Good
when
luck with
we
that one.
don't have the structure that supports state police and the finances, the governors will use it to oppress anybody he want to oppress. So to what forefather
So
said,
I want to ask you, I
listen
want to
It's
ask
now,
like they
you now.
don't even know themselves.
listen,
Nigerians are
listen.
abuse loose like
So
crazy.
right now, the
We
police
don't
are
have
now.
the
Jefferson,
Nigerian
please.
Now,
police.
so the police
Jefferson,
they have is
listen
Nigerian
to
not using
police.
Janaba.
like place
Janaba
to
is
oppress Nigeria. The what we have. Look at the
No,
police right now.
forefather.
the Nigerian police self right now are not even being paid well.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now,
thank you.
okay, so the under this administration in the history of Nigeria, they have come up and won the case that the state, every local government autonomous, that even the money should be going to the local government. Up to today, it's not going. The
Okay, thank
governor,
you.
so the governor, even the governor, still hijack it. And of course, they have all kind of political undertone for election and all of that. And this is what went through. This went through the law of the land, that
Okay.
they say that the money should be given to the local government directly so that it can impact the local setting and we can have a grassroots economy, and also bringing the government close to the people. Because what
Mm-hmm.
have been happening, even this fuel subsidy, that some of them have been diverted to the allocation to the state, and it's still not having part on it. The governor still hijack it. Now, if you are looking at Nigerian setting, the president, when it comes to local impact, they are paying all the state their allocation, no state their own money. But the evil of the country, and why did the president do not make a case to hold them accountable? It is all because one of your finger touched the oil, the rest will not deny it. From the bottom to the top and top to the bottom, corruption has eaten up and no one is holding accountable. When it comes to the state police, if you say let's create a state police today, for years before even people started talking, we talk about it. You cannot consider that, you cannot compare the way the police system in America or any other developed country run their affairs with the way we are talking about when you go to
Okay,
Nigeria.
yes, we cannot
Because the
compare.
generating,
We
the
cannot
way they
compare.
okay,
We
so there
cannot,
is
sorry,
no
Jonathan.
fund. The
Jonathan,
fund
sorry.
will not be, now there is local vigilante. I want you to know that when this thing was too much in Benue State under Otu created almost like state police. They were like almost like state police. Some of them have never been paying once till today. What they do, that they now become a local vigilante, which some of them have done some dubious stuff under that influence of carrying gun, a little gun here and there. So we don't have a structure enough to support it in finances, and we do not have a setup. So it is not like it's not a good idea, but we don't have the support system that will make a state police effective, that will clamp down. Oh, if you go to the east or any part of Nigeria, there is all kind of local vigilante that you can compare to that kind of activity, that they are doing some good thing, chasing out all those bad people around, which is more effective than local police. In terms of the structure we have in place right now, it will just be used and done by the governor, whichever way they can come in. So it's I mean, it's a good idea to have a state police, but the structure we have, state police will just be under the
Yeah,
governor
you
operation.
see, but my problem is that they say, "Oh, we cannot have it, the structure." So why? So the question we should be asking is, why is it that our government apparatus haven't spent sufficient time to see how they can implement this quicker? You know, Because because look at it. I keep on saying this. Everything is all
hold on. Why do you keep saying they should implement it quicker?
No, this is motive driven. It's all motive. The agenda of every you can always know the agenda of government by their motives, right?
So what is your own motive? What is your own motive?
So, okay, let me tell you what my own motive is. The same way they were so quick in trying to work on this taxation structure, it was equally the same way they should work on the security infrastructure. Because even the security,
I agree with you.
Because the security is still paramount.
But you still need to state your motive.
Is it okay if I speak?
No, let me finish. When you have when the country is safe and people are able to go about their businesses, that will bring in much productivity, don't you think? Because think about it, see how many years we have been. Look at how many years we have been.
Why is it that? Hold on. But why is it that you don't care about any guardrails for the state police to be in place before you start implementing it?
Guardrails. What does it take to do that?
It takes
I
want to answer it before you said no.
Before John Abbas started saying his submission, like I said before, we have a lot of highly professional security personnel and people who if you engage them, they know what to do. And
they can hold multiple states down. So they can be able to. They are not listening. You ask. You see, we are starting conversation now. You ask a simple question, and you should have just waited for the answer. You said, "What is it that they should do to make sure that they have those guardrails?" The guardrails, you have to have a center security system that is stronger, way stronger than the state police.
Yes, but not just stronger because it's in the center. It will be stronger on a consensus. It is very much achieved.
What does stronger on a consensus even mean?
I don't even know what that means.
On the center, you are in charge, but it has to be done in a collective.
Is it okay if I speak on this? Because I guess the problem we're having is people just speaking about what they have no idea about, and that is not to insult anybody. So let me just go on like this. So with the state policy issue, this is what I'm going to say. I'll say like when we talk about the state, when we talk about things like state police, and of course I do understand, and I do mute yourself, sir, please. Thank you. So I do understand that a lot of us are sentimental, and everybody, of course, will try to. I said everybody, Jefferson. You're not the person. Could you please stop? Could you please not interrupt me? I really appreciate it.
But I'm not even finished my submission.
If you want to talk for 45 more minutes, go ahead. The moderator is there. You've just been going round. I personally haven't gained anything from anything you said. Moderator, could you please, let's not turn this show on its head.
See, Jefferson, let him just interject. Try to keep it brief so that he can carry on.
Of course.
If he wants to speak for 45 more minutes, like you guys have been doing, go ahead. When you're done, I'm going to speak. Go ahead. Keep talking. We're listening.
Jefferson, use 2 minutes to round up. Can you hear me, Jefferson? You can use 2 minutes.
Submission. Let me go ahead. Say your submission.
So, like I said, the problem here is we tend to speak about things that we don't have ideas about. And again, this is not a slight to anybody. It is just what it is at this point. And of course, I think it is because everybody is affected in one way or another. Now, forefathers, you've asked some very pertinent questions, and John Abbott gave very makes very good points, and we've discussed this several times on here. You, first of all, like John Abbott rightly said, the structure for state policing is not on the ground in Nigeria today. Let's first take it like this. The issue of education, the issue of people not knowing their rights, and not just the ordinary people when I'm speaking about this. I'm speaking about the intended law enforcement agents themselves. We have a country today where it is against the rules to just run through people's belongings, but they still do it. You said something very pertinent, forefather. You said you spoke to people from Edo, and they were like, "Oh, we get state police. We're knocking everybody down. All the Fulanis, they're gonna hear from us. We're turning the heat up." This is the problem. Now, if they think this is what state policing is all about, all you're gonna do is you're legally arming armed bandits and militias. And if you think you have a problem right now, wait till you give maybe 400,000 people extra weapons, and they can just maim and kill and destroy society as even worse than it is right now. Now, what is the solution? Again, it goes back to what John Abbott said. We need, and you said it too, we need a stronger federal government that will be in charge of state policing. I have said this several times on here. If the federal government does not have the power of federal oversight, state policing is not going to work in Nigeria. What does federal oversight mean? Maybe an independent ombudsman office, which will settle internal affairs, for example, crimes against civilians and violations against people's rights. My solution, if I was to have the ear of Nigerian officials, which I've actually discussed with at least a few people in the past, you start off state policing on a pilot project. So it is not something that will just happen overnight, or if I understand what Jefferson was trying to say, by consensus. That is not how it works. Even the United States did not have state policing all over the place. It took almost 200 years. As we speak right now, Hawaii does not have a state police division. It has a sheriff's division, right? And this might again be with regards to its size. Pennsylvania, Virginia, all these people did not have state police until the early 20th century. And in fact, they evolved. For example, Virginia, if I'm not mistaken, started off as a motor vehicle policing method for the highways. As we speak, there are numerous people in New York City, that have never seen a state trooper in their life. They've never seen them because they are not within the vicinity of the boroughs. They are on the outskirts, which is the highway patrol, the state troopers. So we have to know these things before we decide that we just want state policing. The funds are not there. Maybe we take 10 states. Even 10 states, I think, is a lot. I think we need marginally lower and plan it over 100 years that this is how we want to be policed. And I say a pilot project, meaning you take 10 states, within that 10 states, you try out policing in communities, in localities, and on the highways. We see how that works, where we made mistakes, and then we get better. And this goes to what you said, Jefferson, that yeah, we do have professionals in this aspect that can always recommend and say, this is what we need to improve upon, this is what we need to discard, and this is what we need to add to it. But if we take today and give everybody the ability to police, all we are doing, especially the way Nigeria is structured, all you're doing is empowering the governors to become even more criminal. Now, there was something you said, and I don't think.
At least it's nice.
And there was something. When we're ready to talk about drunken issues, I'll invite you in. So, and there was.
You can't be talking.
The way you're acting, you think anybody really wants to listen to you. So there was something you said.
You not only want to hear talking.
Right. You did not stop, Jeff. You did not.
To tell the what to do.
You did not stop. You did not stop. If you've drank too much today, I understand. Go sleep. You did not stop anybody else. So Jefferson, there was something. You need to stop drinking and coming on air live. So there was something.
Who's drinking and coming out?
Maybe it was coke, probably drugs. You need to stop drinking and doing drugs and coming on air. So there was something you said, Jefferson. There was something you said which I disagree with, and I think we need to discard our minds from thoughts like that. You said there was one of the problems, or a problem that Nigeria has, was the Muslim ticket.
Hey, let's
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, but I don't think. I don't think it matters.
Stop. Let me talk.
No, let me land. I haven't said it. I haven't said anything. So I don't think it's a problem with the fate of the. I don't think the fate of the. I don't think the fate. I don't think the fate. I haven't said anything, sir. Your brother is there yelling. He's inebriated. So this is the thing. Yeah, he's drunk. He needs to go relax. So this is the thing. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. He needs to start drinking and coming in here. So Jefferson, this is what I'm. This is. What did you say, sir?
Let another person speak.
To Nigeria.
I haven't said anything. Jefferson. You're not reacting to anything. I haven't said anything.
Where is forefather?
So Jefferson, this is what I'm saying. They do it. Like, this is the problem. They're too hateful. So when they see someone they don't like, regardless of what you're saying, they can't say it doesn't matter. So let me just so Jefferson, when he's done drinking, he's gonna go sleep. So Jefferson, this is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter the faith, the creed, or the denomination of a person that leads Nigeria. And I think Nigerians need to take themselves out of that mindset. Whether it's a Muslim, whether it's a Christian, whether it's two Christians, whether it's two traditional worshipers, I don't think there should be. Again, it's okay for us all to listen to each other and talk. I don't understand the Nigerian thing where they don't like the other person speaking and they talk over each other. But if you guys want to take a break,
stop. Let the other speak. You can't be speaking, only you.
All right.
I said that I made mention about Muslim ticket. Now, why I said it's an issue is because of the motive of the state of mind of our people in Nigeria. I can tell you for a fact.
Jefferson, not to interrupt you. Wait, you continue. Do you notice that your brother is not interrupting you now? But the moment I start talking, the crazy man starts yelling to the sky. Go ahead.
Please. Go ahead. Jefferson, please, for 1 minute. Please, let's. I know it's you to wrap up, but let's give a concise some time to talk. Regardless,
don't mind that idiot talking nonsense. Are you a minister for police affairs?
Please,
nonsense.
Please go on.
Jonathan, thank you, my brother. You see, it's not about somebody hating somebody.
Oh no, it's not going to happen. You crazy yourself if you think you're going to shut me down. It's not going to happen. We're just going to keep talking until forefathers come here. If you think you're going to, I'm going to act drunk like you too. So you crazy yourself if you think you're going to shut me down and I'm not going to speak. Get the fuck out of here. I don't know who the fuck you think you are.
God, the police and the father, I'm one idiot.
Yeah. Good for you. Very good. You're not going to interrupt me and then act crazy. I'm going to act belligerent too. It's just as simple as sure. There you go. No, sir. John Happy, I respect you. It's not going to happen.
Get up, my friend.
It's not going to happen. If Jefferson wants to keep talking, Jefferson can keep talking, but he's not going to speak over me and shut me down. It's not happening.
Look at
please.
Look at him.
He's been waiting for so long.
No, I don't care. I was waiting. I was patient. You all spoke. I did not interrupt anybody.
Please, please, I beg you, please.
Nah, he's not crazy. All right.
Mind your language and speak.
Until he apologize for that, you can't insult people's parents and mother. Jefferson wants to speak, he can speak. But you're not going to speak over me. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, no problem. Continue talking.
It's okay.
Continue talking.
Consign. Use your language well.
Nah, John, but never. You can't. How are you going to stop me and insult my parents? And say, get the fuck out of here. They do this thing all the time. Why? Go ahead. That's cool.
Please. Yeah.
Because I come to talk with you.
No, it's
All
okay.
right. At times I like talking to bums, and this is your night.
Choose your word and continue. Okay, I think it's out of the. Okay, it's still here. Consign, please continue. Please, to Niger. Don't worry. And when he finishes, you can respond. Consign, please choose your word carefully. Go ahead, please.
You see, good evening, everybody. And for those who are like in Britain, good morning to you. Yesterday and today is a happy Christmas. And it's a happy time for everybody, not only the Christians, but everybody. I want to start with this. You see, we always try to blame the foreigners. What's happened to Nigeria? I don't believe so. They may also have a hand in it, but the real thing is this. When Libya collapsed, when the problem started in Libya, and these people start coming this side, why didn't they go to Ghana? Why didn't they go to Benin Republic? Why didn't they go to other Cameroon and all the rest? Why did they come to Nigeria? And why did Nigeria welcome them? Because that's what Nigeria needed. Like those Muslims, those not all the homo, those terrorists. The former Rufai, former governor of the governor of Bauchi, I think Bauchi State, yeah. He said if Fulani is Nigerian, they can come to Nigeria and do whatever they like. Buhari opened door for them. Why Ghana president didn't open door for them? Why? They didn't open the door for them. So that is one. Two, Nigeria for me has no government. Because if Nigeria have government, all these things happening today cannot happen. And like what Vitri said, really, I think Vitri, I was happy when that guy was speaking. That's what what made me to come here now. That guy spoke our mind, the mind of many people this night. Because even Janaba, today, I'm happy with what you said today. You're not like before, when you used to say some things which is not, but today, I'm really, really happy what you said today. One, Nigerians make like people who are cursed or who are under a spell. I'm telling the truth. Because I have many examples. In Nigeria today, a minister is going to commission a road. And people are happy. Minister is doing a good job. He is that, hailing him. That road will not even stay to a year or 2 years. That road will destroy. But in other countries, I don't at this particular this 21st century, a minister is being heard, a senator is being heard like he's a king. While these people are supposed to be serving us, you see Arise News when terrorists kill people in Benue or in Bauchi anywhere. That woman, that president wife, which I don't know where she's coming from, we can start giving them money. But and Arise will be happy. Yes, she's doing a good job. Yes, she's a first lady. Yes, she's this, she's that. But instead of, is it the job of that woman to go and give people money, or is it the job of her and the husband to stop all these terrorists from killing people? That's the most important thing. They're supposed to stop these people from killing people, not to go and give them money when people are died. Tinubu went to Jos or Benue. The man, the thought TV was telling him, this is genocide. This is not a farmers clash. Then it was politics, making it as politics. This is Hedas farmers clash. Where is it Hedas farmers clash? Until when Trump said something, that's when he stand up to be like a leader. You see, so that's the problem of Nigeria is by both the Nigerian people and the government. And when I say Nigerians are like people who are under a spell or cost, how in a country you have a president, he came in, whether he win election, didn't win election, the way he came in, instead of bringing people that can work for the interest of the country, he bring only his tribe. His tribe is in charge of the whole finance of Nigeria. And not even his tribe, his boys, they call him his boys. And a whole country of more than 220 million people keep quiet. Somebody bring his own boys to come and manage the affairs.
Okay. We've heard the same thing. Like someone else speak, man. Like I'm tired of this nonsense monologue shit. Like let's pass it around. Forefathers, oh, you're here. Thank you. This guy just kept interrupting while I was speaking. He wouldn't let me speak the moment he left. It was just crazy.
Yeah,
I didn't even know.
you Niger, please, one
Yeah,
this
yeah.
idiot.
So I
This
didn't
guy,
even know
this
you
guy
were
is
here. Like
what this
he
what this
wouldn't
guy.
not letting them talk.
This guy is very
Come on.
stupid. My friend,
Like, go
go
listen.
and sit down.
Constance, take it easy. You are going to get your
Insulting,
chance.
insulting.
What is wrong
He
with
was
you?
here insulting his mother, insulting his own
What?
father. Yeah, very crude, illiterate. Very crude, illiterate guy, though. Like, Bushman to the
Go
core.
Niger, remove this
Costa
guy,
is
remove
very
this idiot,
unruly.
remove this
Costa is
idiot.
very unruly. You know what's it's very unruly, to be honest.
Why?
Very rude and very belligerent, illiterate to the
Angry.
max.
He's always very angry when he. I don't know
He's
why he's so
always
angry.
angry. I
I'm
don't know
angry,
why.
but come
Sorry,
on.
so
Deplorable character.
you
Maybe
know,
it's just like
you know,
that.
you guys know I've not finished my summation, right?
Yeah, Jefferson has not finished.
Okay,
submission.
Yeah,
finish your submission so
respect
that
yourself.
Constance can speak.
Respect yourself. Go
Go and sit down.
Constance,
Go and
just
sit
hold on.
down.
Your turn is coming. Your turn is coming.
I
Jefferson,
think
please finish your
he's
submission.
drunk. He's probably
We feel like
drunk.
I'm the one talking. Leave me to and let me finish. I'm the one talking.
No, let
Don't listen to
Constance
that
finish.
that
Jefferson
idiot.
is not done. Let Jefferson finish.
I think he's drunk.
Please carry on. Carry on.
Okay,
We
so
don't know whether it's wrong.
look, just like I said, this thing is not the state at which Nigeria is. The state police were all saying we don't know how if we do it, the governors will be in charge or they'll. No. We can have check and balances. And we are in a point in this nation where because currently now, if you look at the hierarchy of Nigeria, it is from ground to the top. That's how we're operating, and it's affecting everything we do. So that has to change. It's not going to be like that even for the state police. We're looking. I'm just suggesting, but that if at all they're going to do that, yes, even though we'll have. You're talking about the federal government trying to checkmate all these things. Even if they're going to checkmate it, it's not going to be with this same ideology. The ideology of, because the federal government is the one looking at it, they'll decide everything with this kind of mindset. No. Even the federal government should be on check at this point. You understand? So everybody has to, because that is where this thing is heading. Because as you can see, centralized system of government is also is playing a key role of why we're having all this mess. You know, the police that we're operating today, there's the police that we are operating today, right? Is it not the same central system? And of course, whoever is in charge will decide how he wants to deploy that with the military, that with everything. So it's just something that needs to be looked in consensus. So I don't know. I'm going to stop there because there's so many things I wanted to say, but I think I've lost my thoughts.
I'm glad. Let's open
It's all right.
it up. It's okay. I think let's open it up now. To so it becomes a bit more relaxed before we close out. So from AY, so looking at this now, let's just discuss the state police this thing since it keeps coming up because people think somehow that's going to necessarily be a solution. Do you see the government implementing it now in Nigeria and everything going well without a kind of strengthening the center?
Definitely, we will definitely have some challenges, right? At the initial kickoff. Why I actually asked Mr. Janaba I wanted to hear his view. I know he knows a lot in that area. I don't know much about this area, right? But what I think is there have to be a very careful, serious planning, carefully. People, just like Jefferson said, people with the experience to come in. Look for, we still have some beautiful policemen with experience, former IJ, former commission, some of them with very good experience, right? You can even get some military involved, like let them have like a strong committee that can recommend what we need to do. We can also study other countries. How are they operating in terms of their state and local police, right? So these are things we need to look at. But one thing I think will also work is we should still have like a central police that will oversee activities of the state. Because one thing I know, you see these our governors, they are mini Idi Amin o. These our governors. Some of they are bandit in government. I'm telling you, if you follow these guys, some of them, what they will do to opponent. So the Senate needs to also be involved, right? To oversee, do oversight function in this area. It's something we can start. We have to start from somewhere. We will definitely make mistakes, but if we are genuine about it, we correct the mistakes. The other question is, for example, if you are doing state police in Sokoto, for example, does it mean all the policemen that will be in Sokoto, they will be indigene of the state? They will be indigene of the local government? Yeah, those are questions that needs to be trashed out. There is a lot of gray area that needs to really be trashed out. I think if we are genuine, it's something that will be highly encouraged. Me, I would say, at least, if not all, let majority of them come from that state in such a way that if I go to Jefferson local government, you have everybody in that area to be policing that area. They know a lot what is going on. They are they are part of the community. They know the terrain. So those are some kind of advantage.
Yeah.
Is the conversation open now?
Yeah, it's kind of open.
Well, you wanted to speak. I wanted to say something on Edwards there, but go ahead. Speak.
Okay. The
No, I was saying forefathers, but yeah, John, if you want.
No, let John continue now.
Yeah.
All right. Now, the first of all, policing is harder than just being like a soldier. The only problem that you see Nigerian is facing, even in most counting and all the Nigerian, the American here, you will see that the local police, they have more tax, more than the army. They are mostly from the army join the police in most of the area, because police need more technical approach. Our police are not well trained, even the one that we have right now. Apart from that, the fact that they are not well paid, they are not well trained. And this in the places like Nigeria, even though they claim that we are educated around the world and all of that, well, we don't deliver, especially within our country. I don't know why. So even if you go to medical field now in Nigeria, the way the doctors will approach you, the way the nurses will approach you, we are not that disciplined. So it also go down to the policing in our local area. So look at the example somebody was giving that if they will flush out Fulani in their bushes, so you can imagine that kind of talk. So what they will now use the state police for, since they are not trained to carry out their duty very well, you can see so much Nigerian police before they are calling them back, where few are coming back, the spokesman for the police will come out and say some things. You see that they were serving the most rich people, protecting them. Why so? That is not. So the police in Nigeria is a lot of work. So when you bring down to state level, on the level of uneducated in police during I think it was Obasanjo, he just flooded them. Now uh they will be fading off based on Nigerian 35 years of service, but they still have a lot of them. They don't have understanding at all of how police even supposed to be. So if you give now give to the state level and the same thing, where would they have their training place? All of those things cost money and all of that. Even the federal one is not. And even here, we have a federal police. They only call them marshal. They are inside the plane sometimes, all those big if when they come to local area to arrest, the only thing they will contact the local police, we are coming to so place, and they know they are around. They don't even support them to come, they don't even come with them for the arrest, but they communicate. Those are the structure in place, but we don't have all of those things. Let's strengthen the center very well. And then we can do that. Like coming to what happened in Sokoto today, you can see that why I have misfeeling about it is that I have I spoke about it last time. Uh the militant group, they have more sophisticated um drone than the army that are there. That even before they monitor them, they bring it down. So the army, they are using the little thing to protect their lives. And that's why I throw the blame on the government not providing enough ammunitions, enough training, and not protection for the citizen. Because the little one they have to protect themselves wherever they kept them to make sure that the bandit or the terrorists do not come and attack them. I spoke about it last time, especially in that area in Sokoto. So it's mixed feeling for me. I hope it stops right now, so that at least it's a big message to them that this is cannot continue. But to me, in summary, the failure of the government.
Thank you. Is there anything particularly stopping, say, the federal government recruiting people from the state to
Yes, yes,
function
there
as
is.
state police,
Yes,
so that
yes, there is.
they just
We haven't
function?
heard the
Let me
question. Go
finish.
ahead.
Yeah, to recruit from the
Yes.
state. Hold on now. To recruit from the state, so that the
Voila.
to recruit from the state and keep them in the state, let them function from the state while the federal government still controls them. Is there anything stopping the federal government from doing that? Because that's
Yes,
equivalent
yes,
to state
there is.
police.
In fact, Father, if you may excuse me, the house, thank you very much. I think from a little experience when my vehicle had issues and I called the police, you know, there's no difference between the New York police and the New Jersey police. The difference is that New York police is in the payroll of New York, while Jersey police is in the payroll of New Jersey. They all are all police. If you look at the American system, you see that their model of operandum, their operations, their uniforming, their vehicular kind of painting is all similar. It's all the same. The police has a network of itself nationwide. But the difference is that each state takes care of each police, uniform them, equip them, and run with it. But there is a police system in the country, as it were. So that is where we're getting it wrong. We know how to copy, but we copy wrongly. That's the problem with Nigeria. We came to America, we copied the 6334 system education. What did we implement? Nonsense. They won't study the system very well to see how does this thing work. Let me tell you, the federal police have not worked in Nigeria. It has failed long time ago because the center controlling system is not working. It's too centralized. It's too centralized. That is the problem.
The reason why it failed is just because it's centralized.
It's centralized. It's centralized. Now that means there is a IG. From IG it goes down. That is why the budget goes down. They cut it till it gets to the lower. That's why
do you know that many countries in the world have the same system, but they are not? It's not a problem for them.
But that our Nigerian factor, we've not been able to manage that. But if we break it down into the various states, it will help competition. Each person will equip his police. Each person want to, there will be a performance. At the end of the day, we will all grow. That is what I think.
Have you not considered the dangers at all? All you just see is the opportunity. You don't see the big dangers.
Which danger? The same danger in the national police is still the same danger, but it will not be locally managed. It is not. It will be better. It will be easier. It will be decentralized, and it will make reporting more efficient and the policing more efficient. That is my take. But if we look at it from that angle,
hold on. You are being a little bit all over the place. Let's try to keep things simple. The question was, if the federal government employs people that are from that state, because I thought that was the original case for state police, let them be local so that they know the local, they have interest in protecting their locality. That was the original argument. Now, people, if you don't want that, then I feel like there is another agenda going on here that means that's why you don't want that to happen. What is the real agenda behind you saying even people that are from that state, if they are recruited to protect the state, that you are against that? Just because the federal government is the one controlling it.
All right, so
do you know we have an FBI here? Huh?
Why you? I asked you a straight question. I'm talking about FBI.
Okay,
I'm talking about Nigeria right now.
I'm trying to tell you how the system works in America. There's the central police system, which is the FBI. Once FBI show, the local police give up the whatever investigation. That is how it works.
No, that's not how it works.
That's not how
That's not how it
No,
works.
that's not correct. FBI
That's not how it works.
I know FBI have, but when an investigation overwhelms the local police, FBI takes over. That's what I mean.
No. So this is what happens. Okay, the closest things to federal polices that the United States have are different departments that specialize on certain issues. For example, the DEA, the ATF, DEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency, ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. These people, of course, you would know that ATF focuses on gun crimes, bombs, and firearms, the violations of federal law. If they cross state lines, what Obi, I think, is trying to say with regards to the FBI in New Jersey, where he is that they have field offices. So if a department has a field office, they operate in different places in the state. They might have multiple field officers. They might have one, or sometimes they might not have any. Then they collaborate with others in other states. So again, we have like the field, the U.S. Marshals that John Abbott mentioned. These are in charge of interdicting fugitives. And if for people that don't even know, the U.S. Secret Service actually, its only duty is not to protect the president, but it actually deals with financial crimes, forgery of, for example, checks, forgery of monetary bonds.
419.
But not fraud. 419 would be under the purview of the Federal Bureau.
I mean,
419 will be under the purview of the Federal Bureau of Investigations, not the U.S. Secret Service. So if there was like a 419 case, for example, if it violated federal laws, it would be under the jurisdiction of the FBI. So we have different state federal polices in the United States, but they specialize in interdicting certain specific crimes. Nigeria is going to get there. It's going to get there. This is just part of what a country has to go through in its development. At a point, we didn't have all of these law enforcement agencies in the United States. Earlier, while I was talking, before concerns started insulting and yelling, throwing tantrum, either Virginia or Pennsylvania actually started off as motor vehicle interdiction of motor vehicle infractions. This is how it evolved into becoming a state police. In Texas, for example, before they became the Rangers, there was the Coahuila Hitezas, which was just to stop people from attacking Native Americans. As time goes on, as society changes, as different things start occurring in the country, it'll evolve. This is why my premise is still that Nigeria as a whole is not ready for the entire country having a state police. John Abbott rightly said it will be misused. You yourself, forefathers, AY has said it. Now, as to your question, is indigenship required? I would say if you start deciding to have policing, and you can argue, I could be wrong in your eyes, but if you decide that you want to have you want to say you have to be an indigent of a state before you can actually go out to prevent crime legally, what you are doing in effect is you're going to create a divide between people that really want to take care of a state. Maybe they were born and raised there, but they are not indigenous. See, this is the conundrum of Nigeria, but they are not indigenous of that state. In addition of ostracizing those people that are not indigenous but want to work in the police system but can't because their ancestors were born in another tribe or another state. In addition, what you're doing is effectively creating a tribal militia.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So
what about residents? Like
residents,
it should
yes.
be based on residents.
It must be based on, you have to know, because community policing is local. You have to know the people you're policing. You have to know their culture. You have to know their norms. You have to know what they like and what they don't like. And in effect, they have to see you as one and trust you. Now, if they don't trust you, which is like what is happening in the northern sector of Nigeria, you're not getting any information and you're not solving any crimes. It's not going to happen. So maybe Nigeria.
Tunaja, are we saying that a governor of a state is not responsible enough to manage the police? Is that what we're saying?
No, nobody is saying that. We're just saying that.
We're saying society.
Sorry, let me just answer him. The reason why is because we've seen governors destroy hearts of assemblies. We've seen governors not pay their staff. Maybe federal government does it, but they don't. You don't hear federal workers saying that government didn't pay them. So at least you can say you can give you take the good part and throw away the bad part, in the sense that the federal government pays their salaries. Let the federal government be paying the salary and have an oversight. But the state government can still.
In other words, we have a problem of money. Many problems, right?
Yeah, the money problem, but I think the federal government they can still remain in the federal ecosystem, but state officials are the ones running. State police officers are the ones running the police system.
Only one man, Malami, has over 200 billion property. Only one man with our money, and we say we have problem with money. We're not ready in that country now. We're just deceiving ourselves.
200 billion naira. What is 200 billion
200 billion naira worth of properties. Over 200 billion
naira is
only
100
one
million
man.
pounds.
Only
Have
one
you
man.
seen what is going around in other countries for their security? See, if we aspire enough, you will be seeing bigger money in Nigeria. The money we see in Ghana is
there is money, but we stop the corruption. The money will be everywhere.
You see, the reason for corruption in Nigeria, what do we really know why the corruption is so rampant? There is corruption in any part of the world, even in America. The only level of corruption in Nigeria is lack of accountability in terms of the people. One man can have 3 billion, but if the source of the money, I think you think that, of course, it's bribe. We don't see any company is running. Maybe it's as a result of election, he get bribe and all of that. But the point is that when we talk about corruption in Nigeria, is the fear of no system. Now, for instance, if you serve no system, like if you serve Nigerian police now and you retire, to your pension to be paid after you have served for 35 years, somebody is talking, please.
That's the pension of 2 million or 2 million naira.
Somebody will just take no. Somebody try to mute, please. I'm hearing. Somebody should mute, please. Okay. Now, the level of corruption is coming out of no system. First of all, no accountability and no consequences for actions. Secondly, what led to the corruption in the first place is the fear. Because if you are in charge of a police pension now, why not paying the police? It's because we don't have system. Some people right now are still a ghost workers, maybe been dead long ago. They are still paying them. Some people does not even exist. But the government, that, like, let's say the state government now, can have a commissioner put people's name that they are working in that office that they are not existing. You understand that? So because we don't have system, If they have the system, such will not happen, which means you will be
Exactly.
identified, you will be
Yeah,
identified by your social,
I wanted
by
to
your
ask something. Like, I wanted to ask something about the point you raised. It's on a side note. Like, when somebody dies in Nigeria, let's say a retiree dies, how
No
long?
record, though. No record. No record.
Can you let me get the question out before you jump it? Eh? Can you let me get the question out?
They go
You
just
know
dey
what?
play and they go.
Before that, let me encourage people to like the videos and subscribe, please. Subscribe to the channel so that when we are online, you can be notified, so that you can be able to join us. Because there, who knows what else is going to be happening with all these events that are taking place now. It's very important that you are notified as soon as possible. So like and subscribe to the channel, share it with other people so that they can be able to join the conversations too about these issues. And just to also mark the cultural segments that I'm often doing. I have to mark the my Igbo brothers. We are all the same people. So and they have some of the finest culture that you can come across in Nigeria, and people don't give the Southeasterners a lot of credit for what they represent, and it's very interesting because I wanted to talk about that today, but because it's on the Christmas day, I moved on from that. They don't really give them a lot of credit for it, and I get the feeling that because of their culture, the way their culture functions, are not the toxic part, all these,
Abeg, let's stay on the topic, I beg.
Hey,
Please,
mind your
Abeg, leave
business,
leave
Jare.
people
Hey, yeah,
alone.
man.
I
Hey,
know,
don't make me mute you now, eh?
please. I know
Don't
if
make me
I'm
mute you
muting,
now,
I know it's your
eh?
platform. Please,
Abeg,
Are you
leave.
allergic to compliment? Look at
The
that. He's
one, the
allergic
one,
to
the one they
compliment.
have done to
Hey,
Nnamdi
let
Kanu
me
is
talk,
enough.
Jare.
Abeg,
He seems to be
Abeg,
allergic to
abeg.
compliment.
let's not go
Hold
there.
on,
Let's discuss the other
let
topic.
me talk. Hey, let me talk. See,
Everybody is important.
one thing I've observed, because remember the Southeasterners, they don't believe in overarching leader over them. That's one. They tend to
Yeah.
be more representative compared to other cultures, and they also have this thing whereby you have to earn your way to have your say. You can't just come just because you are older. You just come and you tell people stuff and they follow you. It's not necessarily true. That's something that is very interesting, and which is one part people don't pick up on very well. They are not as warlike as other major groups. They don't seek. You don't see them, carrying out invasions, physical warlike invasions of other groups, because their origin was based on the kind of what they call it, priestly class, whereby the Henry this a class that's where they derive their instructions from, which is similar to that of Ife, really, originally. Sometimes the Southwestern, they like to pretend as if it's not similar. It was similar because Ife wasn't like a kingdom or
How
just one
how
capital.
how many words do you think the South is on its own? Can you say in modern terms, modern in quotes, as fought?
None. I think they had
Well,
their
they
civil
fought
war.
one,
No, the Biafra one. No, no,
right?
to be fair,
So, but what
I'm talking
my
about
point,
historically.
what exactly? So one. So my point is, you cannot call it a peaceful clan if you cannot pinpoint skirmishes that
Okay,
it's
how
been
did you
involved
I don't
in
want to
the
get
past. And then, can I please finish, sir?
into that.
I'm
No, no,
just
no.
speaking history. I don't care about your feelings. Please let me finish.
I don't care if you don't
So,
But
care
this is
about
not
my
a
so,
debate.
so,
I'm
feelings.
just giving my own
yeah,
opinion.
yeah.
It's not a
So
debate,
that's my point. So
and
my
I'll play
point.
their
That's what I'm
video.
saying. I'm just saying we have to be circumspect when we make certain statements, and we have to be factual, especially since we're all learning and there's people listening to us. So if you call it a peaceful, is it okay if I finish, emotional man? So if you call it a peaceful clan, for example, you have to be able to point to its history and say, well, it has never fought a war. And when it fought a war, what did it do? Now, when it fought a war in 67 to 70, for what you call a peaceful clan, it actually invaded its neighbors, its neutral neighbors.
Okay. I hear what you are saying
It's
there.
history, right? So we have
I hear
to.
what you are saying. See, remember that war was more of a defensive war. It wasn't a war they declared like just happened out of thin air where they just. It was more of a defense. When what we're talking about here is expansionist wars where they want to conquer, get an empire.
If it's a,
what you see from the southeast.
well, but listen here, listen. One thing we have to learn in Nigeria. Just give me 2 minutes. Just give me. I understand.
You are debating me now.
There you go, shutting me down.
I told you. See, this is why Southeast.
It's all right. Do your thing.
You won't let any good thing be said about
no,
them.
No, we have to. No, it's not about challenging. What we have to be doing in Nigeria is we need to stop being emotional and sentimental.
What I'm saying is factual.
So if you say you're
defensive,
listen, hear me out. Just hear me out. And you can't tell me about the Southeast. Why would I insult my own? Anyway, so you're not telling me nothing new. This is my point. Again, forefathers, when we make this kind of discussions, with all due respect, we have to learn to stop being deceitful. What you just did right now is trying to throw me to the wolves. Even though what I was trying to do was say, if you say, speaking on an historical basis, now, if you say it was a defensive war, what would you say for their neighbors that got invaded by them? What was their position? If someone like AY, for example, said, well, my people got invaded. So now we're going off a tangent, but in essence, let's be speaking truth to power. Let's stop being emotional and let's stop being deceitful when we talk about issues like this.
So, like when I say it's a defensive war, please, this is not a debate. I was just trying to make a comment from my own observation. I know there was a war. I knew there was a war, and the context I was speaking was more of a historical basis. They had skirmishes with the Edo Kingdom. They had conflicts with the Igala, but they don't got, and even the skirmishes they had with the Edo, it wasn't the entire Igbo. So this is what I mean. They are not seeking as a group, as a whole group, to dominate another group like that.
But we're not.
Let me
again, we have
that
to be.
Jesus Christ. This is not. I'm not.
I thought you were done. Don't try to throw me to the wolves. I thought you were done.
Okay,
all right. Don't stop trying it.
Okay. What I'm going to do to let you know so that you don't interrupt is I'm going to play their cultural, songs so that you know that okay, if I don't do that, then I've not done it. I've not finished. So they are not invasive. They are not like the Oyo Kingdom that is trying to expand into being a republic and defeat. You don't see that in the that is it's true, and you don't see that in many. I don't know about even the Gala people were somehow.
Was it the Oyo? See, that's why we have to be careful about our language. You keep saying they're not invasive as if they are a bunch of locusts. Was it the entire or your people that expanded the kingdom? Let me finish. Was it the entire or your people, or was it the armies? This is Nigeria. You guys don't like hearing the truth. Was it the armies of the Oyo kingdom, or was it the ordinary citizens of the Oyo kingdom that went on these expansionist moves? So when you have to be careful with the kind of language.
Oh my God, it's always like that. It is always like that.
But you keep saying they're not an invasive group, but then you say they are not like the Oyos that went towards invaded their neighbors, as if the Oyos did not have a group specializing in conquest, which was their army. I understand if we want to kiss ass. I understand if we are trying to be nice to people. Yeah, but we need to stop all of this.
You need to discipline yourself and stop. You need to discipline yourself and stop interrupting me. I did say I was going to play a song before he knows I've stopped, but yeah, he interrupted me anyway. He keeps interrupting me. Why is it that it's not even that? Why those people? This is not controversial.
I don't know. I think you're trying to make a statement of which I prevented you from not making because I knew this would bring.
And you two have started stopping me now. What is wrong with people? Can anybody say anything about the Southeast without people trying to interrupt? All I'm saying is that if you look at their culture, they don't expand based on war. They tend to expand based on commerce, trade, and other peaceful means. That is what they do.
Do you know the history of Arochukwu people too, though?
Okay, that was later in the day.
No,
now.
no. What do you mean later in the day? Do you know
But
the
you know
history?
there are a lot of
It
people
was it
that
not against
you
Igbo
know they
people?
were invaded, right?
Yeah, Igbos now.
Were they
Yeah,
not
but they did it
invaded?
against Igbo people now, by and large. Now, most of
They
their
are how
conflicts
people are
was
talking about. Were they not
within the
invaded?
inter-Igbo. They are not expanding out of this in the within the Igbo culture too. So
Honest.
that was more of a civil war, if you want to look at it from that point of view.
So please.
So this is a factual thing that I'm saying here. Most other groups have kings
Okay, let
where
other
you
people share
have
their
as a
opinion.
whole. I'm not done until
When
you
you
see
are
that
when you are
until you see
done,
that
boss.
song. You want people to you see when Southerners keep complaining, this is why they complain. You can't even let me get one statement through. I talk about Edo people here. He
Father,
didn't
go
say
ahead.
anything. No.
Finish.
He didn't stop me when I spoke about Edo people the last time. I talked about Yoruba and everything. Nobody stopped me. Can't we just get a few words through? I talked about Yoruba and how you people have been done hard by Nigeria.
I don't have a don't cut me.
You're not from Edo.
It's Oba of Benin, Oba of Edo. What are you talking about?
It's Oba of Benin now.
Oh, it's Oba of Benin. It's not Oba of Edo.
Okay, so it's not your
Benin
Oba.
is a tribe. I'm not from Benin. Why are you cutting
Yeah,
me?
so
okay, I see. Okay.
Because
Okay, my apologies. My
So you
apologies.
don't know? Oh,
I
my
don't know
God.
the difference anymore. I
Hello,
don't know the difference.
babe.
You are troublemakers. You won't let me say one thing. Okay, you know what? I'll just play this song because people will let me talk at all.
We are going to take them and add them to Anyoma, and then and then AY, I don't want to hear pain from you.
What do you want to do?
Yes, I said Ibanke people, Ibanke that is under Edo State that are
If you
Igbo.
near Edola there,
I don't want to hear pain from you because
I'm not gonna say you be my friend. I go chop you.
Oh, look at that. You see the attitude.
Don't near my
I don't want to
place.
hear palm. You see.
Don't near
The
my land.
attitude don't start now.
You said the Oba of Benin is
Papa that is praising you now that you are not.
No. Why you people not okay? Let me just play this. I will just play this and get it over with. You people will not let me talk. This is not right. And next time I want to talk about my Igbo brothers, I'm not going to have anybody on the panel because there's always going to be somebody interrupting me. It's enough.
Put more volume. I'm not hearing it.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me correct that. Hold on. Let me start it again and get back to basis. I'll get it back up and with sound now. All right, perfect. Let's get busy. All right, so I will leave it at that for now. We'll carry on with that later. I'm going to cover a lot more of this. I wish I can do a historical stuff actually, because people don't necessarily. I see one of the reasons why I'm saying I went into details a little bit was because you go online, you see how people are maligning the Igbo origin and their nature. I don't like that. And if you look at it's even tied to the way Peter Obi campaigned. You would think it is obedience that are actually physically hurting the Jagaban people. When you hear the way they complain, you won't know that it was the other way around. And you see that in many Nigerian discourse. And like the way I speak the truth now just said about the Civil War. The Civil War in itself, remember, it started from the pogroms. Yeah, there were political reasons, military coups and all the rest. But in reality, it was them on the back foot. They had to somehow respond. Maybe you will say, like in my own case, I don't believe the response was good. It was a good response, but it wasn't them looking to dominate a group, trying to start a war.
But that was
Country.
That wasn't my implication. I went, and please try not to interrupt me because I know once you start hearing things you don't like, you start trying to interrupt me and saying things I didn't say. I would really appreciate that. I went with your own statement. Your own statement was that the group, the Igbo ethnicity. Can someone mute themselves, please? Your position was that the Igbo ethnicity was a peaceful group. This was your own statement, and you said they were not the invasive type. This was, again, your own word. I'm quoting you verbatim. And I said, why do you call them that? You said, well, because they are not a warlike group. They never went to war. And I said, well, are you talking about, basically I implied, was it prehistoric times or current times? You said, well, yeah, they still never went to. I said, well, okay, how many wars have they fought? You said none. I said, well, they fought one. We started talking about the Civil War. I said, well, so this is what you do. You have to decide the one war that they have fought before you say they are not an invasive group, because if we have to go based on that one war, that they are not an invasive group, they do not attack their neighbors, they don't try to conquer, then your position would be wrong. These are just the facts. This is just the fact, regardless of how you want the Igbos to take you by praising them or whatever. And I'm not saying you shouldn't, and I'm not denigrating anybody. I'm just saying, based on facts, if we say they've only fought one war, you cannot say that they are not an invasive group, because they did invade AY's people, for example. And if you want to say they are not a warlike group, that is not true, because they also fought a war where they invaded and took over a neutral territory. Then you shifted the goalposts and started talking about the Oyo empires and say, well, they're not like the Oyos. They don't go like the Oyos went and captured their neighbors in West Africa. And I'm saying again, that is not true. The Oyos they have a specialized regiment that was just focused on wars. Yes, they do, which is the Oyo army. So I'm just saying, let's be careful with our words. Like, I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just saying, based on the facts on the ground, your premise is wrong. You feel free to praise whoever you want to praise. But if we want to speak about history, you're wrong, because you say that as if yours as a group will swarm into these places. No, they had an army like most other empires. So that's what I'm saying. So don't take my words out of context and don't say things I didn't say or imply. I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just saying, based on the circumstances on the ground, this is what the facts are. That's just it.
Anybody else wants to weigh in? Okay, so my point, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I understand where you're coming from, but I think it's a sensitive, and I know maybe this week you have been trying to wrap it up with the historical thing, and just like Tuna just said, um, what you base on, maybe you could have posted in a different way, but you cannot say that they were not. They have. There's no other major tribe in Nigeria that brought war to Nigeria more than the Igbos. So I don't think that could have been a good thing to say. But you can talk about other facts, and then you say it's a defensive war. It's like Nigerian went after them and they are fighting back. It's not defensive. Defensive is like when you are trying to defend yourself against something. They are not defensive. They actually, the fact that they went and had a meeting in Ghana and something political and forever the power struggle, that does not, and Nigerians do not crush on them. They are the one that started it. So I don't know why I say they are being
Wow.
defensive.
I said they are being defensive because they declared their own republic. They didn't say that they wanted Nigeria. Although you can argue that taking the South and other parts
Yes.
could be considered offensive act.
Please.
Yeah.
It's sensitive. Yeah.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But my context was my original context wasn't even in the contemporary times. Sorry. My original context wasn't in the
Yes,
current
what you are
period.
even saying now
Part.
is that
It was
wherever
historical.
they are, yes. Now,
Faces
It
stop
was
what you are
historical.
trying to bring is that right now, where they are in Nigeria, they just live and let's live. They just want a better life for themselves and have fun. Now, you can frame it that way. And of course, in
No, but
any
hold on. See, civil war is one event within Nigerian history. I went as far back as the Henry because, and I talked about how they don't tend to have kings because, and the way they tend to expand is tend to be involve trade. If you look at in Nigerian context today, it's not because they fought their war into the north before you have so many Igbo people in the north. It's because of trade. That's how they behave. That's what I was trying to express here.
yes.
And this is has been their nature from the very beginning. Even the war, even the war they fought against the Benin kingdom, it wasn't the entire Igbo. So that should tell you something. It wasn't even the entire Igbo, it's just some parts that was having skirmishes with them. So they never really came together to say, let's fight a war against these people. And what one brain cell said about what I mentioned about the Oyo people being unfair, the way I put it, because the Oyo people had a regiment military that did that. Then you can accord the same courtesy to the Southeasterners for it's just the military in the Southeast that did it, but yet all of them paid for it nonetheless. So my point is that
that was exactly my point.
And we are still paying.
Yeah,
that was exactly my point. That it was not the entire Igbo race that attacked their neighbors. It was the military arm of Biafra. This is what
oh
my God, comprehension.
We can agree with that.
But I've mentioned it already.
If it is on a level, if we use that as a baseline, then that's fine. I don't have any issue with that. But my point is that you can see within the nature of their culture, you don't have kings, you don't have an organized whole group of Igbo, but just okay, it's time to invade the Gala. No, and even the thief people and the people in the middle belt, they tend to be like that too. That's how they forestalled the Fulani from totally taking over that area because they were scattered. They were not. They didn't form one group.
But again, this is I think this is Jefferson. Just one second. Sorry, I'm sorry, Jefferson. So again, this is where I disagree with you, because we cannot be all over the place. All right. So if we have to talk from an historical context, we have to keep things in line. This is where I think a lot of Nigerians always have a problem with someone of my kind, because I guess comprehension is also an issue in Nigeria. This is not a slight to anybody on here. If we want to talk about what, if you're saying, again, if the premise is, or if your position is what they did to their neighbors vis-a-vis what, for example, the Oyos or the Benins did to their neighbors in times of peace before invading them, then this is where I ask you the original question. How many wars have they fought? How many noted wars do you know that the Igbo tribe has fought? Then you can say, well, this is how they are in wartime or during, if they invade or they don't. Now, you said they have only gone to war once that you know of. Then, objectively, what we have to try to see is how did they behave during that, what was their behavior during that situation, which contradicts your position of being non-invasive.
If you know people, hold on. If you know people that out of over 1,000 years, you don't know them organizing as a group to go and invade other people, only once they did that, they are not a warlike people.
We can't. We could argue that. We could argue that. But then again, no. I say when I say we could argue that, it doesn't mean that we have to argue. It means we can agree to disagree. That's what it means.
For 1,000 years, they didn't form a group to invade another group.
Right.
And you still think they are warlike?
No, I never said that. Stop trying to put words in my mouth.
And you shouldn't disagree with me. Just accept it and move on.
Well, no, I would just accept it and move on. I'm a thinker. All right. So people, you might not like that, but this is the point. This is the bottom line. what was the political structure of that area 1,000 years ago? Would it ordinarily have called for an invasion? Would it ordinarily have been warranted? Would they have been able to even attempt to invade their neighbors? What prevented them? Were they in a place where, for example, they didn't even have neighbors around them? So you have to take these things into consideration before you start making blanket statements. But listen, let's forget about it, because let's discuss about something else. And
yeah,
you know, like,
you want me to say something? You want to change the topic, Father?
The one that is not an Edo person. I don't know what the.
Father, you want me to say something? You want to change the topic?
I don't want you to say something. You say you're not Edo. That.
Change the topic, then now.
All right. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Okay.
Let's move on. I think we should.
What do you like controversial topic, though?
See, because you know what I'm trying to do. Because we as Nigerians, we work on eggshells around each other. We don't try to tell the truth about things. If you keep doing that, you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to make breakthroughs.
But what you said is true. What to Nigeria one breaker said is true. Hey, apart from Jefferson that is trying to evade me, every other thing is true. So yes. Jefferson is planning seriously to evade me.
Yes,
if I catch you,
hold on.
You said that the
hold on.
It's Oba of Benin, but not Oba of Edo. So I'll try to correct you that the Mbanke people of Edo State happen to be Igbo. So anytime we're ready to create a state and take them and join our enclave, you don't have a say.
No, they can pack their things and go to the east now if they want. You can do referendum. They can cross the bridge.
That is not even going to happen. I don't know why they always have.
It's not going to happen. It's just talking.
No territory of Edo.
Jefferson is a prima. Let's obey answer him.
Jefferson, you see, somebody explained the other day that people can be speaking Igbo doesn't mean they are actually Igbo. You have to recognize that. No, don't start the argument. Please don't do that. They say when the British arrived, the British actually made people start speaking Igbo because it was easier to administer.
It's what they call, how will I put it? It's what they call identity crisis.
Oh no, let's not go into identity crisis discussion. But let me deal with the point. Jefferson, hold on now. Let's not go into whether back is Igbo or not.
If you trace back, they know who they are.
Jefferson, leave it now. Leave it. You can't force people to be what they say they are not.
And that is your own opinion now. You stay with your Edo.
If you say you are not Igbo now, would I force you to be Igbo? If you say you are not Igbo, would I force you?
I'm Igbo. I will say it.
Yeah, okay. What if I say Yoruba? What if I say Yoruba? Okay, you will refuse, won't you? That's how Igbo people are telling you that they're not Igbo. You're forcing them.
Yes, everyone have their own history and fine. And people know where they came from and everything. You have to allow people to self-identify. For your information, whether you like it or not, they are.
He's not listening. He's not. You are not. See. Hold on. Jefferson, you are one of those people that give Igbo bad
their own people.
You see, he's omitting and going on. You are omitting and going on. You are one of those people that give Southeasterners bad name. You don't listen.
No.
You feel like other people don't have a right to self-identify. You feel like other people don't have a right. It's only you that have it. It's a big problem.
You have the problem.
See, what you are demonstrating here is one of the biggest problems South people have with Southeasterners. You don't listen to them. You just think you can tell them. You tell them they are Igbo. They are telling you that no, we are not. You keep telling them they are Igbo. Don't do that.
The same people that are confronting their fathers for lying to them for years.
Oh my God!
Let me say. Hold on. Let me quickly say this.
Whether they lie to them, but you have to respect them.
Let me quickly say this. Most of Jefferson, hold on. In Edo, right? There are Igbo people in Edo. There are Ijaw people in Edo. There are even Yoruba people in Edo. The fact that there are Igbo people in Edo doesn't mean that Igbo hold any inch of land in Edo.
You see your problem.
Hold on. They are not indigenous.
You see your problem.
Listen,
they are not indigenous to that area.
Go and read about the Benin Kingdom. Benin Kingdom is lie.
That is it. It's misinformation.
Listen.
It's not because of land. We're talking of the identity of the people and how they have been there.
The reason why all of you are still speaking your language is because the Benin man was too proud to share his language. If they would have conquered all of you, you don't know.
Forefather,
You don't know your history?
let me hold on, Obe. Forefather, let me tell you this.
Igbo language is the
What
oldest language in the world.
you see all this
What?
Igbo language is the oldest language of as proven.
Okay, I think we are now gone into the Lala this thing kingdom.
Forefather, go and check
Go and
this.
do your scientific
All the
research. I'm
area,
not saying it to crap, but I'm telling you for facts.
all the
Igbo
areas
language
they
is the oldest language in the world.
allow people to speak their language. That's why you see
Only
people
of
that
Ife is aware of
spread
this.
across the whole
Yes,
south.
spewing rubbish.
Benin language could have trekked the whole. Benin would have been one of
Benin. Igbo language is the oldest language in the world.
Language in Nigeria.
I'm going to leave language, and I don't have a problem of Nigeria now.
Okay, let's educate some people since it looks like some people still need some education. Jefferson, are you seeing the languages in the world here? The Igbo language belongs to the Niger Congo language, which
All
is
these
also
ones
linked.
all these ones.
Okay, you are the expert. You are the expert because your granddad told you, so you believe.
It's not about that. This one is not about that. It's not about what you're sharing here.
Yeah, but but you don't want to learn. You say you want to know something, but when they give you the information, you reject it.
In the world, whether you like it or not.
Hold on. You see, let me show you. The Igbo language. I don't even know whether they even included it here. This is the Volta language. That is the branch the Igbo language comes from, and that is the language, the branch that the Yoruba language comes from, the Edo language comes from. The Ijoid language, let me show you where it is. The Ijoid language is one of the oldest in Africa, not to mention this thing, probably linked to the world. It's one of the oldest, and they are one of the oldest ethnic group in that country. But people like you, we go to the South and tell them they are Igbos. Do you know how offensive that is? That's why I say people like you are the ones causing the problem.
The government went and did, after the civil war, went and did a boundary adjustment and deceived.
Him and Passat be the problem.
That's what they did.
They just refuse to learn anything. They
say we go conquer us in Tikolo Fan. I go conquer everybody. I bet when I leave language, those ones are not the point.
Take this thing very seriously.
You should be happy. You should be happy. You are related to the Yoruba people. You should be happy. Your language is you and Yoruba people are brothers. Don't need to argue anymore. You and Edo. They are all the same language.
Your own of Ife is aware that Igbo language is an older language. Only of Ife, in a day, they argue with Nanunu.
You see, now this Oscar Blackboard, you know what? I really thank you for your donations, because, many Nigerians, they like to talk. They don't like to put their hand in their pockets. All these people, all they like to do is spew out garbage and this fake news all the time. But you, when you want to spew out your own fake news, you actually put your body into it. I respect that.
From a non-professor of linguistics. You're saying that I'm just spewing whatever.
Jefferson,
so who do you think wrote all these reports?
Even down to carbon dating of materials and
oh my God,
and coded languages.
Jefferson,
research on languages.
Jefferson, stop learning fake news. Stop learning fake information. Go and get objective information out there. You will see the truth.
When I come, I'm going to share the information. But of course, even if I share the information, you will still be biased. That's the problem with you. You're still going to be biased because
you speak English, Jefferson. Because you speak English,
you're very biased.
Hold on now.
Like you that is saying that South is not
Jefferson.
Because
of course they are not Igbo. What is wrong with you?
In your own mind, you just feel that everybody is just there with an identity.
Oh my God! I can't believe I'm having this conversation again.
Culture of anything.
Can you speak any style? Can you speak Ibani language? Jefferson, can you speak Ibani language?
I want to clear you on it. That's why
Jefferson,
I bring it up in the first place.
Jefferson, can you speak Ibani language? You want me to play it for you? If you can tell me one word in there, let me know.
He's a fool.
He doesn't even understand Igbo language.
He's a fake Igbo guy. Ask Passat. Passat will tell you.
Wow. Yesterday I played a song, Igbo song here,
And Steph was like, thinking of. I was like, what was happening? Because they were saying something very bad in this song.
Oh,
He was,
really?
oh yes.
Oh,
I
heard you
went back.
say that.
Yeah.
Children are
I
here.
went back. I was
Okay.
listening to the song more closely. I was like, oh my god, that was quite expletive what they were saying there. So that's why he said I
That
should turn
was
it
why
off.
he said it.
Yeah. He
So
said,
actually, on the more serious of the day, I will catch you in my border. Oh man, you will regret. you will
What
see
are
I'm
you
not
going to
nice.
do? What are you going
You
to
will
do?
see I'm not nice.
oh my god.
What are you going to do?
I think, see, Nigerians should not take it that I'm trying to. All I do is I like to ask questions that people don't ask. They just pretend as if it doesn't exist. That
Now,
question is there. Even if
you're
they
talking
act
about,
based on
right?
that
There are
question,
even
you have to ask
even
it.
people that are
Yeah, but even if you, sorry, Jefferson.
that even did a tour, went to all these places that you're talking about, say they are not Igbo, and did his own research. And of course, the truth of the
So
of all
Ijo
the
people are not Igbo.
okay. has been revealed.
Ijo are Igbo.
I didn't
How?
On the most serious, Ijo will even wage a war. Only Ijo will wage a war against you. You will run.
I don't know why. I hope he's not saying that.
The war is because of the structure, the Nigerian whatever.
They have
everything.
Ijo have everything.
What did they
wow.
have? If the same resources, if everybody goes ballistic, nobody will last in the whole
Jefferson. Let me tell you, people like you are the reason why the South region and the Southeast hasn't made. They haven't been able to come together. People like you.
It's not people like me. It's people like
because you refuse to see them and respect them. You just think you can tell them who they are.
You
are not respecting them.
That is not. That is not it.
That's you sure? That's exactly what you are doing here.
No. That's not it.
They tell you who they are. You are supposed to respect that.
In what context?
They tell you, okay, this is my language. This is who I am. I'm different from you. And you like, okay, yeah, I know. Where do we work together now? That's how it's supposed to be.
See, I don't have to explain it, because
it's a lag grabber, forefather. Just call a lag grabber.
Let me tell you, the reason why we're in this crisis in today is because when lies have been how do I put it, has been authenticated and told and formalized, it spreads over. Of course, like this thing I'm saying now, in the other years now, by the time other will come, someone will just make up one language, stick with it. Maybe on that 100 years, they'll say they are not.
But let me tell you why I find.
They say they are Jimbo. What is Jimbo?
Let me tell you.
All these kind of things. It's all these kind of things. It's all these kind of lies.
Let me tell you why I find topics like this, they ache my head. They're redundant, and I think they're very infantile because they're not intelligent at all. They're not intellectual. Again, I don't know. I've always put a caveat and say, please don't take it anyway. I'm talking on the topic, not any.
But why is it that whenever you talk, you have to insult people first? If you do that again next time, I will take you out.
Okay, so this is why I did not.
Let me finish talking. If you do that again, I will take you out. I never come here to insult you. Don't ever do that again. I'm not going to tolerate that anymore.
All right, I know you
continuously every single time. And
again,
tiring.
This is what you're doing for fathers. Just give me a chance to talk. If you don't want me on your show, it's fine. You've tried to throw me. You've tried.
Don't keep insulting the panel all the time.
But I did not insult anybody. You probably no, I didn't. No, I didn't. If you did not mute me and try to start an argument, you would have heard me say, I do not have to put a caveat, but I have to. Because you obviously muted me, so you didn't hear it. I said, while I was speaking, can I speak, sir? Is it okay? Please, do I have to get on my knees? Can I just speak? And I did say You don't need a video. I know what I said. And I said I put a caveat, which obviously you muted me before you heard me. And what I was saying was, again, I do not need to insult anybody, but I am talking about the topic. So obviously you didn't hear me because, as usual, I want to antagonize him. I want to fight with him. I'm not going to listen to him. I said that it was infantile. I don't like talking about topics like this. I did not insult you. I did not insult Jefferson. I did not insult AY. This is what I said. And
let's
there
play
it
what
goes.
you said.
I said it. Are you listening to me? I did say it.
Hold on.
I did say
let
it.
me just play for the viewers to listen. There's no need for you to get angry.
What the redundant, and I think they're very infantile because they're not intelligent at all. They're not intellectual. Again, I don't know. I've always put a caveat.
So what we are discussing is unintelligent and not
intellectual. No, I did not say that, forefathers. You've tried to put me under the bus with the Igbo topic. This is what I said. If you listen, play it from the top. Play from the top, please.
Okay, let me go back then. Let me go back.
I don't know if comprehension is an issue or what it is.
Maybe. Let me play it again.
They ache my head. Rewind it, please.
I've rewinded
let me
it.
tell you why I find.
What is
let me tell you.
It's all these kind of things. It's all these kind of lies.
Let me tell you why I find topics like this, they ache my head. They're redundant, and I think they're very infantile. Because they're not intelligent at all. They're not intellectual. Again, I don't know. I've always put a caveat.
So
there you go. There you go. No, it's not. I was talking about the topic, and I put a caveat. Let me speak. I know you're looking for a way to suck up to the Igbos. Let me speak. Wow. It's okay. Yes, you are. So this is what I said. I said, let me put a caveat because I know that speaking to Nigerians, I would have to explain that I am speaking on the topic and not on the individuals themselves. But already, because you have taken umbrage and you've decided to skew the narrative because you're seeing the comments of what they're saying about you, now you want to take attention away from yourself. And you're fond of doing this. And why did I take offense?
Okay, now, let's restrict it to the topic that you said you are addressing. Now, I will respond to that topic itself.
I've not done. I'm not done. You can't.
I'm not going to do this. I don't want to go round and round. This is what you do. Now, you said the topic is what you were addressing. By saying the topic we are discussing is infantile, it's non-intellectual, and you use one other language again that was derogative. That is also an insult to like me that bring the topic up. I'm infantile. I don't know what I'm doing. That's basically what you are saying. I shouldn't have to do that because it's a childish topic.
All right. So this is the thing. And it's okay if you let me speak. I know you don't like divergent opinions. I let you speak,
but don't try to pretend when you're actually doing it.
All right, but let me speak. Sir, if you know me properly, you've known me for at least a year. I'm not scared of anybody. Yeah, so I don't pretend.
Don't pretend as if you are not insulting.
Is it okay if
I'm not going to engage in this debate? If you want to be pretending as if you are not doing it and pretending as if we are silly, you are going to be out of here. I'm not interested in that.
Right.
If you do something wrong, just admit that you have done it and move on. Stop pretending as if you are not doing it.
Can I speak?
Can
I speak? I know you. Can I speak? And again, I don't think Jefferson is going to take offense to what I said. And I definitely know AY is not taking offense to it. And I know, and the comment knows why you're taking offense to it. Because what you tried to do was start a topic, and I know you're going to try to shut me down now. You try to start a topic where people are going to start attacking the Igbos. This is what you always do. Now it has backfired on you. What you decided to do is who is going to now take responsibility for the carnage that you caused? You start a topic which I try to keep intellectual, and this is my position. Why I called it infantile is it is not, now it became a U and AY and John Aber versus Jefferson. And what I'm saying is, if we are looking to nation building, maybe we should stop bringing up all these little tribal conversations. It is not helping anybody. You can go ahead and mute me now and throw me out if you want, but it's not going to change the opinion of people, and it's not going to change the opinion of the comment sections, because they can see through what you just did.
See, they can see through whatever they want to see through. My opinion is still the same. I talk about every single tribe. I don't hide anything from anybody. If you say I'm trying to brown nose to the Southeastern, good luck with that one. Because the next minute I will say something that will offend them, like I've already said to Jefferson here. My point is that if somebody is discussing stuff honestly and topics that people don't broach in a mature way, would you rather people that are not balanced are the one having that conversation? No, I'm not going to sit that ground to bigots having that conversation that nobody can actually challenge what they are saying. And that is part of the problem, because what you are saying here, don't have that conversation. Let's leave it to the bigots to only control it. That is what you are saying. Let other people, the politicians that like to divide people, let's leave it for them, because that is too much for you to handle. If that's too much for you to handle, then I can assure you, you are not ready to build a nation. Now we can move on. Let me remove this stuff from the screen.
All right. So is it forefathers at your time? I just sent something to you in person. So at your own time, whenever you have chance, you can go and do your research. You can go and read about it. This one is not that link I sent to you was a research done by one of the, I don't know if the other guy is alive, but the lady, she's late now. She died 2014. An extensive research on the origin of Igbo as a language. You see, it's not a small research. It's not me. It's not even about the fact that the person did it is Igbo or whatever. And it's not because anybody was trying to prove anything, but was giving down detailed analysis of the origin of the language. It's very, very extensive. It's very, very extensive, but due to mixed views, whether you believe me or not, there's a lot that has to do with it anyway. So I'm going to, anybody that wants to, it's up to you. It's up to you, whatever you want to do. So
I'm looking into it right now. So that
you can look into it and do your research. I'm not saying buy into what I'm saying or whatever. It's just to tell you the extent, how far things have gone over the years. You know, just like you said, it's good we have this kind of conversation, because we need to know, as apart from, yes, the politicians are actually having a field day because they are dividing us, you know, based on our divergent views. But basically, we as a people, we owe it to ourselves to be highly informed and not just hold on to the what they call it, to the everything that the mainstream media has to give to us. Doing our own individual research goes a very long way to help us to be informed. You see, of course, Nigeria would have been in this mess. Nigeria would have been in this mess today if actually we knew what we're doing as a nation. If we knew what we're doing as a nation, you know, our fighting ourselves, we have been fighting ourselves all these years, fighting, even up till now, we still fight. And I can tell you now, it doesn't seem to be nice. It's not going well for us, you know. But it's all right.
For what I can see here, look at the conclusion that was reached on that article that you sent me. It says the controversial and non-mainstream aspects, many of the connections drawn, for example, between Igbo, Egyptian, and Sumerian words, are not part of mainstream historical, linguistic, or accepted academic consensus.
Yes.
The linguistic archaeological claims are presented from a specific ideological and cultural perspective rather than establish comparative methodology. That, in other words, compared with the way he relates with others. The article frames Igbo not only as a Central African language, but as a modern language of a global linguistic heritage, a viewpoint that is controversial and not broadly endorsed in academic linguistics. So that is basically, they are saying that it's a kind of driven more by that. Okay, I wouldn't say driven more, partly by ideology than actually following the normal method that you use to establish
because
language hierarchies.
because at the time, when they were doing all these things too, don't forget too, they did their own, how I put it, they use another methodology, which is another ideology for establishing older languages, if you know what I mean. So it's a very sensitive, it's actually very, very sensitive discourse. But like I said, it's not what we'll just leave it at that for now.
But you can't go with just one professor. You want to go with the majority, where the majority generally believe that the language.
There's a reason why. Look, go and watch Oni of Ife. You can go and watch his videos. He has been stylishly saying some things as part of origin of language and so many that. He has been saying it. This is not me, it's him that said it.
He's not an expert.
No. He is not. This is not about him being an expert. It's him actually working. I don't know what it is, but
only if he's around 50 years old. What are you talking about? Who is he an expert of history?
Oh, you're talking of age. Okay, the other people that are older, what are they doing about with the information? What are they doing about?
With regards to the owner of Ife, you can't take him serious on a topic like that. Especially, well, like AY rightly said, he's not an expert. Never in Yoruba history have I heard that statement come from any reliable source. Now, for example, we know the Benins, with the Benins, for example, we know about their link with the Aworis when they landed in Lagos and things like that. We know about the linkage with Oromion and the Benin Empire and how they spread westwards towards the River Niger. So we know all these things. Never in Yoruba oral history have we ever heard of such a link. Now, why he said it, that is up to him. That is up to I guess that's his prerogative. But authentic Yoruba,
this is beyond
authentic Yoruba history, oral history, it has never been said ever. And I don't think the ordinary Yoruba will even take that serious.
They will not. Right now, they are not going to take it, which is fine. And I totally understand. Because it is what it is. It is what it is. So it's left for us to do our own individual research according to
what exactly?
Like what exactly? Like the history that has been around for centuries, supposedly over for thousands of years, does not have that. Whether archaeologically, linguistically, whether based on hold on, sir. Based on oral tradition, there's no evidence of such. There has never been evidence of such. How we came about that is
you can't even present evidence for Jefferson. Jefferson that, for example, people are saying they are not Igbo. Jefferson will say no by force. You must Igbo. Which evidence you are the present?
And we are speaking English. Nobody can say that we are English people. We are, even if you speak English, just because somebody speaks a language. And even where they are close, it doesn't make us English, does it?
Yes.
I don't know why some Southeasterners don't understand that.
Let me tell you, more than 90% of people that grow up in the north, they live in the north, they speak Hausa. Why is Hausa not claiming all of that to be Hausa? You don't know? Even the Igbo that grew up in the north, they speak Hausa. Yoruba that grew northerners now, everybody, the Fulani, everybody speak Hausa in the north.
Jeffrey, do you know most of Nigerian or African history was never written? Most of it was oral in nature, passed down from generation to generation. There were people that memorized these things, right?
What are they? It or just oral or two.
What are they gonna
Wait. You said I can't. Wait. You said I cannot say it was oral.
All oral, all true.
Okay, so do you have? I mean, wait. So if you're saying there were archaeological artifacts, for example,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Well, we could agree to that, right? Anthropological evidence, yes. What I'm saying is, were they written texts of African history that we can rely on today and say, look, it was written here 5,000 years ago that XYZ king married XYZ person, conquered XYZ territory? The answer to that is no. We don't have.
These were destroyed.
It doesn't matter whether it was destroyed or swallowed or ate. My point, sir, can we try to argue objectively?
Well,
my point is not my sir. Let me make my point, please. So my point.
You can calm your aura when you are talking, right?
Right. So my point, whatever. So my point is, whether it was smashed to bits, eaten, burnt, used as toilet paper is not the issue. My statement still remains. Do we have any written evidence or any evidence even that these things were written that we can refer to? Again, the answer is no, which means my point is correct, that history in Africa was passed down and recorded orally. I don't know what we're arguing about. So if we agree that it is oral, for example, you take the Yorubas as an example, then again, that lends credence to my position and AY's position that never in history, until the claims by disowning that they were linked to the Southeast or the Igbos as a family unit. This is just my position.
Anyway,
I wanted to thank everybody for coming in, including one brain cell that decided that he's going to represent Josley one's brain cell of mine, but it's all good that he is. AY, thank you for coming in. I know you are getting frustrated by my antics, but it's all right. You know, we all have our flaws.
No, I'm not frustrated. I'm just going to correct you if you are.
All right, that's good. Just call me Brian. Oh, just call me Brian. Nice to have you. I think you can actually come in. I forgot to mention, actually, that's a new announcement. During the weekdays, when I'm hosting, people can be able to come in without their cameras on. You know, I don't want to reveal it to people that are used to the cameras.
So you want us to be jubilating?
No, I'm saying you can jubilate. I'm saying for people that want to come in without cameras on, they are free to come in without cameras on to come and contribute. That is actually true. Happy Boxing Day, and I see you, Gladys Oyeo Obo. Why am I so bad in names? Gladys
Oyebo.
Gladys Oyebo. Yeah, Oyebo. Thank you for that. Happy Boxing Day. I don't even know what Boxing Day is for. Really.
It's to go through boxing, though.
Yeah. Just I used to think it was actual boxing. Maybe I don't know what it is really. Why does it even exist?
Not be your Christian religion.
It's the day you unbox presents. That's what it is.
How come you don't know anything about your Christian religion?
What do you mean? I don't know anything about
What
Christmas
what
religion.
do you mean that man? They what
Did I tell you I was
create?
Christian? Did I not tell you yesterday I was a Christian? You don't
You
listen.
call Jesus Christ every minute here, every
Yeah, I called
minute.
Jesus Christ. That's an exclamation. You know,
Oh
sometimes
yeah,
it's just an
give me a
exclamation.
break, give me a break, give me a break.
Give
Don't
me a
argue
break.
anything.
Okay. Thank you all for joining us. Oscar Blackbone really donated to the channel today. I have to appreciate him
Okay,
for
Black
that.
will always donate.
Tima Jack is
He's
there.
a rich man anyway, so it's okay. His money he has log money, not like us.
Not Barrymore. Thank you
When you
for
say
the
he's
$1,
stingy to
not
me.
Barrymore. And we have to appreciate all these people that are donating. They are precious people to us, to the channel, to support the channel. And Ghost Steel for the $5. I really appreciate their donation. I think they were asking to shut AY off. She was passionate enough to want to donate to shut you up, AY.
All right, now, guys, thank you very much. I have to go.
Yeah, thank you, Jefferson, for coming in. I appreciate.
Jefferson, have a good
Oscar
night.
Blackbone
Don't
again.
plan to grab my light though.
We'll
Don't plan to
grab
grab
your
my
line.
land.
A banker is coming with us.
Look at it. I think what AY said about that was actually apt, actually, because what you said was that they might be Igbo if you want to claim them as Igbo, but they don't have any claim to the territory. They are just immigrants. Kind of.
That's it. We'll get to
And
that.
you see that people Jefferson when you want to discuss that issue, don't say anything because the kind of things you say is very incendiary.
Very annoying.
It's very you represent the Southeasterners very badly when you do that.
I can imagine Jefferson going to the heart of Port Harcourt, heart of Benin, heart of
Oh God,
Igbo land.
you're gonna piss people off.
They go chop you raw.
They are waking up gradually.
Oh, you say they are waking up. Job people will wake up.
Some of them are waking up. They deceive yourself.
Just go to the heart of Bayelsa of Port Harcourt and say this is Igbo land. I wish you good luck.
How are they supposed to wake up? They are the ones that used to capture. Did you know that they used to go and capture people from in the hinterland? That's how they capture King Jaja Bobobo. How do you think it happened?
King Jaja Bobobo is from my village.
Yeah, somebody went and captured him from there and brought him to Bonu.
No. He's from that one. This one is not made up. He's actually from my village, Gong.
Yes, he's from your village. Hold on, Jefferson. He comes from your village inside Southeast. But South people, because they had more power, then they go to the Southeast, capture them, and bring them to sell them to Igbo people. He was serving as a slave. Then he became the ruler of the house. And he went and founded the Opobo kingdom that you see today. So you have to understand, these people are different. That's why they were going there to capture them.
So they didn't have people that were indigenous in that place, Abi?
The Bani people are the indigenous people there.
No, Opobo people that are indigenous, some of them are Igbos. Are you aware of that?
No, they are not indigenous. You know what indigenous means?
I beg. Good night. Bye-bye.
You know what indigenous means?
Evil king of
indigenous means you evolve there. That's what it means. You evolve some traits there, yes.
Okay, if that be the case, that all of us evolve now. Make everybody live like Jam, look hear one.
You guys, you are Southeasterners now.
So, bro, sleep that one, I beg. Good night, guys. It's nice seeing you guys.
Thank you for coming in. And I think Oscar Blackbone is the winner of the day. He seems to have really contributed on a day that Nigeria is being bombed. I really appreciate that. And shout out to everyone on the panel. Yeah, just call me Brown. Thank you for that, and I appreciate you. And how do you donate? I think there should be a
dollar
super
sign.
chat. Yeah, dollar sign there.
Like donate, where you want to set the make comment, you see a dollar sign on your right.
Yeah.
Click on it. You'll be able to just pass through there. You'll be able to donate.
Yeah, that would be cool to get some extra change for not the damages and to Nigeria. To Nigeria, you can donate to. I think you can donate to Nigeria too. So, I don't collect donation. I think what I'm going to do, if the people donate to my channel, I'll just keep it there because I don't need the money technically. I'll just keep it there and keep showing it. Oh, look at that. See that? Yeah. I'll be letting it build up. Then later on, maybe it's fine looking for something to do with it. That would be cool though to be able to do that. But it's just that I don't get a lot of subscribers. That's the problem.
You are not serious now with your channel.
I'm serious. I'm here every weekend. I'm here every weekend. weekdays I'm streaming now, you know. So yeah, that is it. And let me greet some of the people on the chat. Jimmy Aga. Yeah, Jimmy Aga. See you there. Wow, you know new names. Imani Scarborough. I see you there. OJBK. OJBAK. Or it could be anywhere really. Thank you. I see you
That
there.
one has been insulting you.
Yeah, they like to really insult me, but they are attacking you too today. You know, you are like one
I
of their
know.
biggest
I
target
saw
today.
them. I saw
They
the
really came for you
morals.
today. You know, Sabito. Yeah, JBK. I'm not the everybody has accused me of not knowing how to talk. I really need to once learn a bit of English, really. You know, let's go and learn English properly so I will learn how to talk better.
Comprehension. That's what you need to learn. Comprehension.
Look at this one. Maybe you should.
No, you always take things out of context a lot, and then you don't listen. Nigerians tend to have a bad problem with listening. That's why they tend to talk over each other, and they think you can actually interject someone in a polite way. You know, either you take permission or you interject. That's good, but communication is very. And I think it's because English is not the first language of most Nigerians. So, like you could say, "Oh, you insulted me," or you should talk permission. But there's ways conversations can flow, and it's something I think Nigerians just need to learn.
No,
Just to
sincerely,
be
I think
real.
the problem we have as Nigeria is active listening. Yeah, we have problem.
They don't know how to listen. They like already have an answer.
Yeah.
Even it happened to forefathers today. He's trying to tell Obi, and he's like, I haven't even asked the question, and Obi's already like, no. Let me tell you, no. It's like let the person land, and then
I
let
think
the
there are two
conversation.
types that I see two types of people that want to have conversations. Some people want to learn new things, they want to engage, while others actually just came to bear their their chest. And as a matter of fact, more people came to do that. Actually, they want to come and tell people what is in their mind, whether it's good or bad. They don't care. They just want to come and say they are not there to take your own decision on. Most people are like that. Like people like AY is listening, wants to give, want to also discuss. You know, he responds in real time to the answer you're giving him, and sometimes you can see that he shifts his position a little bit. And so sometimes you do that to the one brain cell, my one brain cell. You do that a little bit, and Masca does that. You know the kind of people that actually engage in conversation. They are the ones that people regard as intellectuals because they want to engage, while others just come to want to. Can you imagine trying to change Constance's mind?
Yeah, but people like us, AY, like people like myself and AY, and even Dr. Damages are the people most people tend to dislike. Because if you are not, if you are basically neutral in a lot of, or you start off as neutral before veering off to a side, people on this side don't like you, and people on this side don't like you. And if you're with them today and you come here tomorrow, like you said we do, then you in life you just have to move with new information. You don't have to be rigid. Once new information, logical information, fact, and evidence is presented to you, there's no shame in changing your opinion. And this is another means of communication where I think Nigerians lack. Oh, you said this, so you're against me. Oh, you said, I don't care. Like, why do you think I would care about your tribe of your president or the religion of your president? How does that help me? It doesn't.
They double down. If you try to change their mind, they are not in. Most people come, they are not there to change their mind. They are there to change your mind. And whether you show them information that is contrary, they are not interested. And I think we have to recognize those types. If they are not there for you to change your mind, then just let them have their say, then just move on. You're not going to change it, at least not at that time anyway. You will not change your mind until they come on. I think there are a few cases where I've encountered people that they actually change their mind on a topic, and often it's not on the panel.
Femi.
It's when they
Femi.
go away and they come back. That's when they change their mind.
Femi is a good example of that.
Yeah.
Femi, and this is why I like him. The reason I like Femi is because, and why I respect him, he has shown that he is a very, very objective person that really wants to learn. Femi's views when I started listening to him is not the same now, but his views now are entrenched in facts, evidence, and research. You can tell he goes, studies it before he starts spewing it. So Femi is a good example of that which you are talking about now. Femi is a good example of that.
Yeah.
He literally goes and learns, and he can come back tomorrow and change his mind based on new information that he got.
I've had a few people come online. They'll change their mind on certain topics, especially the one I've changed people's mind the most is security one. Because they will say, when you were saying it at first, I thought you were talking nonsense. Then they will go back, and then after a while, then they'll come and tell you, oh my God, you are correct. Even Oga of everybody, that when I come on every panel, the first thing he says is, why are you in the UK? You're a traitor. Why don't you go back to Nigeria? Stop talking about national security. So now, whenever he comes and talks about it, he say, oh, you have been vindicated. That's the only thing he says now. And it's one of my biggest critics, just like Tracy Jacobin and all the rest. And
you know what will save the world, and why more people will start thinking critically like that? Social media, because most of us are our own news sources now. So the traditional media does not have the benefit of brainwashing masses or multitudes at a time. You know, imagine CNN tells you there's nothing happening in northern Nigeria right now, for example, but Masker can show you a video and say, look, they just drop a bomb next to my, God forbid, my XYZ house in northern Nigeria. So we are our own news sources, and what that's going to do is help everybody become more intellectual and critically thinking minded. But again, we have to be very careful, because the rulers and the powers that be will not like that. If they cannot control the information that we take in, they're going to have a problem with it. So people all over the world have to be mindful about that. This is why they're trying to buy up TikTok, and they bought on Twitter, and they're trying to buy CBS and all the influential means of mass communication. So we have to be on our toes too, and we also have to be careful what we allow to be broadcast. This is why I always push back if I hear something false, like AY's friend from yesterday, Lani Kafidin. Sekou, you know, they come, they speak, because some people are very good speakers, but if you're not versed on the topic, they are liars. They are liars. They know how to bamboozle people.
But yesterday one, I think objectively, he was on the stronger footing, and to an extent,
because you're not versed.
No, hold on. You have to ask yourself, because you have an interest on the other side. You have to check yourself whether you are a little bit being blinded.
No, okay, exactly. So no, wait, let me learn, please. So this is the issue. Notice I said something, because you are not versed. I just used an inside joke for AY. He got it. And this is why Sekou, if you go rewind it, he could not refute not even one thing I called him out on. Not one.
Well, that's not what he was.
Well, let me land. You're doing what we're criticizing now. What he did, and this is why I say we have to remember, I'm talking about mass media and how it is put out to the people and how it is swallowed by the people, which is what started my position, which you now took on Quaker. He was right. Listen, this is the issue. When he was speaking about Islam, for example, he lied. I gave him 5 instances, and I told him, you lied here. There's no Sahid Muslim, it's Sahid. You lied about the Hanafi. You lied about the what Lakum Dinukum Waliyadin meant. You lied about 22, Quran 24, verse 33. I called him out on all that. He couldn't refute it. This is what I'm saying. If there was someone like myself, and this is why I said he could get over on you, and why it sounded good.
Remember,
Father, let me finish. Let me finish my position.
Okay.
Thank you. So he could get over on you because you have no idea on all of these things. I left a comment. Go read it. Lanifaka Afidim. He said it. Lanifaka Afidim. What the hell? That means nothing in Arabic. Then he said, he just made up stuff. It sounds Arabic to you. I speak it. Everyone understands it. Hassan was trying to call him out and tell him, like, no, are you trying to say lakum dinukum waliyadin? So what I'm saying in essence is we also have to be careful, even though we are fighting against the old style of media, we also have to be careful the kind of people we allow to give messages to the world, because they can deceive people easily, like he easily deceived you. I'm not talking about the whole. I'm not talking about the whole Africanism, come unite, kumbaya thing he was talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when he decided to speak on specifics of Arabic and Islam and pretended that was the word. And I told him to his face, he couldn't refute it, that you're lying and you're pretending like you know.
Let me say something. Mm-hmm. Stop explaining to Tunaja. Even Tunaja is guilty. I will tell you.
Oh, yeah, he was trying to do it now.
Wait. You see that issue of slavery, for example. Tunaja he know what I was explaining. He's aware of it because we've discussed it before. Tunaja was on ChatGPT. I'm watching him. When I say something, he will check it out. He knows it's correct.
He'll hide it. He will say it.
When they say something, go to, look at it on Google. Look at it on Google.
But look at how he was ready to start defending. Ignore everything I said. Wanted to start defending quickly now. Seiko.
If you want to know, like Tunaja, all those issues we discussed yesterday, take some minute, go on ChatGPT, go through all of them. You will come and meet me. The truth is, you see, it's just like when they mentioned something about Bible yesterday. You see how those guys got agitated. The truth is, both in scripture, right? If it's Bible, Quran, or
dude, I know both texts like the back of my hand.
Right? What's Apple, right? Majority of things you see, they are based on context. Is the truth. You will see where something in the Bible, you're like, oh my God, what is this?
Weren't you shocked that Tony did not even know the verse and is supposed to be a preacher? He didn't even know the verse.
Let me say this. Due respect,
You see, both of you are talking to each other.
Let me finish this.
No, I'm talking to you and him. I'm talking to you and him.
A lot of Nigerian Christians are very ignorant. I'm gonna, with due respect, let me tell you why. The very first time I remember I said, what is it called? The word Christian, Jesus did not know what is meant by Christian. It was given by the people of Antioch. People wanted to slaughter me. I remember Bubure saying that, Jesus was born in Palestine. They almost wanted to slaughter, but it's true. I'm like, how come you guys don't know this little stuff?
It's the brainwashing we're talking about by the mass media. That is the problem.
Yeah. It's sad.
Can I respond now? See, one. Most of the argument that was made yesterday didn't even tackle his points directly. And all the points, most of the stuff he statements he made, all the ones I checked up, I don't know all of them, but all the ones I checked up was factually correct. And also, regarding the slavery issue, is still correct. I don't. That's why I say you are too close to it. And you
Okay,
don't seem to see that.
forefathers. What was
Because
his
I don't have
position?
much of a grind. I am not for Christianity, and neither am I for
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Islam
Yes, you
directly.
are. Yes, you
No,
are. Listen,
actually, you
again,
see
your
that it,
biases.
to show you that you're not seeing it. You actually think I'm biased against Muslims.
No, no, but I'll tell you why I think I'll tell you why I think you're biased and why I know you're biased.
No,
Why I know he is very extremely biased. When I started, if you notice when I talk, I try to take a balanced approach. One, I know I am not a dummy. I have taken my time. My parents were intellectuals. Most of the people around me were intellectuals. So it would not make sense for me not to at least be well read. That might infuriate some Nigerians because I'll see they'll call your names in the comments, but that's not my problem. But I would hope at times that I am dealing with people that are at least intellectually astute. So even if not, I want to learn too, but at the same time, I think I have a lot of knowledge to give out. But most times I try to take a backseat because I know people start getting offended. And if you remember, Jadwin used to fight me and said, no, you have to speak up in the back. And this is why he used to get mad at me. That you just ask questions. And I want to ask questions because I don't want to offend people. Now, look at what you're doing, for example. Everything I was saying was about how mass media has deceived the world and led us astray, and how, as we are in the information age and the age of AI, we can actually take back our power of how information is disseminated. You had no problem with it until I started talking about Seku. But then, in talking about Seku, which is not a problem, you still double down. Even though AY is saying go back and look at it, and I'm telling you with boldness that he did not refute anything I called him. Every point he made, he lied. Why? Because he did not know, and this is why I called him deceitful. You still are doubling down.
The ones I checked was clearly like the one about the wives of Muhammad. I checked it and he checked out. All
right. Well, I said the ones I called him out on. Quran 24:33. Did you check that one too?
No, like I said,
Sahih Muslim, did you check? Sahih, of course you won't check those ones. Sahih Muslim, did you take time to check that? I'm talking about what I called him out on. That's why he couldn't say anything. So we have to. My bottom line is we
but
have
that
to
wasn't
be.
central to the argument. That's the thing.
Yes, it was. We went over it for more than 30 minutes.
Not for me. It wasn't my point. The point I was making was simply that people that practice the faith tend to lose their temper more quickly than others.
Well, again, that is subjective. Again, that with all due respect, I'm not insulting you.
Can bear it out.
The numbers, forefathers, again, 1 second. What numbers, what data, what poll can you quote? What scientific study can you quote that says, let me finish. What scientific study, what poll, what numbers can you pull out and say, these are the poll that says, when it comes to anger, Muslims tend to be more angry than Christians when they're speaking on their faith. So this is why I said we have to be careful about the kind of languages we use and try to pretend that they are fact. What you said is just subjective. It is subjective, but I want to defend this guy because I like his position better, which is there's nothing wrong with that. But let's not start turning lies into truth and pretending they are facts or evidence. Let's learn to stop doing that. And I don't know why with Nigerians this seems to be a problem.
See, the reason why even when Fofana is saying something, I just look at that and I'm laughing. I know Fofana, if he will find out the truth one day, I'm strongly believe Fofana is gonna die as a Muslim. Because you find out the truth, you will be converted.
That's a big claim.
Nah, it will never. A lot of people listen. You have to remember,
truth, right? So you will find out the real truth. You will find.
But what matters?
That you might actually leave the religion.
Exactly. So why does it matter if he takes your position as the truth or whether he thinks it's right. It doesn't. But let me finish. Let me finish. So he doesn't have to. That position doesn't even matter. That situation doesn't even matter whether he dies as a Muslim, as a Christian, as an atheist, as a fire worshiper. It doesn't matter. What matters is what can you prove. This is just my own position. If you, for example, are Sekou and you come in and say, Lakme Frakadin, it means no this, and then you start making up stuff, or you start lying about things that are evidence-based, chapter 24, verse 23, things of that nature, provable stuff. If you lie about it, then for me, that is where we can have a problem. But for someone becoming a Muslim or a Christian or thinking it's the truth, it doesn't matter what you think. Subjectiveness is your prerogative. You can eat your subjection, but what can you prove? What is evidence?
Like now, when I ask the information, the question about is there any evidence indicating that Muslims are more prone to violence when blasphemed? I think when blasphemed, when their religion is blasphemed. And it says evidence suggests that a link between blasphemy laws and increased Islamic terrorism in Muslim majority nations, creating a culture where extremists justify violence as defending Islam. But it isn't about a general Muslim propensity.
That is what
involves
Bob Ray is saying now.
Yeah, it involves specific extremist interpretation and political factors. So yeah, that is for Islam. But I think I need to put it compared to other religions.
But this is okay. So see my position on things like this. Even though, are you asking ChatGPT?
Other religion. This is Google.
All right. So I want you to hear me out. So you don't say. Can you hear me out? So you don't say I insulted you. Can you please take 1 minute to hear me out? So you don't turn around and say I insulted you. With all due respect, your method of trying to decide if Muslims are more prone to anger when their religion is spoken about versus other religions, but you ask Google, does that make sense to you?
Sorry, repeat that again.
There you go. This is why I said take a minute out and hear me out. And so you won't be distracted and say I insulted you. Could you please take 1 minute so we can have a serious...
Repeat the question.
All right. So you're going to Google asking Google if Muslims or people of the Islamic faith or creed are more prone to anger versus people of other faiths. I said, does that make sense to you? Asking Google that, knowing that I asked for why I told you your position was subjective at best. It cannot be fact-based if you do not have empirical evidence, maybe a peer research, polling, or any other verifiable, credible data backing your position up. So you going to Google makes no sense.
Now, then.
That would even make lesser sense.
Because I will ask you for reports. Would you appreciate that better if there are reports on it?
Well, again, it goes to, do you have credible sources? Now, if you have credible sources, which I think, you really think people are going to go and say Muslims get... If you went to Saudi Arabia and conducted the research to the question that you seek an answer to, what do you think the answer would be?
The answer will, I don't know what the answer will be. That's the whole point. If I don't know.
Well, the answer will be favorably to the Muslims. If you went to Southeast Nigeria, for example, and asked the same question, it would be against them. So do you see why I said your position is subjective?
But there is objective truth. There are objective truths. The objective truth is when you compare all of them together, if they are all subjected to the same kind of blasphemy, which one is more likely to get? But
that cannot be objective. I have seen Muslims that do not have my sort of temper. Someone like I know. Well, let me just
out of 10, one of them have it, but the other group, out of 10, half of them have it.
What do you mean out of 10? How many? Listen, this is why I said this makes no sense. Because you would have to take, for example, cultural behavior into account, right? Because you're trying to make something subjective into a fact or evidence. It's subjective. It's your culture. Let me forefathers. Is it okay? So you're trying to take something subjective and make it into fact. I am not saying it cannot be objective because it is based on your own position.
Based on data, not my position.
Where is the data backing that up? You cannot find any credible. Hold on, let me see.
If I ask you now, do you know of one case where somebody blasphemed against Christian and they were killed? Can you have one?
I'm not going to get into that. We're not going to see goalposts.
I can give you
okay, but that is now. But again, that is not what we were talking about. Forefathers cannot land. Again, you will say you don't side with one side, but you do it when you hear topics
but you
like
are
this.
choosing not to take responsibility.
Can I lie?
I compared Christianity and okay, hold on. Let's compare it objectively.
Is it okay if I lie? But we're not going to shift the goal. We're not going to shift the goalpost. That's what we're not going to.
You're not being objective.
Is it okay if I land? You've already just stated your position. Let me land.
Okay.
Let me land. Especially if you claim to be neutral, let the other person land. You're not as neutral as you try to proclaim yourself to be. This is why I said it's subjective. And I'm not saying your position is wrong because we have to take, maybe these are the kind of people you met. And this is why I've made mention of Saudi Arabia, for example, versus the southeast of Nigeria, if you ask the same question, which is why I'm saying, barring any credible research or the results of such, your position at best is subjective. Now you're saying, well, blasphemy laws. Well, the blasphemy laws, we know that the Muslims have taken things into their own hands, but that's not what we were talking about. You were talking about Muslims getting angry when, and you implied like it was on an individual basis, which it actually is. And I'm saying you're not getting anything that will say, yeah, Muslims are more violent. Google that, your church just gave you the answer. And it was favorable to the Muslims. And I'm still disputing it, that this is not how you check things like that. Oh, right, okay.
And so now let me ask the question directly to, in terms of with Judge GBD. I said, compared to Christians, have some Muslims, I use the word some, Muslims more frequently resorted to violence.
The question was, your initial statement was not violence or blasphemy and all these things you put in on. You said they get angry when their religion is spoken about, based on how myself and AY were talking about the conversation with Sekou yesterday. But as usual, you're shifting the goalposts, adding nuances that were not included originally, just hoping you get a favorable answer. This is not how to approach a conversation. There we go.
I want to explain why I use it, because I want to get a clear answer. Because if you don't use something offensive, I can say, okay, I can remove the blasphemy and say when people say something offensive. But
which is what you started off with. And which I'm telling you, your position.
Let me change it. Let me change it so you'll be happy.
It doesn't matter what you change. It is still going to be subjective in the absence of credible research.
That's what I'm going to see now. I will ask you for references.
Oh my God.
I'm trying to object.
Forefathers. Pretend you are the one organizing a poll, right? How do you reasonably think you would frame the Muslims get angrier when their religion is spoken about versus Christians getting angrier when their religion is spoken about? You cannot get an answer because a lot of study has to be done. Their mindset, their temperament. I stated this to you. their environment, the cultural aspects of how these kind of statements are taken into account. These kind of things will have to be included. Let us just agree to disagree. You're not finding an answer. At best, your position is subjective. You can't say it's objective. It is subjective. It is not fact-based. It is not evidence-backed. And it is not the truth. It's subjective. There's nothing wrong with having subjective. But subjection just shows your bias, which is what you're trying to fight.
Okay, hold on. So when I ask you with my own words, and I told you, okay, give me a list of Christians that have gone on to attack people because of their faith.
There we go.
You cannot provide it. When you cannot provide it,
No. We straight up. That's not true. That's not true.
Don't do that. You'll be talking. See, when I say you should provide that list and I provide my list, you refuse.
I didn't refuse. Again, this is what you did. When I started talking about it, as usual, you shift the goalposts. I forget. Then again, you're doing it again.
No, I'm saying
I forget about. There is no list. This is what I'm saying. Listen to me. Listen, hear me. All right, good for you. But hear me out. This is what I'm saying. We were talking on a personal basis. You keep changing the goalposts and changing the sport we're playing, right? This is what I'm saying. On a personal level, I guarantee you that if you can show five Muslims that get mad when their religion, they feel slighted at their religion, I guarantee you, myself and AY can also show you 5 Christians that their religion, they get angry when their religion was slighted. But this does not mean that on a personal level, you can objectively say factually, this group gets angrier more or these people get angrier more. If we're not talking about things like blasphemy or other nuances that you try to throw in. Remember, this was about me, AY, and Sekou. This is why I say Nigerians probably will not like the way I discuss, because I don't believe in shifting the goalposts. I believe in staying on track. And let's talk about evidence and let's talk about facts. They usually don't like that, but that's fair enough. But you know, it's subjective. It's what you believe. There's nothing wrong with that. If you think Muslims are violent on a personal level, that's fine. You know what I mean? But you can't say, well, it's fact that Muslims, there's 2 billion Muslims. There's 2 billion Muslims. You think Christians don't get mad? Christians on the show get mad. You're a Christian, you get mad whenever your religion is brought up. You get mad.
Okay. So from what I can see here, let me see. From what I can see here, I'm trying to see if I was an idol worshiper, I'll be happily doing that. But I'm beyond that. I'm one of those people that move beyond what we are, the paradigm that we
African traditionalists.
These cases are localized. If I was traditionalist, as a matter of fact, I'll be prouder than.
What is it telling you? You see, you cannot get a objective analysis on that. It's impossible.
I'll be prouder to practice the religions of.
No, I'm saying, what is your research on Google and ChatGPT telling you, based on what question?
Yeah. So. Hold on, I want to ask it, just narrow it down so that it gets you something more concrete. So,
you are hilarious, boy.
Okay. I'm just trying to get something concrete.
You cannot get something concrete out of a subjection. It is how you feel about a group of people.
Not necessarily.
Oh boy, okay. You want to ask it how angry people get, how angry the Christians get versus how angry the Muslims get when they talk about their religion, without adding inflammatory nuances like you've been trying to do, like blasphemy and things like. You're not getting nothing out of it.
Yeah, no, because he said something about localized cases. He gave examples about Deborah and all the other ones that is localized. Then I said, okay, provide me the ones for localized cases for Christians, and let me see what is going back. It's going back to medieval England. It's going back
Which
to medieval
okay?
period.
How did you?
Because I think
how did
I
you
didn't
frame
frame
the
the question
question?
very well. I didn't frame the
There you
question very
go.
well.
Let me tell you why.
I should
Listen,
have framed it for this current period. The
how did
timeline is why I didn't
how did you frame the
I just
question?
asked it generally. I just asked it
That
generally.
what?
I mean, that is there evidence that Muslims versus this in other religions
No, how? What
are
were the
more
exact words? You have your history there. Tell us how exactly you framed it.
okay, hold on. I'm just trying to read. I'm reading now, so it's
Tell us
actually
how you
like,
framed the question.
what is Jesus Christ? Are you going to let me read it? Is there any evidence indicating that Muslims are more prone to violence when their religion is insulted compared to other religions? That's the framing. I told
And
you
then
that's
he
what I was going to do.
decided to talk about Deborah in Nigeria,
Yes,
not all the
said,
killings in
hold
Syria.
on. He says there's no clear evidence of it, and that is okay. Let me even go back to the question.
So there's no clear evidence, but you decided to mention Deborah in northern Nigeria.
Because he gave those examples as localized cases. That's why he said there's no clear. What I'm going to do is I'm going to constrain it.
But listen, this is my point. Just a minute.
The last
for every
40 years, in the last 40 years, that way it's constrained. That it doesn't just ramble.
In the last 40 years?
Yes.
That what?
In contemporary times.
Forefathers, your answer is still gonna be subjective at best. How do you read polls? How do you think?
Let me. You see, the answer has changed now. No. You see, because you see, AI doesn't know what you are implying. When you ask it generally, it will think about medieval times and everything. But when you restrict it, then now he's going to see what is going on in the ground in the recent times. So it says, answering the question: is there a credible evidence indicating that Muslims are more prone to violence when their religion is blasphemy or compared to other religions in the last 40 years? Requires careful separation of empirical evidence, contextual factors, and bias versus reality. See, it's trying to make sure there's no bias there. So,
what is different from everything I've said?
Not that much. Okay, let me carry on. Empirical evidence on blasphemy-related violence. A pattern in Muslim majority countries. There is documented mob violence and extrajudicial killings following accusation of blasphemy in number of Muslim majority countries, particularly where blasphemy laws exist and socially salient.
But blasphemy was not what we were discussing. So this is the problem I said you're going to run into.
Okay,
if you do not add, listen, nothing to change. If you do not add incendiary adages like that, you're not getting any credible answer, because your position that Muslims are more prone to anger, which you referred to myself and AY, and then you decide to bring Deborah in. But check it out. If we're for every Deborah that happened in the north of Nigeria, right? I can give you 1,000 incidents from the archives of Christian southern Nigeria extrajudicially maiming suspected robbers, burning them, beheading them, and killing them right there before the justice system takes effect. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not saying
changing it now. When something
but obviously you're not listening.
Is said or done to their religion, and when something this thing is when something offensive is, oh goodness, he said.
You are hilarious, bro.
Said. Yeah, sometimes it's not easy to type. You said or done.
Because it is a non-question. It's your belief that on an individual basis.
I'm just trying to tweak it. Already, it was saying that there was empirical evidence previously.
That's not true. It cannot say that. If you put on blasphemy, of course, there are incidents.
Why do you think blasphemy to say that?
Because what we started talking about.
No, I asked you a different question. Why do you think blasphemy to say that?
Again, forefathers, you let the other person land when they speak, when they're speaking. Of course, it will say blasphemy because there have been incidents of Muslims reacting violently when they feel that they have been blasphemed against. So we will have evidence of such, which wasn't the original question until you shifted the goalposts until you got here. What we were discussing was how myself and AY related to what I termed, which I provenly termed as lies, untruths, and misquotes by Sekou.
No,
the video is
what
there
I'm
for,
talking about.
but that was what we started talking about until you
That
again
was never
started
my
moving.
context. I don't know why you keep moving my context.
It wasn't. It
My
wasn't.
context,
That was.
the show had a specific point. I'm saying that I'm seeing violent behaviors, like in the case of Deborah, with the case of that guy in India, Bangladesh, and everything. That generally, when you say something that is considered blasphemy or offensive to the faith, then like trying to draw the image of this in Muhammad, that is highly offensive, and then they react violently to it. Hold on, if you are acknowledging that is true, then what is the discussion about?
The discussion is you are on a I'm not going to lose crusade right now. If you rewind it to what we were talking about, it wasn't about the show. We were talking about how, again, myself and AY reacted, which was what you called out. And then you started, I mean, you can always rewind it because you love rewinding stuff. So you can rewind it to how this whole conversation started. It wasn't about blasphemy. I kept calling you out because I knew that was what you were trying to do. We weren't talking about blasphemy. If it was blasphemy, nobody in their right mind, a truthful person, is not going to go and say, well, it doesn't happen. We know these things happen.
Then why were you disagreeing with Shikau? Why were you disagreeing with Shikau yesterday then?
But because that wasn't what I just told you. Again, try to listen to me. Hear me out.
No, you see, hold on. Just stop.
You asked me a question.
No, stop. You have gaslighted enough. See, the whole point of the context of the discussion was about blasphemy, technically.
No, it wasn't.
Because we keep those people that were murdered was because people thought they were blasphemous.
But that wasn't what we were. No. Okay, hear me out.
Oh my God, no, don't tell me hear you out. All those people that lost their life that we're talking about is because the people thought they blasphemed. Am I wrong?
Well, that wasn't what we were talking about.
No, am I wrong on that point?
You cannot ask me that.
No, I'm asking you because you can answer it yes or no.
But that wasn't what. If I've told you
that point, if that point that I'm making, am I wrong? That
I can also make a point that the sun is round. I agree with you.
Okay, just tell me you agree. If you tell me you agree,
you cannot. This is what. Hold on.
This is where it reveals your bias. You are not trying to acknowledge a simple point. You have to go around.
Did I say no?
And everything else.
Let's not argue and let's not fight. All right. Let's not throw it away. Just relax.
It's a simple question. Those people that lost their lives, is it not because
which people that lost their lives?
Deborah, the man that was burnt on the on the tree.
Of course it's wrong. But that, of course, it's wrong.
I'm not saying it's wrong. Hold on. I'm not saying whether it's wrong. I'm asking you, the reason why those things happened to them, was it not because the people believe that they blaspheme against their faith?
And have I not said that Muslims are? Let me finish. I am answering. Let the other person speak. It's only fair that you let the other person speak.
You just say yes or no.
No, I cannot just say yes. Don't teach me how to speak. I spent over 20 years learning. You're not. Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. You're trying to skew the conversation now. Of course it is wrong.
That is the whole point.
You're trying to let me finish. Of course it is wrong. You're trying to skew the conversation because
I didn't say whether it is wrong or right. I am saying, is it true? That is the context we're talking about.
Can I finish? No, that wasn't what we were talking about. That wasn't what we were talking about.
See, that tells you that you are completely misunderstanding.
Why would I say
the entire conversation?
But hold on. This is why I say you always try to win. Why would I call that subjective if it is a factual evidence that Deborah got killed by Islamic fanatics? We all know this. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
You completely misunderstood the topic then. That's why.
No. If I know and you know and the audience knows that Deborah, for example, got murdered by Islamic fanatics acting under the impulse that their religion was blasphemed upon. I have repeated this over and over. But forefathers has to win. That was not what we were talking about. Why would I call that a subjection? Why would I say that was subjective? Which led you to run to ChatGPT and Google, because that wasn't what we were discussing. We were discussing on your position that myself and AY and other Muslims, well, you basically said myself and AY.
I'm talking. See, let me do this. The point is very simple. Hold on. Let me make it clear. While you were talking, it looks like we were discussing totally different topics.
Yeah.
I was busy focusing on the idea that people are getting murdered and that needs to be addressed. And you are saying I'm trying to malign Muslims with just being every single Muslim just being violent. And you even use the term when they say something hurtful. But the context I was talking about it from was the context that results in the loss of life. And if we are going specifically to that, all those cases involved people that believe that they blasphemed. So if that is the case, then why are we talking about the other context? The other context is not what we are talking about, because I know you guys, AY is not violent, is he? I know you guys. I'm talking about the other context that is happening more frequently in that religion and in other religions.
Again, forefathers, you love rewinding stuff. You can feel free to rewind it. What you're doing now, because I kept calling it out, that you're shifting the goalposts, you're adding nuances to it that was not part of the original topic. You're adding words that are not part of the original topic. This is why each time you claim you ask a source on the internet, I ask you, who did you ask? You said Google. What exactly did you say? What exactly was it? And I'm like, for what? This is not what we started off saying. Your position, it wasn't about the violence. You started out,
It wasn't about the violence. Why would I talk about it then?
What you ascribed to myself and AY was me saying Sekou did not know what he was talking about. Then you claimed that we are biased. And see, you guys are getting emotional, and we're not getting emotional. You guys are getting angry. And this is why Muslims get angrier more than other faiths when you talk about the religion. This was your position, and you said, "I'm going to check, and I'm going to check chat, and I'm going to check, and I'm going to check Chat GPT." And I said, "Your position, forefathers, your position was subjective." I kept telling you.
You're not listening at all. See, you say that you have comprehension. This is where it's very, very important we understand. When I talked about Shekau, I said everything that he said, and I checked, it turns out. Then I also went on to say, in the bigger argument, which was something that I was more interested in, I wasn't interested.
No, you didn't. No, father, you didn't.
Remember, yesterday I tried to stop it. I wasn't interested in all the details of what Muhammad did. I wasn't that much interested in all that. That wasn't the context of my debate. I even got cross once when I said, while we are busy talking about it, people are actually dying. That is what my focus was on, the idea that, okay, if people of a certain faith tend to get cross and people lose their lives, and that needs to stop because it has implications for Nigeria too. That was my only focus. I wasn't going into what Islam does. And some of I tried to stop you from even talking about Islam. I'm not interested in talking about Islam faith itself. I'm interested in stopping the killing. Whatever needs to be done to stop that. Because sooner or later, people are going to just start feeling like, okay, Hindu is feeling the same way, Christians are feeling the same way, Jews are feeling the same way, Buddhists are feeling the same way. What do you think is going to happen? Is gang up.
And nobody needs all that.
That for all the preaching, that was not what we were talking about, and that is not what led
That
us
is
up.
what I was talking about.
It cannot be what you were talking about if we were talking about the fact that Sekou was wrong in his quotations of the Quran. Sekou was wrong in his quotation of the Hadith. Sekou made up Arabic words. Sekou mispronounced a lot of things, and Sekou lied about being a Muslim because the basic questions that I asked him, which even the 3-year-old would know, he didn't know. But you kept saying, well, he's right. And we started talking about biases. That was what we were talking about. Not all of this are you now all of a sudden. And I kept telling you, Nigerians have a tendency of shifting the goalposts instead of sticking to topic. Okay, and I knew this was where we were going to end up.
You know what? If that is what you are saying, I'll concede to that. If you are saying your original premise of all this conversation you're having this evening was about bias and everything, then
I'm saying your original premise was subjective. And that's where we're going to stay. It was subjective. You cannot try. I keep telling you, you cannot try to make.
It's not subjective.
All right. So rewind it then, because what you're trying to do is
my original premise was that Muslims, generally, based on information I have available to me, tend to get cross, get violent, and result in people losing their lives when you blaspheme against their faith. More
and
than
I asked you,
to others.
Good, thank you. So now you're being truthful again. So let's not move the goalposts. And I asked you, I said, what evidence do you have to such? Because you only made that claim because the moment you talk about Sekou and myself and AY said, no, I told you it was because you were being bamboozled, because if you're not versed about something, someone like Sekou is dangerous because they can lie and sweet mouth you and feed into your bias. This is what started the whole conversation. And then you decided to ask ChatGPT and Google who gets more angry. And I said, you're not going to get anything because your position is subjective. Now, barring, as you moved along, I said, barring you start adding things like blasphemy, then you might get answers that we will all tend to agree on. So you're still not going to take a subjection and try to make it objective.
I
and this is
agree with you from that point of view when you said if I use an open language like that, it will be more subjective. I can agree with you but in the context we are talking about as human beings here, people understood what I meant. That what results in that loss of life is often blasphemy anyway. So if I say they get angry, is it not similar stuff? They're getting angry because somebody says something.
But we weren't talking about blasphemy. This is why I kept saying your position is subjective. We had nothing.
God, this is where comprehension comes in. I don't know why you.
No, this is where being biased and factual comes in. You cannot keep twisting stuff.
It's not biased. It's not biased. I'm not saying. See, hold on. I'm not saying that Muslims are generally listen, how do I put it even? Without being blasphemed, that they will resort to violence. That wasn't my point. Because all the cases I mentioned is because of blasphemy.
Forefathers, please let me speak. Would you agree that it was at least 20 minutes before we got to adding blasphemy into the issue? From the jump.
Yes, of course, yeah.
So how can you then say that your premise was based on blasphemy when it wasn't? When the other person is telling you, if we were talking about blasphemy, you would have to be a lunatic to deny that fact, even if you were the Pope of Muslims, if that even existed. So that wasn't what we were talking about. Why would I call that subjective? Why would I say it's okay like that? You know what? Go ahead. I think again, you people like
a critical question, and it deserves answer. That why would you say that would be subjective? Because you misunderstood me. That's why you decided to hold on to the precise wording that I use, that it will be subjective. Because if you had looked at the context that I was speaking about,
you would have known I was talking about blasphemy, wouldn't you? Because you would have known what caused those casualties was because they blasphemed.
Forefathers, I misunderstood you.
Yeah.
I told you something earlier when AY was asking you about Google. This is why I say you cannot enter every conversation hoping to win. It reveals your bias. Even when the other person is conceding because you want to win, you're going to keep harping on non-issues. Now, if I said that, how then did you just agree that it took over 20 minutes for us to get to blasphemy? If that was what we started off on.
Because we're talking about it without isolating the keyword, because you insisted, because you remember you insisted that it is subjective, so I had to find a specific word that is going to make it actually objective. So then I had to get to the blasphemy, which was quite precise actually, because that is the reason why all these people, you should accept that is more relevant.
But wouldn't that be
I don't know what is happening with your microphone. It seems to be making noise now.
Maybe
it wasn't making noise before.
Can't hear now. It's fine to me.
Hello. Yeah, I think it's better. Oh no, it's still echoing. There's reverberation.
What kind of? Hold on, let me see.
I don't know what is happening now. Is it my headphones?
Is it better?
Hello. Yeah, it's gone now. It's gone. So. Yeah,
so why wasn't I was about to ask you a question. So why wasn't? This is why I say, listen. This is why a lot of people hate arguing with me. So why wasn't
more than 30 minutes ago? But go ahead.
Right. So why wasn't your position from the jump about blasphemy? And why was I saying you were subjective? And why did I keep saying, forefathers, you keep shifting the goalposts? If you do not add something like blasphemy, we're not going to get an answer. You know why? Because the issue was not about blasphemy. It was about how do Muslims react based on myself and AY and the fact that you were on Seku's side and you were objecting to our position. This is how the whole conversation
your problem
started.
is that you are not thinking, you are choosing to run away from the actual issue that was being discussed. Because if you were, you are not going to make it look like, oh, they are talking about how Muslims react individually, this thing like that. We are talking about how they react to specific situation. And when I said when you say something negative about their religion, is it not blasphemy? Blasphemy is negative.
But that was forefathers. Again, you're switching the situation. I think you have a different picture of what happened.
I have to use the word blasphemy before you.
No, hear me out. You don't have to raise your temper and get upset. I understand.
I'm not doing this. You are just gaslighting right now.
You can always rewind it.
No, hold on.
You can always rewind it.
I tried to explain to you that the context we were speaking about was to offend a Muslim, and I told you that that was a mistake on my part, because you hogged on to the fact that, oh, I'm saying offensive, so it's going to be subjective. No, the context I was talking about, you have to understand it. I was talking about people losing their lives, and you know the context that they lost their lives. You could have said, oh, you know what? Hold on. You could have said, oh, don't use the term offensive, use blasphemy.
Why would I say use blasphemy when that wasn't what we were discussing about?
We were discussing about losing their lives.
No, we weren't. You kept shifting the goalposts till you got here. This is what I kept calling you out on. You shifted. Please let me land.
You were talking about Chicago, and I said everything I checked. See, when you are talking about Chicago,
so far, is it okay if I land?
Hold on. I don't want to waste time. I want to end the show. I don't care about what Chicago said to you about your religion and everything. That's not my context of discussion at all. And when you raised it up here, I said the only thing I care about is the things that I checked about Chicago's statements were actually accurate. And I gave the example of the wives of Muhammad and all the rest. But that wasn't my point. And that the original point that I was making, he basically presented a more compelling case to win the argument.
Okay, I'll tell you this. This is a waste of time. What you need to do is an absolute waste of time. We've had fun about it. What you need to do is go back at your spare time and look at everything again. And maybe, just maybe, this might be a lesson in how to enter conversations, discussions, arguments, and debates. Because if you keep, this is a problem discussing again on this show, or with even Nigerians usually, where this is the topic and they keep moving the goalposts because they have an objective and moving it and model everything up until we don't even know what we're talking about again. But that does not work with me, because I will always stand on what the topic was, and it gets them frustrated, gets them upset. So this is what you're going to do, especially as a moderator. Go back, rewind it, watch everything again, maybe the preceding 5 minutes, how we started and how we got to this position. And then you will see that maybe in the future, your way of conversation, maybe you need to tweak it a little bit, and then we won't have this kind of situations.
Okay, do you agree also that I should do the same for you? If I go and find out that you actually made some mistakes that I should, next time you come, I show it to you and say you should correct your ways.
Of course, I'm always open to correction.
You see that?
I listen. My ego is not overinflated. I do not have an issue.
You don't have to say that. You don't have.
No, I have to listen. It's not it is again, forefather. This is the comprehension issue we talk about, and I probably understand. Again. Maybe I'm not insulting you. Can I land? Can I land? How can you guys always try to tell people how to speak and take offense at basic English words?
Because nobody speaks to you like that. I don't.
Because if you spoke to me like that, I would not get offended. You're not insulting me. I didn't say I did not.
Like that. Okay.
I don't care if you don't know how to speak to people. That is fine. Again, I'm not insulting. If you spoke to me in a way,
I like to treat people with courtesy.
I do that too. What I am saying again is. This is why I say, if I say what now, you say, oh, you insulted me. How can you try to start dictating how a person speaks? The moment you hear something you don't like or a word you don't like, you take umbrage to it.
You said I should check the email, and I said fine, I will check.
I wanted to say something, but of course you threw me off.
No. I think the only thing you wanted to say was about you don't have an ego. You are fine with accepting.
Exactly. So let me finish. So I wanted to say,
wow.
If I am open to correction, it is not wow. Let the other person speak. We're grown men here. I am open. You ask me if you found something wrong. Can you tell me? Yes. And I'm telling you why. Because I do not have an overbloated ego, and I do not have an inferiority complex. I don't know why you would think that is an insult on you. I'm telling you how I am and why I'm open to correction. You guys cannot keep taking everything someone says and take umbrage to it without trying to comprehend where do you want me to start speaking in Spanish or Arabic or Japanese? Like, what do you want me to speak in? Okay, if you correct me, I have no problems with it.
Okay, I agree with you. So when it comes down to, like me now, you see, if not for the extra words you added, I wanted to say that makes you an elite, because elites that truly understand the nature of things have to learn to accept better information and jettison the garbage or the old ones.
Have you ever seen me think back? Have you ever seen me get mad at something that was factual? You can't prove. You can never say you've seen me do that.
Maybe I don't know. I'm not.
No, you can't. You can't. Because if it's factual, it's just like, because again, if I say what I want to say, you're going to say I'm insultive. Now, it's just like now, we kept harping about blasphemy. And I keep telling you that, yes, Muslims have been guilty of blasphemy, of being violent when they said their religion would blaspheme the poor. But you chose to ignore it. I don't get mad. Again, I don't have an inferiority complex. I don't have a bloated ego.
That's why I didn't ignore it. The question I was asking was a different question.
It doesn't even matter.
See,
it doesn't even matter.
Because it went to the heart of our conversation at the time. Then you were like, "Oh, I know it's wrong," and I was like, "But that's not what the question I was asking. I was just basically asking, was that what we were discussing at the time?" So that it will be straight that that's the original conversation we're having.
At this point, that by the side. At this point, it doesn't even matter. My point is, it's okay for us to see eye to eye, and if the person uses a word in a certain context, you can't say, "Oh, well, because I think this is the meaning of that word, it must be insulting me." No, I just say, I don't have an inferiority complex, and I don't have an overbloated ego, so I'm open to correction. That does not mean you have an inferiority complex or you have an overbloated ego, because this is what Nigerians tend to do. They'll say, if you say this about yourself, that means you're talking about me. No, I'm not. I'm talking about me.
All right, then. Thank you. Till next time, I will see if I can play some of our favorite people's songs out by Southeastern Brothers. Like they said, I'm trying to brand those to Southeastern Brothers. Don't worry, tomorrow I'm going to offend them again. I'm an equal opportunity offender. And this, who is that person that's calling me a hot-tempered man? Who? Where is he? Who is that? I hope your wife is safe. See, you see, this kind of statement, Imani Scarborough. I don't know where you stand on this issue. Maybe you are a Muslim, so you don't like what I'm saying. What is the anger issue there? Why is it that I'm the one that has to take anger? What kind of attitude is that? Who is he talking to? You have an anger issue and all the rest. And who else is there saying all kinds of stuff that you are saying? This is slow for me. And Pansa wanted a link. No way, that's not happening anytime soon. And why do people just list it? I don't know, man. I really don't know. This is why I always say that when I want to have a conversation, I just want to restrict it. Otherwise, maybe I'll just start doing monologues and just close out. And I just want to restrict it because it's exhausting sometimes to just exercise. People will just drag you around. Just answer the question, we'll get to the next one. Answer the next one, we'll get the next one. And if we exhaust the point, then we can go to something else. Because I would rather do that now than just keep, going around and around, not learning too much. Sometimes people want to teach me history. I don't want to learn history. I just want to get to the end of the point. And that debate yesterday was quite clear in terms
But
of...
how can you not want to learn history when most of what we talk about is history?
No, when I want to learn history, I will go to, like, let's say, Have Your Say, or when he's interviewing people. That's when you want to listen to people just have their own. But like in the way I tend to talk about stuff, it's because nobody drills deeper into issues within our own context. That's why the facts session started, and that's what I would like to do more of, where we have a baseline of our agreement, then we drill deeper into the issue, because I feel like that's where I learn more from. Because somebody will share something with me that I don't know before.
Well, that will be hoping you're receptive to new information, which a lot of people here tend not to be. So
that's why I do it. I'm quite receptive.
People can only meet you at the level of their intellectualism or understanding or knowledge. I wish for this show a lot of times that people like Dr. Damages, Femi, Dr. Dominic, Show, people like Show, I really wish they were more regular on a show like this, because sometimes it's like some people come on and then they speak way over people's heads, temperaments are different and things like that. I just wish maybe Dr. Damages has to fashion this show somehow where like yourself, like you said. But then again, this is with due respect. I'm not insulting you. I wish you were more versed in certain subjects, so you could bring, maybe you and Sure have a discussion for a minute. When I mean a minute, I mean a long while. Or Dr. Dominic, for example, that is an expert in. But what I gathered, again, not just to you, I have to always apologize when I'm shooting to you guys, because you guys, what I gathered was people tend to talk about what they don't even know. And even if you bring in, like someone like Pansat, for example, Pansat, I wish would speak more and come on more. Extremely intelligent guy.
I don't know what's wrong with you, but I will leave it at that. The fact that you are saying Panzer should come up more, I don't know where your mind is.
Why? I'm talking about his intelligence.
Saying Panzer is good. I don't know where your intelligence is there, because
well, Panzer
is telling me that Panzer that comes here every time insult minorities and
is disruptive. I'm not
the country.
No, I'm not discounting that fact. I'm not talking about that. Of course, I disagree with that. I'm saying on an intellectual level, on an intellectual basis, Pansa is very versed on topics. Like you could really, Pansa could tell you 10 things, and he's right 7 or 8% times out of 10, right? Of course, he throws in his usual ethnocentric positions and objections, but you cannot deny Pansat is very intelligent. Femi is very intelligent. Show is extremely intelligent.
Show is a different character altogether. See, Show has the ability to summarize information very concisely and with simple language, and he's very, very gifted at that. Pansat may be very, very intelligent. His conclusions are often very wrong. And I don't know whether you call that intelligence. Even intelligence is supposed to be able to, translate data.
Well, he's very fact based. He doesn't. Pansat usually doesn't just talk out of his ass. He's fact based. He's evidence based.
I don't know when he says he's going to defeat the entire country, but it's all
well, right. that is his own that is his objective, and that is what he aims to get. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
we shouldn't conflate people with knowledge for intelligence. We shouldn't conflate people with knowledge for wisdom. Wisdom is a totally different thing. And someone like, I think this is one of the things I value someone like Show for. Show demonstrates a high level of discernment than most. Very few that I've seen on this panel. The only person that I would see that I can compare to people like Show is AY, Masca, and maybe some YouTube.
Yeah, but that's not what
I'm in many ways. But in terms of discernment, yeah, he has
but that's not what I'm talking about.
Going by knowledge. I'm not going by knowledge. I go by the way you discern things that it's actually going to be valuable in terms of the real world.
Yeah, but if we're talking about things, this show, to move forward, you have to be knowledgeable. You have to be factual, and you have to be evidence-based. What you're saying about discernment and all that leads to it's more on the emotional and sentimental side, which does not matter on this program like this. Your emotions, how you feel, probably doesn't. It really doesn't matter.
What I mean by discernment is that you see people with wisdom. I think even in ancient times they know it. You don't have to have knowledge of how warriors behave. You don't have to have knowledge about how finance works in the country, but yet as a leader also, you might have wisdom to know how to borrow knowledge. You see, the thing about people with wisdom, they know how to borrow quality information and use it to reach appropriate conclusions. They don't have to have knowledge of their own necessarily. And that's people really have issues with that. Based on your comment, you actually made similar errors where you are looking at it from the point of view that Yeah, it's good to have a base of knowledge, a critical base of knowledge, but you also have to have the ability to learn when to borrow knowledge from some other person. Most of the stuff I talk about is not mine. I take it and I take a quality one. I know how to pick quality information, then use it to reach my own
We're talking.
conclusion.
You realize we're talking about this show and how it should preferably be structured in the future, right? You realize that's what we're talking
No,
about.
no, you are talking about how Dominic and the others should come in and this and
All
that.
right, so that will be knowledge based. Their wisdom and their sentiments and how they feel about something emotionally will not count in the way I was hoping the show is structured for better
Yes,
quality.
knowledge basis. Yeah, knowledge
So it has
basis.
to be
It has its merit. Yeah.
a show like this. That is all the merit it needs. It has to be knowledge based. It has the people have to be factual, and the people have to have um, re- indisputable facts and evidence to present to themselves, to the audience, to their contemporaries. Your wisdom and your discernment, aside from trying to figure out how the other person is acting or is going to come at you, really doesn't matter. It really
If
doesn't
they are
matter.
coming to present a show that has to do with knowledge, like I described, interviews and stuff like that, of course that is fine. And there's no issue with that. If somebody is coming to, like someone like Dominic that is a doctor that wants to come and talk about medicine and all that, that doesn't require necessarily wisdom. The only wisdom that's required is how he conveys information and all the rest. That's knowledge-based information. But when it comes to areas where judgments have to be made about things, yeah, knowledge is useful to back up your judgment, but it doesn't necessarily count for much when it comes to reality. In the reality of critical thinking is at the core. To be fair to people like Dominic and the others, because they were able to achieve that level of education anyway, they tend to have a higher level of critical thinking than most people. So they probably even have that too, to be able to do the necessary analysis that they need to do. But I always say to people, don't worry too much about those things. I've seen people that, like Madam H.O., the woman may come across as crazy, but that woman's instinct on so many levels, out of what she says, only 6% I would disagree with.
But again, that is where your
Her
own.
instinct is right.
But that is based on your sentiments now. You're not saying she's factual. You're saying her instinct.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's based on facts, because the judgments that she reached, you don't see, most Nigerians don't reach it. And I've gone and studied and, like I said, sought out quality information about these things, and I've reached similar conclusion that it's not common. So that's why
Right.
I
So
value her way.
if you think, then if that's a quality person to bring on the show, then moving forward, maybe that's what y'all need to start doing. But again, we started talking. This is why I said we have to be careful before we start straying off. Before we got here, what we were originally talking about was a criticism of me saying Passat is intelligent. You know what I'm saying? So
I don't
this
know
is
why
what.
we call that. I don't know, man. I don't know what intelligent is anymore. What is
Well,
intelligent?
intelligence encompasses a lot of things. It just doesn't mean just because it's just the ability to discern. Discernment is part of intelligence. It's the ability to present knowledge. Encompasses. I mean, that's just the basic.
Yeah, intelligence is the ability to learn, understand, reason, and solve problems.
That is
I'm
just
not
what
sure.
intelligent means.
Panzer reached very, very wrong conclusions on problem solving.
I
That part of
don't know
it.
about.
Reasoning too, I have an issue with its reasoning. It has knowledge. So in other words, it has the ability to learn. But in terms of its reasoning is flawed.
No, it's not flawed. It's not
It
flawed.
leaves out so much evidence. That tells you that it's flawed. It's broken.
Yeah, well, it might be. No, okay. So if that's your description of flawed,
Like if
yes.
somebody says, "I welcome Trump to come in and bomb us," that
yeah,
is going to
okay.
help solve
So
our problem. It tells you
yeah,
that he left out so many information.
no, not true. Not true. Not true. Not true. This is where our biases come into play. So you cannot discount a person like Panther. This is why I'm saying you cannot discount a person like Panther and say he's not intelligent based on like that example you gave, because you do not have Panther's lived experience. You do not have his biases. You do not have what his interests are compared to his people.
Trump is coming to help us. Objectively, most people, even Americans that are objective, will tell you that no, that's not what Trump is coming to do.
Well, to them, but again,
he believes Trump is
again, he is right.
What do you mean he's right?
Did you hear me out, forefathers? When a person speaks, listen to them. Just don't hear them.
I listen.
I'm just so if you listen, then he's not wrong. The people that want Trump,
everybody's right then.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Yes. It is not ridiculous. Let the other person explain it to you.
Objective truth?
Let me land before we start shifting the goalposts and talking about what we are moving away. Let me land. Why do I say people like Panther and people that call for Trump to come into Nigeria are right in their own way? Remember, we're talking about Panther's intelligence. Again, you brought this in as an example. Do I want Donald Trump to come into Nigeria or any invading force? Absolutely not. I don't. But you haven't lived, and this is why I said you haven't had their lived experience. You do not have their biases. You do not have their expectations. This is why I always try to listen to me. So you cannot say just because he chose what is against yours, he's not intelligent. He is intelligent, but he might be biased as opposed to your position or my position. I look at him as flawed. You look at him as flawed, but it doesn't mean he's not intelligent. This intelligence is what we're talking about. Intelligence.
If somebody tells you that they are intelligent and they tell you that their solution to their problem is let's go back to where we were in 1960 or 90 before that, or they tell you that Trump is coming to help us, in other words, to help Nigeria do better. If you use that as the context of their statement, you can objectively say that is not true because he has contextualized it. If Yabini says, "Oh, I want Trump to come and help Nigeria in the sense that it will help Nigeria to break up," maybe that's a different context. Then you can say it's actually intelligent because he's supporting Trump for a different objective than from mine. That's the only conclusion you can reach. If it comes out openly and say, okay, it's not to destroy Nigeria, it's just to go after those bandits and everything, and that is going to help this in Nigeria. Clearly, that is no. Objectively, it's not true, because if you use that matrix, checks all the countries that America has been to, it's inaccurate conclusion. That's when you can say, okay, this person, because they left out so many information that they're supposed to use to reach this conclusion, is unintelligent. This in the conclusion that they've reached. But if he was looking for that way to cause instability so that the country will break up, then I will agree with you that he is intelligent. You see what I mean? That is the kind of argument you are trying to make, that because his lived experience and his conclusions are different from mine, then you can consider him intelligent. I will agree with you if that is the case. But that
remember, we're talking about intelligence and your use of the word flawed. Remember, that is what we're discussing now.
Yes, flawed.
Yeah, your use of the word flawed and my saying he's intelligent.
His context is flawed. Because if he had said to me, like if he came on the panel and said, "Oh, I don't want the country to be together, so I'm happy with Trump coming to destabilize it," then I'll say that's intelligent. He's intelligent because he made that calculation. But
that is just one example.
He's actually being dishonest, because maybe that's what he actually wants, but he comes out and says, "Oh, we're just going after the terrorists." You see what I mean?
Yeah,
maybe that's where you're right. If I jump to that conclusion, I would say he's being deceptive. He doesn't come out with his true objective.
But I did say that at the beginning. I said maybe that might lend credence to my position that at the very least, he's biased. I did mention bias. I did mention lived experience. I did mention his expectations for his people. So it doesn't, but you chose the example of the United States to prove that he's not intelligent. Well, that is one example. You said he doesn't reach good conclusions, maybe because he's biased. So there might not be good conclusions in your position, or even objectively speaking, if you have foresight, you could say, well, based on XYZ evidence past that, you think the country's going to break up and you're going to be in charge. The United States is not going to let it happen. They're going to enslave you guys too. I can see that. But again, that is just one example of you trying to argue why he's not intelligent. My point in the end is people like him and the others that I mentioned are very versed in what they try to discuss about. And I told you, I'm not insulting you, but I tend to see or know, not just believe, that a lot of things you talk about, you are not versed in them to discuss them. And this is why it is you might take positions.
Give me an example. You've used this statement a few times. Give me one example. So I would.
I was about to do that. Okay. A good example is what we were talking about yesterday with Sekou. That is what we actually started this whole conversation. So again, if you were versed in Arabic, if you were versed in Islam, if you were versed in the Quran, you would have known off the bat that even your position today that, oh, I still think it was right, I still think it was right. We're telling you, like, no, he lied. He tried to bamboozle the crowd, hoping nobody knew. And this is why I came
interested in that. I don't know why you are saying.
Well, that is what started.
I never pretended to be vast in Quran, so I don't know why you are using that as an example. You see my point? You are using.
No, I don't see your point. I'm talking about Islam.
I told you to give me an example where I pretended to have. I'm talking about a subject that I'm not vast in.
Yeah,
I never wanted to discuss that topic. The topic I was discussing was something else.
Calm down.
So
you always get
I don't know why I think I'm tired of this. You are not even trying to make sense, because in reality, you keep telling me that I'm something that I'm not. Clearly, I gave you an opportunity. Okay, let me give you another opportunity, even to give me a subject matter that I'm discussing that I didn't know much about.
All right, good. Okay, if you want to do that, U.S. politics, for example. U.S. politics, you would argue over and over. You would argue about JFK. You would argue about AIPAC. You would argue about the Epstein files. You would argue about I've mentioned 3 or 4 right now.
But that is not one. You have to give the context we're discussing. That meant that I don't know anything about it, or I don't know much about it.
Again, I just mentioned I gave you U.S. politics, and I even subcategorized it for you. And I mentioned AIPAC, for example. Is it okay for me to speak? Let me speak.
Hold on. What did I say about AIPAC that wasn't that?
Well, you're not going to just pick one. So we're not going to go in a circle and start discussing AIPAC. I will mention a bunch because you did concede, but then again, in fourth out of the way, he's going to try to argue it out. So AIPAC, for example, the Epstein files, for example, Dimona, JFK's death, for example. Russia, you would argue that. For example, you and G-Day, when I would say, oh, you do know that the Bolsheviks were Jews and they killed a lot of Christians. You took a lesser position, but G-Day argued it to the death, and that's why I decided, no, I'm not even going to be discussing with this guy because he has no idea what he's talking about. So things like that.
Yeah, but you still haven't given me one specific case.
I've told you different things that happened.
You just mentioned stuff. You just mentioned different topics, but you didn't say why I lack depth in them. Let's put it this way. I'm discussing it based on a specific issue, and what made me come across as if I don't know about the topic at all. that's why I picked the APAC one, because I can go at that right now. I say, okay, what is it that I said that made you think that I don't know anything about what I'm talking about?
Well, you're not going to pick APAC because I think I already, listen, we've gone through this before, so I do understand what you're trying to do, which is you'd say, well, no, I never said, when I would say, talk about Israel and how they had control of the US government. So I would talk about the Epstein files, and you guys would say it doesn't exist. One of the proponents.
I never said it doesn't exist too.
I say you guys, I mean, you've talked, there are different things we talked about this thing, so on. So you cannot, listen, in the end.
In other words, you can't seem to find any specifics.
No, I did mention four. What do you mean? I just mentioned.
I can, okay, what if I tell you now you don't know anything about those topics? What would you say to me?
But then you have to prove it.
That's exactly what I'm asking you.
No, you would have to prove it, because what you would do, you have to prove. No, hear me out. You would have to prove it. I have mentioned even Demona on here. You've argued about that. I mentioned about, for example, we went on for months about Israel having control of the US government. You disputed this for months, to my chagrin. You and GA would dispute it. Eccentric Cast is there. I remember one specific incident where you guys kept going. Eccentric Cast even claimed, when I mentioned that there are APAC handlers, and I don't want to discuss this topic, that there are APAC, exactly, that there are APAC handlers. You didn't dispute it. And Gina was on here, and you were showing the mic when APAC has not given. APAC is number 8. He didn't even know what lobbies was. APAC is number 8. They are not important in American politics. They are not. And Eccentric Cast was saying, "Oh yeah, sure it is." And G-Day and Eccentric Cast, someone that didn't even know how lobbying would work, is a right objective, sure. And Eccentric Cast kept talking about the defense lobbyists, the defense industry. And I said, do you think the defense industry, I'll never forget that, have handlers for congressional members? And he said, yes. And he started talking about Raytheon and all that. I'm like, what are you guys even talking about? So things like that, people just need to be versed. That is the problem. It's like, if I was to argue the Quran or Islam with Sekou, when he was saying debate, that's like talking to a freaking wall.
See,
because
let's not go to Sekou. See, when you said about
now let me just end this with these 2 seconds. Because how can I argue something that is not factual with facts, and the person is insisting that it is factual? How is that even going to proceed? How are we going to proceed on that?
Okay, so
that's why I told him, like, just go sit down somewhere.
When you said about APAC, we're cross-talking each other, because I always felt like America, that the Israeli lobby has influence in America, very, very powerful influence. And I also even can concede that they are controlling America in so many ways. But my contention was that whenever the West truly wants their power back, they will get it. Because generally they've proven that in history. I even gave the example of what happened to the Jews during the Nazi period was able to happen, because you have to look. For me, I don't use one data point. I have to look through time. When somebody tells me that, okay, Israelis, Jews have so much power, I'll say, okay, yeah, that's true. But when did their power start? Did it start before 1945? Yes, it started before 1945. It was around in the 18th century. They had power all that time. Russians have existed, God knows how many 100 years they've existed. So they had a lot of power for a very long time.
But that is a non-discussion.
Yeah, but yet, Germany happened. I'm just trying to show you my.
No, but you've always. I understand.
About stuff. So Germany happened. Then it tells you that, okay, yeah, they have power, but it's not absolute. They've always had power, even in the Middle Ages. They've always had power, but it's not absolute. The population that they are in tend to take the power back now and again and do whatever they really wanted to do when it's necessary. And I went on to say that that's what is happening now. They want to
But
take
that
power
is
back.
a non-discussion. That was never what we will argue about. And this is why I always told you when you mentioned that, which I knew was going to be your position, it was a non-discussion. Whether they're going to take it back, if we look back at historical context, they will take it back. But nobody has a crystal ball. What if they don't take it back and Israel decides to make this Israel 2.0? We don't know, but that was not the discussion. The discussion
No,
was
I agree with you on that.
the discussion was.
Let me concede a point.
I understand, but let me
I remember during that time I was playing a video of Biden during that time. I remember that conversation.
Right.
I played a video of Biden talking about how it was valuable to invest in Israel as saying that the Europeans are still controlling Israel in one way or the other.
Right.
I played that video to defend that. So
right. So you've considered it, which it doesn't even really matter if you did or don't, but you did in the beginning of your statement. But with the discussion was always how much influence does Israel have on the United States government? And my position was always they had an overwhelming influence on the infrastructure of the.
I think it's on foreign policy. You have to restrict it to that.
Well,
That's why Jide was objectively correct, because the list.
No, Jide cannot be objectively correct because
come on, the list included were not foreign policy people.
Jide is just from at the risk of sounding condescending, Jide is still a new egg in the shell. He does not understand America. Let's stop it. All right, he doesn't.
He's not using his own knowledge. He's reading from documents.
Okay, well, that is good. You can defend him all you want. Jide does not understand.
You have to be factual now.
All right, let's so without straying off, I really don't care about Jide and his opinions at this point. Let me just land. So I don't care about his opinions, or I'm having a discussion between them. So my position was never about how. My position was always how much influence, if any, does Israel have? Not categorically, it's on education, or it's on this, it's on that. No, because we can pull out different spheres of influence. The point was Israel had control, or near total control, of the U.S. Congress. This is my position. So y'all's position, and if you want to take yourself out of it, that is cool. At least Jide's position, and Eccentric Cast again, because he joined in once or twice, was that they had no control on the U.S. government. And I called bullish on that all the time. As we can see now. You get what I'm saying? So that is one aspect where it took months for you to. So this is what I'm saying. I'm not insulting you I'm not versed in everything. Definitely not. You know what I mean? But I'm saying if we want to speak about topics, I tend not to get into topics I do not know about. But I see a lot of people have that problem. And then
it's not necessarily true. You see, you have to understand that some people may not have in-depth knowledge about something, but they will bring out the knowledge of somebody that has actually studied. They will show you the summary, like that list that Jide showed about the influence of the gun lobby and pharmaceutical, and they are real. Israel has overwhelming influence in terms of foreign policy, especially when it's linked to the Middle East. They have overwhelming influence there. That is true. And that also gives Jide, which is not his own knowledge. He just went and got the information. And
but that would then show that he does not understand. Hear me out. That would then lead to us to agree that, at least even based on your position right now, that he does not have an understanding. He's still fresh.
Yeah,
enough. I'm not done. I'm not done. Let me finish. You want to defend Sekou. All right, here you go. So
Yeah, because you're just dragging things on and on.
Because you don't want to hear it, so you decide to cut into it. I don't understand that. But that would then lead to my position where maybe you need to speak, not you personally this time, GD, on things you understand, on things you know. You cannot be arguing with someone and say, I'm going to run to Google and then I'm going to check. And then based on my feeling, look, APAC is number 8. APAC is number 8. And the person is trying to tell you, no, 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 no. That's not, it's deeper than what you are talking about right now. They have handlers, they push Israeli positions, you
Are
have
you
to
trying to
swear
say that
allegiance.
APAC is not number 8 on that list?
But that's not what I said. I did. How do you argue, forefathers?
You're saying that they have handlers, but
And then what did I say after when I said he says this is number 8? I said it is deeper than that. So
yeah,
this
but
is
by saying it's deeper than that, you are saying that APAC is number 8 is not accurate.
which was not what we were talking about, which was his position. Again, hear me out. His position was that because APAC was number 8 on the list, which they probably created, this leads to him believing that Israel does not have an influence over the United States government. Would you agree to that?
I agree to that to an
Exactly.
extent.
So
Well,
what's
I feel
what's the
like
extent you don't agree?
I feel like you are misunderstanding that list, but let's leave it at that for now. Thank you for coming in, Jide. I have to not Jide, sorry.
Yeah, you missed that boy so much, huh?
No, you are the one that kept talking about him, and I'm a bit tired, to be fair. Thank you for coming in. I really
I
appreciate
wasn't
it.
talking about him. I don't want.
Yeah.
Why would I want to talk about
Maybe
him?
one day we'll have chance to have single panels where we have time. Because I think when I'm talking to you one on one, I think we tend to get somewhere more than not, and I can pin you down. You don't have anywhere to escape. But nobody's there to save anybody. All right, thank you for coming in. I appreciate that, and all the people on the chat, thank you all for joining us today. And it's not something I'm proud of to hear that the country is being hit by foreign missiles. It's not something we should be proud of. I think it's something we have to truly ask ourselves how we got here. Because if our nation was secure, we wouldn't be experiencing this sort of situation where we are with people who come and bomb us to sort our issues out for us. And it's not even going to do that. And let me play this again. I'll read this again so that as a kind of pattern shot for us to reflect upon, because some of the things we have been doing in our country has led us to this point. So I'll read this statement by Hannah Arendt. She said, constantly lying is not aimed at making the people believe a lie, but at ensuring that no one believes anything anymore. A people that can no longer distinguish between truth and lies cannot distinguish between right and wrong. I'll repeat that. A people that cannot distinguish between truth and lies cannot distinguish between right and wrong. With such a people, you can do whatever you want. And I think this is something that should make us reflect. And our politicians and our elders, when they lie and think these things are not consequential, it is consequential. When you divide the people and you think it's not consequential, it is consequential. There will be day of judgment. This one doesn't even come close to a day of judgment. It's just a prick just to show us what is possible. And it's not even, this is just nothing. If you are putting on the scale of 100%, this is just about 1% or 0.5% of what is out there. And we have to be careful what we are asking for here. Because when the anarchy arrives, all the people, all the gnashers of teeth, all the wailers, all the complainers, they will not have complaints to make then. Because the problem will be so much, they will be traumatized into silence. Our politicians have to do better. Our people have to do better.
Our problem is not that serious. It's just our minds that is a problem. We have to demand what we want to change the country. If you want security, demand it and know what you're asking for. When I keep telling our people, recruit your people to protect your country, it doesn't mean you shouldn't arm them. It doesn't mean you shouldn't give them technology. Just get the people into the forces to protect the country. Then hold your politicians accountable. When they do something wrong, you hold them accountable. You may be hungry, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't hold them accountable. But I truly believe if we can figure out how to protect that country, we can figure out the rest. We can rename our country. We can get our own national anthem. We can make our own local languages national official languages. There's no reason why we can't elevate ourselves. Look at where we are. We can't even change our name. That's how debilitated we are. And that is what makes that statement very relevant. Because we don't even know what is right and what is wrong anymore. Our lawyers are wearing white people's headgear. Our name cannot be changed from somebody, a name that was given to us by Oyibo woman. Our national anthem was changed back to that written by Oyibo woman. We have to truly ask ourselves some serious question. You know, that's how I will leave it. And then let this be a day of reflection for many Nigerians, instead of those that are just, which I understand why they are doing it. Some people are jubilating that Trump is doing what he's doing. But you truly need to reflect on how we got here, how we are jubilating the attack of our country by the people that actually confess to funding these groups, that have destroyed our kingdoms, that have no reason, they have not given us any reason to believe that they mean well for us. We truly have to do some soul searching and some reflection. Yeah, repent. Maybe I will repent too. Thank you for joining me. Till next time, I will see you all. Bye.